Osh, bir. Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Ovoz normalmi? Hech qanaqa muammo yo'qmi? Siz o'rganasiz. Aka, o'zgina besogan mana. Norm hammasi ham busy nimaga assalomu alaykum. Hoppa, akam. S1mple. Juma yo'minglar muborak bo'lsin birinchi o'rinda. Boshlansa xursand bo'lardim. Ancha cho'zib o'rishdi. Atrofni ko'rdinglarmi? Qanaqa bo'lgandi? PS o'ynamayapsizmi? Orqada PlayStation turibdi mana. Qani. Mana. Hozircha o'ynamaymiz lekin. Best of 3 Paris, Fransiya, musor tayyorgarlik.
CS2. We're in Paris, France. My name's Henry G. We're here with Neo. And Neo, 64 teams, the most ambitious LAN qualifier of all time, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah,
bu hali guruh bosqichi
as well. What the setup is like behind it. It is pretty unreal here.
Bu hali guruh bosqichi. Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, like-larni bosib qo'yamiz.
The fact that it is 64 teams on LAN qualifying for the main event.
Kompyuterxona main zonasi emas, endi zona olib, o'zlari kakmashina qilib hamma igroklarni bitta joyga yig'ib qo'yganlar.
Life-changing qualifier. So we had some of the household names, you got your Liquids, your Heroics and stuff, but some of the teams that turned up here out of the 64, if they managed to make it to the main tournament, $2 million in terms of VRS points, prize money available, life-changing qualifier. Really exciting.
Yeah,
$2 million umumiy turnirga qo'yilgan pul.
Quite a few teams here who are just made.
Yana 4 ta like-dan keyin 100 ta bo'lar ekan. 100 ta qilib qo'yilgan like-dan soni 4 kishi yana.
These sort of teams who maybe don't even have really aspirations of kind of even going the full distance and being pro, they're just taking a chance. Having a bit of fun, right? They qualify to the main event. You get like one win in the main event, and it is insane VRS.
You and I have been through plenty of UK lands like this, and you miss this kind of energy, you know? Everyone in the same room, even though you know you're not going to win, turning up with the boys, and as you can see, 64 teams, and then we'll go through to the playoffs when we take down the 32.
Bear in mind,
some of the best teams in the world, like we said, $2 million prize pool there as well.
Har bitta gruppaga bo'lingan,
as we said,
and
we're a little bit behind schedule, but hopefully we're going to get going and have 16 games running at once in about 20 minutes.
And not only that, but because of the demand to this tournament as a whole, now the finals got the Acor Arena on top of the major was held 3 years ago, so it's even further leveled up. You know, this as again the making to be such a ridiculously cool tournament. We're really looking forward to it.
And bear in mind, we're best of 3 all the way through. There's no best of ones here. We're not messing around whatsoever. Let's look at the schedule though. Let's see who will be playing, who will be stepping up. I think one of the favorites of the tournament,
BasementBOYS.
He has got to qualify. Categorically, he's got to qualify up against the BasementBOYS, which I believe are pretty handy, from what you tell me.
Yes, playing a lot of tier 2, tier 3 tournaments. They play a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike, to be honest with them, but it's still a really, really big ask. You put it right. This have to qualify. And honestly, let's be frank about it. At this sort of stage, in this sort of level, they should be qualifying near flawlessly. We can allow a map dropped here or there, but for the most part, they should go through cleanly without a loss.
Yeah, we're using a GSL format. The TLDR, that is, win 2 games, you're through to the next round, lose 2 games. So the first round, we're looking to get 32 teams. You can see we're really covering 3 games today. There's lots of Counter-Strike going on. 16 games at once for the first round. We can't cover all of that. We'll be covering those 3 there. The TBD in the second round, we don't know. The second round will entail.
Kayfiyat yaxshi bo'ladigan bo'lsa, ikkinchi o'yinni ham ko'ramiz. Bu turnirda o'zini davom etishiga qaraymiz. Turnir asab bo'lmasa
we get Heroic 9 as that second game, but they've got to win their first games. But if that does happen, that could be really good.
Qachon boshlanishi, hozir boshlanib qolish kerak.
And hence what I was talking about, where we could get that
O'yin boshlanishi mana sizlar qatorib kutaman mana shu streamga qarab turib.
ABT, a side that I've caught in the past, a little bit handy at times. We've got a few players about them, so worth keeping an eye out for there. But fundamentally, Heroic and 9 should be picking up wins there, and they are the heavy favourites in their group. And of course, again, for maybe a team like Heroic, I think in particular,
juda tez gapirgan, ko'p gapirgan sizlar.
Should be qualifying, should be doing it cleanly. And even the players they've got now, they've done a really decent job of rebuilding this roster after, in classic Heroic fashion, losing so many players, getting bought, losing the cause, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
I think they've done a really good job of finding the next 5 and finding what 5 should be able to get them back to the big stages and back into the VRS.
Flomni taniydiganlar bormi? Amerikalik streamer
Flomni. They always seem to find a plucky squad and we'll see what they can do at
o'sha bilan
this
yozishib
qualify. His group 6
O,
is one of the more
Santa
exciting ones I think everyone
Respi.
is
Demak aydanib ishlayapti
and the
ekan.
Mongolian boys
Qancha pul bilan kompyuter
going
yig'dirib
against
boshlagan
baseball.
yaxshi. Jamshidga donatchi rahmat. Nima uchun yig'dirishingizga qarab-da.
Sure, there's some
Nima
notable
uchun
players
yig'dirsangiz ham
that
1,5 ming
should be
dollar
the
bilan
ones to
boshlasangiz,
advance
такой
playoffs
средний,
and
четкий.
Do you want to hear my hot take?
Go on then.
I think 1-win win this group.
No way.
Yeah.
Come on.
Nafni and Co, bro. That TDK line.
Tier 1 jamoalar bor, tier 1 jamoalarga endi
Now
o'tishadi.
being picked up by 1-win. It's such an unreal story for that 1-win team as well. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to cover them at some point, but really
BC game mana shu turnir chempion bo'lsa, majorga to'g'ridan to'g'ri boradi.
Group 16.
How wild is it? We got 16 groups. Yeah.
Also kind of wild because, you know, obviously VP, Sangal, prestige organizations, very decent rosters. VP, I've been a little bit of a laughing stock recently because of everything that's happened.
Kind of dead in the water.
Yeah, exactly. Losing on land to Deco recently, the WW Stream team as well. But still a good team. Sangal a very good team. But GG How, I've caught this team on LAN, was in ACL last year in China. They are LAN demons. That's where they do their best work.
I remember we commentated them in Mongolia at the start of the year, or last year.
Yeah.
They seem like they always have very skilled players, but they're not taking it as seriously as other teams potentially.
Yes.
That's what I've always noticed with them. They're always like scary team, could cause an upset, and this is the perfect environment to do that.
They're LAN demons. I think online they're pretty average. I cast them a bit online, and they're okay. But obviously they're playing with like,
Inferno, Nuke va Mirage kartalari pick qilingan.
Based mainly out of the Middle East, but you know, Samus for me, he's okay online. On LAN, well, when I did that ACL tournament, he was the best player rifling wise there. Ridiculously talented.
You and I talked about this before we went live. The fact we've got so many like tier 2, tier 3 teams looking to cause upsets.
Komanda qilaman deyish, yo'q, komanda qilish qiyin narsa.
Cash as the map. It doesn't seem to be played at all in the big tournaments. Everyone's vetoing it. These are the teams that should be focusing on the bogey maps like Cash, and I'm hoping we get a lot of it this tournament. What do you think the chances?
It's been weird compared to like I would say the last few years where we've had new maps introduced or reintroduced into towards the pool. That's something we discussed in the room a little bit. Like when we had Ancient brought it towards the pool for the first time, Copenhagen Flames played it 28 times in 2 weeks. We lost one of them. That year they then ended up qualifying for the major, being the best team in tier 2 essentially. Following that, we had
mashhur komandalar endi ular kutib oladi. Komandalar chiqib bo'lgan mashhurlar allaqachon.
I think it was in like a 9-month window. Insane. There was like one period I cast them where they had played it 60 times in the last 3 months.
Komandalar kirib bo'lgan serverga menimcha taxminan 4 daqiqada yoki rovna 15:00 da boshlansa kerak. Xo'p, bu gruppadan общий nechta komanda yo'l olishini hozir sizlarga aytib o'taman.
I've been doing a lot of the tier 2 tournaments over the last kind of couple of weeks.
4 ta komanda o'tadi keyingi bosqichga. Esports World Cupga. Umumiy
it gets permabanned a lot.
64 ta jamoadan 4 ta jamoa o'tadi.
Bring cash back. Do this. Like it's been years and years, and then it gets released into Premiere. No one's playing.
Least played map.
Every time.
Least played map.
Yeah,
as well.
right.
Yeah.
What's going on?
No one's playing it. No one's plugging it.
The old boys have moved on, perhaps. It's an unk map.
That is it. But I think it's so fun for me. Nuke's still the best map in the pool, but Cash is that close second, man. It is really, really an interesting team. And now we've got the boys as well. 1-win. This side, for me, they are my.
Ularni esa qarshi tomonda top komandalar kutib olishadi shunda.
They qualified to Pro League by winning the ECL Cups.
Hozir mana shu ko'rib turgan joylarda 64 ta komandani yig'gan bular.
Ho2 also a really good sleeper team. They qualified to the first few tier 1 tournaments this year. Really
Ho2 komandasi.
A lot of talent, a lot of experience in this lineup as well. So definitely one that's worth keeping an eye out for. But that 1-win team, man, Axel when he's on his best.
Norm komandalardan o'zi bu yoqda grupp bosqichida bu. Norm komandalar hammasi kutib oladi yuqorida. Bizda taniydigan Liquid bor, Inner Circle bor, Big komandasi bor, Heroic, Fnatic.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he bounces back. Like this
Eternal Fire.
Never agreed with him. He never found that form again.
I think the way in which the game changed, it felt like it really he got hurt the most by it compared to
Energy, Virtus Pro,
K27. It was a little harder to AWP, but definitely for some reason, whatever it was CS2 killed him compared to other riflers, which they love that whole swing heavy CS2 kind of change. I don't know what it was for Axel, but
shu Flux degan komandani ham taniyman-da.
He's not back to number 4 best
He's sticker ochganimda Flux degan komanda chiqib turardi.
As well, an organization that has struggled mainly due to PC game.
Yeah, and now they're
PC game and BasementBOYS.
2.5 million.
Business ever from
100%. Think about it. 2.5 million for the core, right? 6 months later.
Ana PC game top 4 ga kirib oladimi yoki yo'qmi?
Holy.
Aurora u top komandalar keyingi etapda kutib olishadi. Donkey Spirit, Falcons hammamiz biladigan top komandalar keyingi etapda. Ularning o'yini 12-avgustdan boshlanadi.
And they're back again.
And they're like super fired up. They've got some good experience. They've learned a lot and now they're back. Yeah, I hope they do.
Ertaga Fragda turnir bor. Men sharhlashga borishim mumkin. Fragdagi turnirga, ya'ni u yoqda O'zbekistonning komandalarining ichida 8 ta komanda o'ynaydi-da. Borayim sharhlashga. Mondebek, eng zo'r. Rahmat Mondebek danat.
For me as well, undersung in so many conversations around big because there is a lot of talent here. Obviously, you've got people like Blamef. I think he's obviously an incredible player.
Mondebek,
right? He's phenomenally talented. But JDC for me is such an unsung
Savol
hero.
olaman.
He
Aka
wins
qayerga
this
yozaysiz
team
savolingizni?
so
Ko'rmay
many
qoldim.
rounds in so many clutch
Turnir o'ziga qarab
situations. He's
turgan.
so proficient in openings as well.
I think everyone likes having big involved in Counter-Strike in general. And
Nines
it
keyingi
felt like
etapda
for
manimcha.
last year it felt like we might lose them in terms of like the results they were getting and
Fragda
how badly.
Egista botter shot o'ynaydi, havachi o'ynaydi u yoqda.
JDC, I'm just like surprised they're still kicking around and managed to weather the
Depo
storm.
komandasini o'zi o'ynaydi. Game point bor adashmasam.
Could cause some serious damage here and
Normally
one of the
o'yladi.
favorites to actually make it through at least in the playoffs here. You'd hope
Ha,
they qualify
nasib
for the
bo'lsa,
main event.
katta ehtimol bilan boraman sharhlashga.
In Vault, they brought him out from
Dude,
Focus.
good to see Volt
E
back.
Telegram kanalida ham
Exactly,
linklarni
yeah,
tashlab
playing
qo'yaman
with
ertaga
Focus,
o'yin
and that
boshlansa
team
Buxorodan.
immediately hit the ground
Buxoro
running.
Navoiy shunaqa
Land
desam bo'ladi.
qualification, their first ever tournament that they played, that Focus lineup, and Vault was a very integral part of it. Recently, of course,
Parijdada
got
mana
brought into
Saudiyani
this
o'zida
lineup,
emas,
Infinite.
Xitoyda emas,
Really, really
tushunsa
cool
edi mana
lineup.
bunaqa kechik ishlarni.
And one for me that I
Qanaqa
feel like
qilib
also has
Parijda
potential
bo'lib
to be
turib, Yevropada bo'lib
interesting,
turib
right? Slend on this team as well,
kechik
somebody that
ishi
I've
mumkin.
always liked, really talented individual alongside Vault, who's such a good
Flashbang game.
supporting
Xudo
element
xohlasa game
towards this
klub ham
team.
ochib olamiz.
I like it a lot, but whether they can go the distance is a big ask.
Yeah, I think you're probably
Saudiyadagi
onto something
2 million
there. This is what
dollarlik
I'm looking
turnir
forward to the
o'sha
most.
Fransiyaga
Like,
ko'chirilgan.
these teams, I don't get
2 million
to
dollar
much
turnir.
to
Saudiya
stuff,
salgan
like
notin
you
chut
do.
turgan
So the fact we get to
adashmasam.
see them on land, this sort of environment where it's cutthroat. Speaking of which, we've got Heroic on screen.
Na,
as well,
Riyadda
a new
bo'ladigani
roster.
u boshqa.
Martineza in the
O'zbeklar
team.
chiqqan.
I like
There's
it.
so many crazy storylines.
Yeah.
So that teams you never would fathom coming together.
U
But here they
millatlar.
are, Heroic trying a new roster here.
Ushta
Do
Parij.
you feel
Vot
they've got what it
teamida.
takes to maybe make it to the actual main event?
I do.
Yoshi,
I
hamma
think for me,
kanalda
they're
moderate,
up there in my
moderate
like
emas.
absolute favorites to make it. I'd say teams like big, heroic.
Ertaga ko'rishamiz Yoshi xudo xohlasa.
I don't even know if I want to throw out Liquid there, to be honest. I actually think it's.
Yeah.
I think it's risky. I think it's risky.
Come on now.
Liquid love a choke.
They're looking better now.
They are looking better, but they love a choke.
They've had
Yoshi chota EBCga ishga o'tasizmi deyman-a?
But no, I think
Bor
yeah,
o'zingiz
Heroic are
qo'lga
definitely
olmasangiz
up there, the
bo'lmayapti.
ones that not only should make it, but should make it cleanly as
Yeah.
well. We've got Fnatic too, right?
Dude, I haven't been following the Fnatic story. I know they've pretty much gone full
Start
Ukrainian
qachonligini
at this
bilaman.
stage.
Hozircha hamma igroklar kirib bo'lgan. 5 ta bu komanda, 5 ta bu komanda kirib bo'lgan.
I would say
Xo'sh, birinchi karta
not a huge fan of them.
bizada Inferno kartasi
hujumda
hujumda o'ynaydi
comparatively to
BCga.
where they once were. I think this is an organization that's obviously in a weird spot, and then now rumor mill churning that Fnatic the organization is being bought by
Borada
football team
qo'ygan.
as
Yo,
well.
yo,
Yeah,
yo,
so
bo'lgan.
whether that happens or not, maybe it's an
Olib
injection of
qo'yishgan
cash.
qalin
It is
bilingan.
a massive shame, like considering the prestige of the org, the history they've got, multiple majors,
Yes.
some of those iconic run-ups of all time.
Inkubator deb
this
qo'ygan.
lineup
Bular,
doesn't inspire
короче,
much hope for much at all.
64
You
ta
just think
komandaga
it's
endi
turn up,
mahkam
group stages,
2 kunning
call it a
ichida
day.
o'tkazib yuborish kerak.
Maybe what I'm expecting here today as well. Love to be proven wrong, but
Shuning uchun
to have the household names, the characters that they used
stadion
to.
yig'gan hamma
I'm
komandadan.
super excited about their chances going
Shuncha
forward. But who
kompyuter
have we
olib
got
kelish
here?
o'zi bo'ladimi?
The
64 ta
Basement
kompyuter.
Boys. Now, that's an actual organization, right?
Eh?
It's not like a pug team. This is actual
64 ta komandani hammasi ham o'ynamasa
real
kerak, birdan.
Basement Boys. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Ukrainian organization. I'm pretty
Hozir
cool
aytaman,
from what I've
nechta
got. You know,
o'yin
I've got a lot of
bo'layotgan.
them recently. The only issue with this team, a lot of roster changes, a lot of moving parts, players in and out. So the 5 that you get, it feels like, you know, every month and a half or whatever, there's a new iteration and whatnot. So honestly, for me, it feels like this team, they're pretty decent. They have their moments, but it's about finding stability. But if we're talking about players who are pretty decent, these two right in front of us are incredible, of course, when they're on.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's definitely a few caveats being
Adashimman.
exchanged there, but Electronic.
17 ta komanda hozir 17 ta o'yin bo'layotgan ekan mana shu yoqda o'zida.
The gurgler.
Yes.
The fact he's back to BC game and with S1mple as well.
Ayo.
Haven't caught many of their performances. I can't
16 ta
imagine
o'yin.
he's lighting up the server
16 ta
too
o'yinni
much, but
2 ga
as long as he's
ko'paytirsa
holding his own and not
32 ta
like
komanda.
spotting out, I think that's
Hozir
fine.
o'ynayapti.
Exactly. And it's a cool team.
32 ta komandada 5 tadan igrok bo'lganda ham 32 ni 5 ga ko'paytirsak nechi bo'ladi?
I guess it's with the
Bormi biladiganlar?
It's younger, but like
Yeah,
the
Mazinho
guys
brings it way down.
30 ni 5 ga
Yeah,
ko'paytirsak
team, but,
to'ppa to'g'ri.
As a whole, a
100
really kind of cool team.
50 bo'ladi.
Name value wise, it's
Ikkini
unlimited,
beshiga
which
ko'paytirgan
obviously
o'zi.
it's kind of impossible in a way when you've got
Shunda
arguably the greatest
umumiy
player of all time.
160 ta kompyuter.
That's what it's all about, though. BCG is an organization. It's all got eyeballs.
Bu igroklarning kompyuteri.
That's all they really need to happen, and they get a lot of conversation and a lot of people talking about them. So yeah, excited to see what they can do. Always fun to watch S1mple LAN, especially. These are the sort of tournaments you should be thriving in, right? This sort of qualifier, we want to see vintage S1mple. We want to see the years rolled right back. We want to see some 30 balls. I've watched a few of the games. I haven't seen like an electrifying S1mple performance since he's come back.
I think you're right. He has his moments, right? It's like, you know, these flash in the pan rounds, getting like a naughty 3K. I'm like, okay, there it is. You know, it's still in there somewhere, but it's about unlocking it across a map, across a game as well, which is there where I think.
Juda ko'p gapiryapti, o'chirib qo'yishini ovozini. O'yin boshlansa qaytamiz. Boshlarimni o'rib ketdi. Hali o'yin boshlanmasdan shuncha gapiryapti ular. Infernalligi nimada ko'rinadi infernaligi? Kartan HLTVda ko'rinadi. 14:45 yozib qo'yilgan, lekin mana 15 minutda men mana shu uchun soat 2 da stream yo'q olmadim-da. Qachon o'yinni boshlanishi aniq, komandalar server boshlandi menimcha уже. Da? Nimaga pichoqli raund o'ynab olishdi? Tushunmam. Ular o'yinni streamga bermoqchimi yoki yo'q, bunaqa niyati yo'qmi bular? Nechta odam ko'ryapti EVC'ni? Ko'payib ketdi ularning odam. Agar o'yinni streamga uzatsalar, o'yin boshlangan. Yo'q, hali endi. Nechta pobeda qilsam ochadi. 10 ta pobeda qilishingiz shart emas, 10 ta o'yin o'ynang, o'zi ochib beradi. Santarespi ungacha janobdan o'qib turamiz. Assalomu alaykum. Ulug'bek streamlarga omad, rahmatlar uchun. Sizni ham ishlaringizga omad aka. Ertaga qanaqa turnir? Ertaga turnir emas. Kelinglar, ertangi turnir haqida gaplashaylik. O'zbekistondagi 8 ta komanda o'ynayapti. Ertaga qayerda bo'lardi turnir? Hali boshlanmabdi o'yin. Turnir depoda bo'ladi, depoda. Hamma shu o'yinni ko'ryapti deyiladi. Boshqa komandalarni ko'rmayapti hech kim. Depo Maksimkada bo'ladi. Nukusda emas. Santares Artur Telegram kanali. Artur aka Telegram kanalgami, yoki Telegram gruppadagi adminlargami? Chatiga so'kib yozing. Chatiga so'kib yozishun subscribe bo'lish kerak bularga. Davay, qani tez, mana ham like bosdim bularga, mujik uchun qildim mana. Notificationni ham yoqib qo'ydim. Xuddi men qilgan ishlarni qilaylik bizning ham kanalga. Bular 10 minutdan keyin yozib olasiz. Insofsizlik. Bizda srazu obunani bosgandan yozsa bo'ladi. Like 166 edi, 165 edi, 66. Boshlandi o'yin. Sizlar ham like bosib qo'yinglar, biz ketdik o'yinga, davay.
On here as well, but top left, I'm going to assume that is correct. That is our veto for this. Inferno, Nuke, and Mirage. Inferno picked by BC Game, Nuke picked by the BasementBOYS, and Mirage are decided if we need.
Mana akam.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm hyped.
Akam prichaskalari boshqacha bo'lib ketgan.
So this is really cool.
You know what I'm really hoping for, and I don't know if we'll get it, but I'm used to it with, you know, the UK lands, the Insomnias, the Epic lands, right? I want to see people, you know, win around, get loud, shouting.
With Taz behind them as
EBC'ga
well.
qilamiz. EBC'ga emas, o'zimizni kanalga qo'yinglar. Men o'zim EBC'ga sizlarni nomlarini qilib qo'ydim.
I want to be able to turn around and see him shouting at them across the land hole.
They're presumably not opposite each other directly.
No, they won't be, yeah.
Logitech'ning Legion degan naushnigini qaranglar bularni. Tushunmadim men qaysi naushnik?
You want to be shouting. I don't necessarily think we'll see it.
Oddiy Legiondan
But some of
foydalanilyapti.
the younger teams that are looking to prove themselves, you're definitely going to get a
Yeah, the
bit
plucky
leery out
underdogs
there.
or like, you know, the mates who have come out to play. I absolutely think there's a world we could see them come through.
Hali web kamerasini ham bermaydimi
I'm assuming
bular?
not live here. It looks like
Undan
they
ko'ra
are.
o'zim
Just an avant-garde
o'yinni
pistol
ichiga
strap.
kirib,
You sit seat spawn,
Kastivim va
wait for them to
GoTo'dan
get
olganim
bored,
yaxshiroq
down
edi.
again, yeah. No, I think you're right. I think they are. We
Hali
can look at the
butun
bio.
turnir
We've
mana
seen
shu
a
xud
couple of
o'tgan yil ham
small
shunaqa edi
flashes
lekin xuddi.
suggest a technical-
Mana bu yoqda web kamerasi
I would
bo'lardi faqat.
speculate we're going towards the
Ili mana bu
side with that
tomondami?
sort of setup.
Smoke bo'lsa, buni
Yeah, I think you're
tutunning
right.
ichida qolib ketardi,
And
esinglarda
then
bo'lsa.
I was looking at see
O'tgan
there's
EBC'da.
some dualies.
Tepadagi
Dualies
xuddi
are
bir
very
xil.
popular now on Inferno, especially sitting close towards half war, for example.
Na,
You know,
Kyoshi,
Every
undan
pist
ko'ra
around
oddiy.
every map of this
Yeah.
Julies have really made a huge comeback.
Mayhudni
The R8 is also
tekin
getting
hudini
purchased.
qo'yib
I'm
qo'ygan
not sure
yaxshiroq edi.
you've called that, but
In
yeah,
tier
the
2,
R8
I've
$2
seen it a
million
few
dollarlik
times,
turnir,
and to some success somehow.
Yeah, I
Dust 2 in
they're using
particular.
a garage window. and
$2
it's like
million
looking for, like, it's like a
bersa.
scout almost using it, like trying to get a
Ya,
couple of
o'zim
tags.
Kyoshiga bir
Um,
$10,000
don't
bersam,
necessarily agree with
bundan zo'r
myself, but
turnir
good luck to
o'tkazamiz-ku.
Good luck to him. The shotguns, I want to see more of those. Do you remember towards the end of CSGO and it felt like S1mple was a little bit jaded in general? He was
Yeah,
buying like
cool looking,
shotguns
yeah.
pretty much every
Yep,
gun round.
yeah.
$1 million
Maybe that's the thing. Inferno, that's the map he was doing it the most. There he is on your screen right now. I dare say
Yana
he'll
bir
be having
ikkita
some fun today. He knows
ketadi pul.
going up against fellow countrymen here as well. Wants
Ketdi
to
bu yoqga.
kind of set the
Mediaga
standard for the
deyman,
team going into this
katta
first
pul
best of 3.
zo'raman.
I'm hoping for 20 kills at
Mediaga-
least. Simple.
Yes.
Like, give us
Media
something to
uchun
get hyped
ishlardi.
about.
Yeah, I want to see
I
kind of
wanna-
one of him or Senzu
Sharh
really
qiluvchi
light
uchun
things up.
deb
Like,
yana
so many
kattaroq summa
huge
beraman.
names and
Zo'r
talented
sharh
players
qiluvchi
now.
olib
Like,
kelaman
I
deb
don't
o'zim
think
sharh
there's much room
qilib
for excuses at this point. Like, if they don't do well here, sure, they'll say they
Yaxshi
need more
tema
time.
lekin.
But in terms of the talent you have,
Kimdadir
there, you
2
should
million
be
bo'lsa
devouring
aloqaga
this
chiqinglar.
Yeah, 100%. And I think about it, with this new look BC game roster,
Turnir
the first
o'tkazib
tournament they play,
O'zbekistonda
they
chatga
win.
qilib
They walk
yig'amiz.
away.
Hamma
That's
kamandan
right,
olib
Alisa
kelinglar.
Rebecca
The only
walk over the
play finished
trophy.
teams.
2 million
It's very
bordir
true,
shuni
they were
ko'rsatinglar
very,
buni.
you know,
Just to put that out
part-time plumbers, but
Lekin
they
biz
did
sovrinni
end
1
up
million
winning the
qilamiz,
trophy.
chunki
The
turnirda
first
xarajatni
tournament
o'ziga ham
successfully,
$1 million
yeah, they, you
ketib
know,
qoladi.
part-time plumbers and electricians, but they get the win nonetheless. And it's a good, essentially, a kind of a weird boot camp in a way, right? A
That's a
boot
good
camp
point, yeah.
tournament kind of thing. It's a prep, it's a getting ready for this.
Yeah, and you've got to meet each other in person.
Legion,
hang
Leno.
out, and then,
Xuddi
yeah,
game
boot
klubidagi
camp, that's a
turnirday
valid point.
tuyulyapti menga,
And,
ishoninglar.
hopefully they can transition that form into this game. I know I said I want an upset, but not in the opening round. Let's
Oh,
let's
yeah, no,
simple.
okay,
Let's hit the ground running.
I was
here. How
qaraylar,
well-
$1 million
Yeah,
hayolimda bor hali.
BasementBOYS
O'sha
taking
ukalarim.
down.
Dude, could happen. That's the beauty of the open land
It is the
qualifier.
beauty.
Anything can happen.
Hali
It
boshlanmadi
won't,
o'yini,
but if it
HLTVdagi
does,
shot
it could be
mana bu
historic upset
stream
here.
bilan bir xil
And,
yuradi.
just to bear in mind as well, you can lose up to 2 games in
Shuncha
GSL format,
arrest,
so you go into the lower bracket of this group.
tushunarli
of course,
aka.
you wanna get to win
Telegramda
the
men yozib yuboring,
playoffs
nima bo'ldi?
and be one of the 32 teams that escape the group stages.
I'm
1
gonna keep an
millionga
eye now, just looking at those. There's a
конечно.
few games that are already live, and I've even just seen. I don't even know who this
Hamma
is. There's a
top
team
komandan
right
yo'q
by
kelar.
us,
Yeah.
and they're 1v3. 3 of them stacked into backside Inferno in dark, and they lost the pistol because they're all 3 lined up. So we're off to an
No.
absolute barn run. It was a 1 versus 3 on that site, and they've just let it slip. So that was quite funny. This is the beauty of this, and it's something that I'm kind of looking forward to, because we're doing the first and the third game today, right? In that break that we have in between, I want to go wander around. I want to go spectate. I don't know if we're actually allowed up in
I'd
to
say
the
we're
stage.
probably not allowed in the tournament area.
I'd assume so, but it'd be cool to go have a
we
little
can
wander
also
around and
Sure, yeah.
hover on the shoulders and see what's going on. And again, it does really remind me of, like, you know, the epic
O'yin
lands,
payti
the
serverda
Insomnia,
problema
all those
100%
local
bo'ladi.
lands,
Mana ko'z
that we
tegmasin.
get. And
Soat
having
2da
a
boshlanishi
LAN
kerak bo'lgan
environment
o'yinimiz
open
1
now
soatdan
like
o'tdi, hali
this
boshlangani
is
yo'q.
really cool. But there's a few teams that we didn't touch on that I definitely think are worth mentioning. Obviously, we kind of touched on a lot of the big ticket names: BC Game, Liquid Big,
S1mple
Heroic,
killadi,
etc.
million
But there's a few that are
$100
definitely, I think, for me, worth bringing up.
Okay.
100 Thieves.
Oh, absolutely.
Very, very important tournament for them.
Absolutely.
100 Thieves.
This
This
like
is
a make or break tournament for them. Like they can do well here, make it to the main event.
Yes.
They're like what 60th, I think, right now in VRS. It would be a
43 now.
okay.
Actually.
Okay, so
They're going up,
they're
yeah.
knocking on the door to make
Exactly, and
a good result even at this qualifier could be huge for them.
we saw Messi on Twitter as well
Yeah.
talking about.
Sharhlovchi nima debdi bular lekin yomon boshim og'ridi.
Singapore. It was never about the
$1 million ketadi xarajatga, puli borlar ham sani gapingni eshitib dvori bo'ldi hozir. Muzaffar, kim xafa qildi sizni? Juma muborak birinchi o'rinda. Brat, kim xafa qildi siz? To'g'risini ayting. O'qituvchingiz baho qo'ymayman dedimi? Nima bo'ldi? Ovqat bermanlarmi zavtrakka? Yo, shunchalik hayotingiz zerikarlimi? Hazil, sarkazm degan narsalarni tushunmaysizmi aka? Men sizni blok ham qilmadim, so'kkaningiz uchun keling, yozing yana bir marta, mayli. Nimaga punching qilsangiz charchamaysiz bagdan? Sharhlovchi, aldovchi qayerda aldadimmi? Santarespi, Yusuf Rahimov, donatchi rahmat Yusuf boyaga.
Someone's like, oh, my grandma whether just woke up from a 13-year coma, and then someone retweets it being like, tell her LeBron's still doing it, tell her JW and Crims are still doing it, they're still here. But yeah, cool team for them.
O'zbekistonda ham chiqadim qachon? Nasib kutamiz.
Focus, really cool team. Had some decent results at the start of the year, but they've also had some roster changes, but are fun nonetheless. We had Sinners, who obviously made it to Cologne. Didn't really do anything there, but they made it nonetheless.
They had some good maps.
Exactly.
Yeah, they didn't win many, but they had some good maps.
Exactly.
Double digits.
No bilmam xayronman.
One of the best tier 2 teams, if not like basically kind of like the best. Another one's Echo, which is a Danish stack, but actually some really
Hali ham yuribdi-da, mana bular serverda.
Some really decent names on there.
Atelni arendasi. Вот именно, Atelni o'ziga sizlar tasavvur qilib ko'ringlar. Hozir 32 ta komanda o'ynayotgan bo'lsa, 32 ta komandani 5 ga ko'paytirib 160 ta igrokni Fransiya Parijdagi Atel turishiga qancha pul ketadi? Sharlochan o'zi juda baland ekan orqafonda. No, mayli, ketdik, davay, o'yin boshlandi. Bizda birinchi raund. S1mple. Web kamera yo'q. Yaxshi. Webkasiz davom ettiramiz turnirda. Elektronik B ga harakat qilib ko'rishmoqchi. B da himoyada esa owner bor ekan. Faqatgina ownerning yolg'iz o'zi. Mana buncha o'yinni ham o'zgartirib qo'ysak bo'ladi endi. Owner ertaga boshlaydi o'yladi. Ayo, Ahrorlarga adashasiz. Boshlandi o'yin va Owner Senzuga hajot berib yubormoqda. Endi Ownerda pik qilish boshlandi. Smoke, barcha raskidlar bor. Trouble. Magent ismlarni qarang. Magent. Fake reality. Voy, zayvu. Bagdanjon rivoj uchunda endi bir rek qilib beringchi deydilar. Donat uchun katta rahmat. Bagdan eng zo'r. Bagdan eng zo'r. O'tinglar, Strimlarni ko'ringlar va mana bu yerda retake'ni ham ko'ringlar. S1mple clutch qila olmadi. Rahmat katta. Bagdan donat uchun katta rahmat. Stop. Hamma kashfa zo'rida turibdi menda. Hech qanaqa muammo yo'q menda.
You're alone on the bomb site. The fact you had 2 kills survived.
Tushunarli, Jasmin. Rahmat sizga ham.
A little bit disappointing, I suppose, from
Streamni bitrate'dan hech qanaqa problema yo'q. 12 mingmi shunaqa turibdi menda bitrate.
Which, as we always say there, winning the second round force by is arguably even better than winning the pistol.
It's more important, for sure.
They're going to see Galil's out in full force here. We have
ikkinchi round boshlandi. BasementBOYS ko'chadan yig'ib kelingan bolalar.
Bolstering up the util as well, which is a nice thing to see. It's not just going to be raw aim builds from them.
Magisk is opted for no armor.
Va force by qilindi bu yerda.
Yeah, that is bold actually.
Chotog'ozgina zerikar bo'lyapman. Kartalarni ko'rib olamiz, mayli ungacha. Inferno, Nuke hamda Mirage kartalari pik qilingan bizda.
Full control. He's alone once again. They're running the same setup.
Ismlarni o'qisham juda qiyin bo'lib turibdi. Juda burchaga kirgizib qo'yishdi. Xuddi o'zi EVC'ni turnirlarda FG ishlaydi, ya'ni ESLni turnirlarini qiladigan organizatsiya ishlaydi. EVC'ni turnirlarida. Shuning uchun ham e'tibor qilgan bo'lsanglar, ranglar bir xil o'shalar bilan. Map bir xil deyarli. Asl bo'lsa offline turnirga o'tamiz degancha, asosiy qismiga o'tgancha to'g'rilab olishadi. Yo'qsa rasmiy Abdumaliyga chaqirmaldimi? Turnir bor, o'zimizda turnir stream qilishimiz kerak. Raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda va ikkita bo'lib B'ni himoya qilishadi. Bu yerda Owner hamda Magent. Magent hozircha hech narsa qila olmayapti. Owner ham damage bera oldi xolos, lekin bu yerda Mziniyoni minus qilib berdi. Elektronik oxirigacha push qilib keladi. Elektronik ko'p damage evaziga qilingan killga Magent javob qaytara oldi. S1mple, Magic hamda Senzu 4 kishiga qarshi raundni davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Smoke orasida Senzu Magentni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Senzu fake realityga qarshi duel ham ko'rishimiz mumkin. Ikkita iroq KTdan o'ynaydi. S1mple pozitsiya o'zgartirib olmoqda. Bu yerda qani yo'q. Cherkovdan o'ynashni tanlashdi. S1mple. Birinchi minus S1mple. Double kill amalga oshirib bermoqda. Eng so'nggi iroq esa Trouble, haqiqiy Trouble. Ya'ni muammoda qolib ketganini ko'rib turibmiz. Magicdan headshot. 1-1 hisob tenglashdi. Buni ham majorga o'xshab KZ2 ichida ko'rsa bo'ladi. Buni ham o'sha Faceitdagi linkini berilgan. Lekin baribir qarang, mana bunaqa igroqlarning kamerasi bilan ko'rib turganimiz yaxshiroqda. Bu turnirda birinchi kuni, xudo xohlasa, sekin-sekin to'g'rilab olishadi hamma narsa. Lekin hud emas. Hud oxirigacha mana shunaqa qoladi. Maksimum qo'shilsa mana bu joyga web kamera qo'shiladi. Primerda mana shu joylarda. Fake reality. Buncha nickname qayerdan olgani ular? Fake reality. Elektronikni minus qilib bermoqda. Mziniyondan darhol rasmiy amalga oshirildi. Senzu umumiy 2 million dollarlik turnir. Bu guruh bosqichidan 4 ta yutgan jamoa, ya'ni 32 ta komandaning ichidan 4 donasi keyingi etapga yo'llanmani qo'lga kiritadi. Qolgani shu Parijda Eiffel minorasini bir ko'rib qaytadi uyiga. 3-raund.
Should be absolutely fine though, but there is a bit of a stack.
Owner.
Yeah, they got the numbers here. They're actually kind of ready for this.
Bir kelgandek ko'rinyapti. Baka o'zlarining shot ishlamaga qolibdim deyo.
No. Oh, did they actually?
Zinyo. Ko'rdi, informatsiya ham beradi. Vo, stack bo'lib aga turib olishgan. Ketdi flashdan keyin. Ding ding pik. Birinchi kill, ikkinchi kill. Senzu razmenda, lekin bu yerda S1mple sakrab yubormoqda, lekin S1mple terib tashlashdi, terib stack qilib ana olishgan. BasementBOYS ForceBuy'ga qarshi force qilib ikkinchi raundni qo'lga kiritdi. Uni bir ko'rishim kerak aka. Vizadan ishlashi kerak edi lekin. Ertaga ko'rib chiqaman mayli. Donation alerts. Klaviatura mush. Mayli, keyin qo'yaveramiz o'zimga. 4-raund. Yana Force'ga qarshi Force.
Not what you want to see. Also worth keeping an eye on Trouble is keeping a little bit of extra money in the back pocket. He wants to get that AWP out as well. He is very proficient on the AWP.
BC game gruppasida birinchi o'rin olib chiqmasa bo'lmaydi.
The man who will really deliver to get BasementBOYS over the line if they are going to pick up a map or pick up a series. He's the one to look towards.
Mana shu BC gamega muxlislik qilamiz. Magic arkadan kataga qarab yo'l olmoqda va Magic bu yerda ko'p pozitsiya egallaganda. Mana shu owner yaxshi o'ynayapti. 6-3 kd. Owner double kill qilishga Senzu qo'yib bermadi. Elektronikdan ajoyib headshot. Teknaychi elektronik qo'liga tushdi degan bilan bitta kill bor. Magent 3-3 vaziyat. KTdan qayerga borishni o'ylashmoqda. S1mple pachka bilan birgalikda yugurishni boshlaydi va flash bilan pik anti flash turib olgan edi bu yerda. Magentdan birinchi kill. Magent yaxshi pritsel olib turgan. S1mpledan headshot, razmen va bomba o'rnatiladi. Ikki guruh ham banana yetib kelgan. Mziniyonning qarshisida ular. Razvey ko'rdi Mzinio. Voy! Mzinio! Vo! 2ga 1 klash olib bermoqda Mzinio. Bu o'rsoq formada. Tez 15 sekund vaqt bor o'zi kamerachilar.
No, absolutely not. But
hamma igroqlarni ko'rsatishga ulgursadi. Yoki o'zi bitta ekanmi web kamera?
Guarantees another force buy from the CT side now. We'll see whether they can actually step up as zone up. You think another?
Aytgancha gaplasha olmadim. JLni transferiga qanaqa qaraysiz? JLda.
Simple, nice entry as they made their way through CT, and we actually got a full eco. So should be absolutely fine. Smooth sailing from here on out for BCG.
should. Operative word, but no, you are right. This one should be clean and simple.
Simple. Owner'ni minus qilib berdi. Open kill bor va full echo ekan endi bu raundda. BasementBOYS jamoasida. Bitta kamera, bitta kamerada. Faqat elektronik yuzini ko'rib turar ekanmiz unda.
They're going B as well. And Magan is the only one holding down the fort.
Fake reality.
Smoke. So they don't know it yet, but they can actually just wander in towards the site for free. That's fading though. So
push timinglarda yutqizdi Mzinho. Timingda yutqizib qo'ydi Trouble'ga. B'ga kirib kelib bo'lishgan va Simple ham ko'rdi. Smoke orasida. Menimcha tinchgina Kalashni save qilib qolishadi jamoa.
Hold on to the AK-47 for sure in the hands of Trouble right now. He will be escorted over towards Banana, but yeah, the best you're looking for is some exits here. But there are so many little crevices on the map and
Oldan ham Spirit, Auroraga hozir ham bor, lekin hozir hech qaysi komandaga hujum qilsa bo'lmaydi. Aurora ham shu Hunters borligi uchun Hunters ketsa keyin qiziq bo'lsa kerak. Bu BC game nima bo'lgan taqdirda ham o'zining 3-raundini qo'lga kiritadi bomba portlagandan so'ng.
Only the one casualty. You're not too upset about that against that full eco. Maybe only the one casualty. Magisk will actually get his. Bit of money made as well on the Mac 10. But ultimately, BasementBOYS on the other side. AK saved. 2 staying alive. And now the AK will be dropped over. Trouble will pick up the AWP as well. And actually, this now becomes a proper true test of what this game should be looking like. First proper full buy to come through momentarily.
Top komandalarning hammasi bor, faqat keyingi bosqichda. Bu guruh bosqichi aka. Mana tepasida ham Road to EVC turibdi. Qarang, EVC ga bo'lgan yo'l. Og'ir yo'l. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'ying. Va bizda 6-raund boshlandi. Magisk Mac 10da. Hozircha BC game hujumda 3 ta raund qo'lga kiritgan va full buy'ni ham oladigan bo'lsa, Simple AWP'da o'ynaydi. Full buy'ni olishsa agar.
And so far,
fake reality.
Pretty exciting to start. We picked
Magisk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Push qilib boshga tayyor va Mac 10da yugurishni boshladi. Bu yerda Magisk yaxshi kirib keldi va boshsiz qolganda ham hozir informatsiya beradi. Bitta kill Trouble razmenda. O Simple! Hunters big ko'rsatib berdi bizga. Senzuning o'zi esa 3 ga 1 clashda qolib ketmoqda. Sayda Giro haqida info bor unda. Va Senzu birinchi kill. Senzu o'zini o'zi sindirgan talant.
Goes down in a 1 versus 2, which is absolutely
Pachka
doable.
uning
At
qo'lida.
the same time, he's got a minute to kill here. He does not actually need to even commit towards A.
Senzu
So much time to work with. He's got that presence as well.
50 soniya atrofida vaqt bor uning hisobida.
Deadly.
Smoke'lar bor ekan. 2 ta smoke bo'ladi agar yerdagini ham oladigan bo'lsa. Magent bilan owner turib bo'lgan joyga lekin gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Yana bir smoke bo'ldi. Endi Senzu haqida info bor. Ikkinchi smoke'ni ham olib tushdi o'zi bilan. Molik birinchi o'rinda. Ko'rdi. Senzu ownerni yo'q qilib berdi. Flash. 3 ga 1 clutch olib bersa. Senzudan 3 ga 1 clutch. 4-2 hisob. Gap bo'lish mumkin emas. Formada prashgancha. Instagramga qarab qo'ying. Aha, aka emas, streamdan keyin qarab o'ray. Hozir full focus streamda.
You can see that smoke down as well. You see how much room that gives him to wiggle and to segregate the jewels.
Spirit bor keyin ketadi.
Really well played, and here's the first shotgun of the tournament as well in the hands of Ona, who has done pretty well, but those initial rounds.
Ekranda pastdagi agentlarning rasmi bu ESLda hudi. Men avval turnirlarda ham ko'rganman, xuddi shunaqa huddan foydalangan, ya'ni rasmlarni qo'yib qo'yadi. Tako kambag'allar uchun hudda. Magisk birinchi kill. Yaxshi pick qilib oldi. Boshiga tekkanda undan ham chiroyli chiqqan bo'lardi lekin.
The bomb isn't committed. It's on the back of Simple, and he's still over towards ramp.
Well. Should be absolutely fine. Ona
Magisk
looking to step up here with the Max 7 in hand.
Trouble'da pozitsiyasi bor. Bu ownerdan dong birinchi kill ketdi. Magisk yo'q qilib berilgan va fake reality ham damage berishini qaranglar buni. Wow! Sakrab boshga o'tirar ekan Senzuni.
Just one by one they go down.
Jumping Mag 7 as well.
Zo'r o'ynashdan bada.
Oh, electronic.
They seem like again they look a
Lurker
little bit
electronic.
unsure of their final commitment there on the BCG side. They're like
bitta o'zi qolib ketdi.
Got grenades in hand. It just felt like you already had again opening kill, and you don't get a single kill after that.
Da, VC game top komandalar bilan o'ynaydi, qachonki mana shu etaplardan o'tib olsa. Hamma top komandalar bor. Rasmi ham yo'q. Endi rasmga tushirishga ham такой жалко-da, Murat. Kiyoshi tasavvur qiling, nechta igrok bor, nechta komanda bor, и to'rttasi keyingi etapga o'tadi-da, eng qizig'i. Tinchgina bularni mana shu Parijgacha olib kelmasdan onlayn kvalifikatsiya qilib yuborish kerak edi. Eng zo'r yo'li mana shu edi.
And yeah, Owner continuing the strong form. He's at 8-6 right now. Overall score will be 5-2. Oh, sorry, 4-3, I should say. Considering
like bosmaganlar, likelar 1200 tadan ko'p kishi like bosmay turibdi. Kelinglar, 3 sekund vaqt ketadi mana. Даже men ham chiqib like bosib qo'yganman. 166 edi oxirgi marta bosgan paytim. Yana shu ekan, bu o'zgaradi lekin bu statistika.
Well played to the CTs. They stack the bomb site.
As
we saw, the fact there's no trade potential there, and you're going down to the shotguns and then trying to.
Va time out ham olindi, aynan like uchun. Nechta o'yin bo'ladi keyingi bosqich?
No shocker that we see a timeout.
Minimum
BC game, and to be honest,
uchtami, to'rtta o'yin bo'lsa kerak.
It is very much like
Qarang, guruh bosqichidan o'tadi. Keyin yo. 64 ta komanda bor hozir guruh bosqichida. Har bitta gruppadan ikkitadan komanda o'tadi. Bu degan teng yarmi chiqib ketadi. Ya'ni 32 ta komanda qoladi. Playoff bosqichi yakshanba kuni bo'lib o'tar ekan.
This is why historically you don't like building a team with so many big personalities, star players, because how do you define the roles at that point? You want to be the guy.
Kimdir ekrandan boshqarib o'tdi deb o'ylayman deydilar.
But it feels like that could be a problem with BCG. So many big name players that want to step up and show that they're worth their weight in the roster in terms of transfer. But yeah, that was a pretty
simple. There was an hour pass master save qilingan avika
though. Bounce back though. There's going to be a force buy. They got the Galils. Electronic on the Tech 9 currently.
Simple. Zinho.
They've got some decent space. Very passive setup from the CTs this time. Two players towards the arch side. Orb.
Va bu yerda elektronik raskidlar tayyorlayapti. Mana raskid. Havoga smoke.
Fake reality. What a name that is.
I know.
Reality.
Zo'r tushdi lekin bu smoke. Ha, elektronik. Chiroyli o'tib berdan smoke'da. Senzo prosta mongollarning prime paytida qanaqadir muammo bo'ldi jamoasi bilan, shuning uchun mongollar ham sindi, Senzoning o'zi ham.
Nothing found. They very early actually got a lot of apps control here, which is great.
Avvalgida emas baribir.
Dink on towards Electronic as well.
Prime Mongols o'tgan yilgi EVC ni yutgan komandada.
The opening kills, bit of damage inflicted towards Electronic. Setting up utility towards the arch side here, courtesy of S1mple. Teammates getting towards top of middle. Mzinho, Galil in hand. Here comes the commitment on the util.
S1mple fanatlarga butun dunyo S1mple o'yinini hozir qiziqyapti. BC game'ni o'yiniga qiziqyapti. Bularni normalniy komandaga qarshi, hali BasementBOYS ham unday kuchli komanda emas. Magic rasmiy qilib berdi bu killni. Trouble esa Mzinhoni minus qilmoqda, bu yerda Troubledan double kill. S1mple hamda elektronikdan ketma-ket rasmiylar AWP elektronikning qo'lida hozir S1mple bilan qurol almashib olishlari mumkin, lekin ikkita iroq ham low. 100% iroqlarga qarshi davom ettirishadi raundni. S1mple kalashda, AWP esa elektronikning qo'lida. Ko'ramiz endi. AWPda qanaqa o'ynab berar ekan. Wow, elektronik. Ownerni tutib berdi. AWPda kill bor unda. Yana pick qilib ko'rmoqchi. Voh. Tegdi. AWPda 38 shunda. Bitta tegdi lekin. Nima bo'yicha ketgani umuman aniq emas aka.
Pandemonium of force buys right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nothing is going to plan still. 5-2-3 and they extend that lead to 2.
Hech kim to'liq anig'ini aytmayapti. Nima bo'yicha o'zi, nima problema bo'ldi ularning o'rtasida? Hamma joyda taxminlar bor. Kimdir tipo yulduz kasalligi uchrab qolgan deydi. Chunki o'zi mongollarda Senzu xuddi bizada Abduqodir Husanov qanaqa ko'riladi. Mongollar xuddi shunaqa darajada uni o'ziga nima muxlisi bo'lib qolishgan.
But the AK in the hands of Maget, and we are going to be pushing down middle here. Aggressive stance from the CT's owner once again.
S1mple. Chiroyli flick shoti bilan ownerni yo'q qilib bermoqda.
As he takes his total up to 9 and 5,
Mzinho.
and now you're waiting for the CT reactions to come through, and they're certainly going to get one.
Yaxshi chans bor Mzinhoda ham. Just click Mzinho, click. Double kill mi? Yo'q, elektronik o'ldirganiga fake reality javob qaytardi. Hamda 3-3 vaziyatda qolib ketishmoqda.
It's 3 versus 3 and they're moving towards B.
Trouble to defend with the AWP. This
Simple.
one shot could cost you the round here. You'll be smoked off from the bomb site itself. The retake, famously, nigh on impossible on this B bomb site on Inferno.
Trouble.
See whether he can find that opening kill and put them in a prime position here to maybe pick up round number 9. Smoke down towards CT spawn. Actually hits him as well.
Yaxshi pik qilib berishdi va miss shot bor. Trouble pozitsiyasini almashtiraman degancha allaqachon saytga kirib bo'lishgan. Senzu zo'r qayashga lekin 16 HP Trouble'da.
16 points of HP for him, 26 for Fake Reality.
Again.
Now, as you mentioned, this nigh on impregnable B site, I think you've got to save this. I don't know if you can actually give this.
Manimcha, save qilishadimikin, ha? Lekin save hech ham ancha qiyin masalada. Uning uchun Magent hozir kattaga smoke berib, o'zlari qochib ketishiga sharoit yaratishga to'g'ri keladi.
But in terms of the finances, you're probably thinking of the save at this stage. We'll see if they want to commit to this. Looks like we're going in.
Senzu.
Ha,
bo'ldi. Save geçdi. Qo'yishmaydi menimcha save'ga. O'sha biz aytgan taktika smoke tashlandi va save'ga qochib qolishdi.
Deals further damage, but yeah, 3 stay alive from BasementBOYS. That does allow them a reinvest in towards next round at the very least, but not the way they wanted to go.
Replay yo'q, aytgancha e'tibor qildinglar. Simple kill endi single orqali edi.
Obviously, he was flashed off the angle.
Klaviatura ishlamayapti.
Fortune, then it's on, but without it, it's kind of.
Mana replay. Voy, qanaqa qilib o'tdi buni?
The molly makes it towards wall. If he hits it with a bit of fortune, then it's on, but without it, it's kind of pointless.
That was the money shot. Speaking of
o'tib ketib bo'lganmi-ku? Devorning orqasiga o'tgan yiroq otishini. 10 round boshlandi. Hisob 6-3.
They'll drop some off and probably rotate a player back in towards A. Quad boost coming in as well. Fake Reality looking to step up here.
Elektronik Mzinho bu apartamentning yurishlarni davom ettirishadi.
Huge talking point in terms of the opening kills. Lots of action towards the apps.
Fake Reality.
They're setting up here, and they're really not going to feign that much presence over towards B. There was one flash thrown over by Senzu, just trying to draw attention.
6 ta hujumda, lekin Inferno kartasida BC Game o'zi pik qilganda.
They kind of know this is leading the other way. They're immediately rotating off trouble.
Keyingi karta bizdan Nuke, undan keyin esa Mirage.
The first fight is going to be taking control. You got Magent up close on the long side. And 2 playing through short now, and as this smoke fades, this becomes an absolute bloodbath. The question is, in favor of who?
Ishchi.
They know he's up close, and they just got to swing him.
O, eshitishgandi. Ikkita tomonga siqib qo'yishadi hozir. Miss shot, Simple'dan. Senzu, solo o'zi 40 soniya vaqt 1 ga 4 tinchgina safe.
Do you see what I mean again about the spacing? Lots of 1v1 duels, like they're waiting for their teammate to go down before the swing comes in.
Bolalar yomadi yetishmadi meydan kirib ketishga. 6-4 ko'rinishga yetib keladi hisob. Necha minut pauzaga ketishar ekan? Nima deb o'ylaysiz? 3 minut yoki 1 minut? 12-raunddan keyin.
With BasementBOYS, it's actually more like 1 versus 2 in every fight, because BasementBOYS' spacing is really, really good. Every fight they're taking, even if you look towards that previous round, when
Senzu'da o'yna bilsa,
towards him, it's a 2-stack movement through stairs because they're always covering for each other. Nothing saved, nothing saved. Another round back for BasementBOYS.
O'zbekistonda top igroga bo'lib yuradi.
Very nice shots, and if BCG are going to present that sort of flat mid rounds where you're just going one by one, and then
Nuke'da katada boshlaydi.
Look at that, you can see it like literally one by one.
Nimaga videoni o'tkazib bo'ladi? Men klaviaturam zaryadi o'chib qoldi. Shuning uchun o'tkazmayman hozir.
Doesn't get to save anything as we've got the penultimate rounds here. 3 AKs and a couple of pistols for BCG.
11-raund boshlandi.
Very likely be a 6-6 half.
Yeah.
Va B'ga agressiya qilib ko'radi. Bu yerda Senzu va 2 ta qayashgandan so'ng Majis uchirib yuborilmoqda. Kdalarga e'tibor qaratamiz. Simple 9 ga 6 yuribdi va 9 ga 6 eng ko'p kill qilgan menimcha serverdagi igroklardan biri. Ownerda 9 ga 8 kda ekan. Qiziq o'zida bir otish edi, brat. Bo'ldi o'tishamiz gap.
you can't really justify leaving the area now because you have no idea the back steps coming through. They have actually gone towards T-spawn.
Yeah, they're going to cancel them full reset.
It's a really brave move. Now you have to spend a lot of time checking every crevice of the map.
Agar rotatsiya qilishmoqchi, A'da 2 himoyada. Yaxshi qaror.
Really min-max your usage now. You've got 2 smokes to work with, 1 Molotov and 3 flashes to kind of try and pull you into this already at a number disadvantage.
Krivda.
That really worries me, but the good news is they've slightly
What trouble pozitsiyasi hozir juda ajoyib.
They've got to rotate one over.
They're going to do an apps pop here. Smoke towards Moto.
Mzinyoda Deagle'da highlight ko'rsatib bera oladimi bizga? Molotov. Trouble yo'q. Mzinyo hech qanaqa hozircha highlight ko'rsata olmaydi. Krivda o'ldirganiga S1mple javob qaytarmoqda va Trouble S1mple ham rasmiy qilib oldi bu killda. Senzuning og'zida birga 4 clashda qolib ketdi. Yana bir bora. Trouble the easy triple kill.
Massive kills for him. And BasementBOYS get another, and I'll say it, without breaking a sweat, they do it easily.
Yeah, there's not that much pressure being applied. As you mentioned, like, once you've committed 5 players towards a banana at the start, as you said, you're going to have to expend so much utility just trying to regain that space. You might as well have just committed in towards B. You already had the banana control. Sure, you lost a player on route, but this is another just flat round where you sure you
12-chi round boshlandi. Bu raunddan so'ng jamoalar o'rin almashib borishadi. Qisqatarrespik bizda Abdulatif bro, salom deb yuboring.
Still absolutely fine. 6 rounds on the T side, more than workable, of
Abdulatif
course.
bro.
But yeah, just the way the rounds have
Abdulatif broga salom aytib beraymi?
BCG, there's some very
Abdulatif
disappointing
degan yaxshi biratanmi?
fundamentals being displayed.
Ko'pchiligimiz taniydi. Vo, bu yerda Mzinyo Krivdani yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, Trouble Electronic'ni rasmiy qildi bu killda. Kalash Mzinyoning qo'lida. Bitta kalashda ko'ramiz raundni realizatsiya qila oladimi?
4 versus 4 on the retake for this final round.
Managed to scavenge
Owner.
47. Electronics gone down here.
Mzinyo
No reason
juda qiyin holat bu yerda. Senzo pays o'zgartirishga majbur bo'ladi va bu yerda Ownerga hit ham berib ketishdi lekin. S1mple fake reality'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Trouble yaxshi kirib keldi-yu, lekin S1mpledan Deagle'dan navbatdagi kill. Yo, retake qilib ketishyapti. 2-ga 2 qolib ketishganda.
Remaining alive. BasementBOYS are going to tie this game up 6 rounds apiece. A really nice retake there actually. They play off each other very well. They get in behind and they follow them in towards balcony, which is kind of brilliant because they completely overlook that angle. So it's a free kill in towards big pit. That then gives them space to move through in towards short.
Necha minut kutamiz? Birgalikda bilib olamiz hozir.
BC game have been made to work for this.
Oh, absolutely. This has not been the walk in the park we talked about in the pre-game. It looks like, yeah, they're going to have to be locked in fully. And no more mistakes really on their map pick. Sure, like I said, 6-6 is fine, but the winning positions they were in and the rounds they fumbled, definitely tilting. And we know this is a team of potential tilters with S1mple and Electronic. The vibes could get pretty wretched pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Nice shot by S1mple, but not able to do it in the end with the
Yo, hech qanaqa pauza bo'lmadi. Ketdik. Hech qanaqa pauzasiz. Mzinyo magent yo'q qilib berdi va bu yerda Electronic esa Trouble'ni kill qilmoqda. Yomon push qilishdi bular. Tippadan chiqadi S1mple hech narsa qila olmadi-yu, lekin Mzinyoda bitta minus bor va bu yerda Owner qilgan kelgan. Majlis javob qaytardi. Fake reality clashni davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. 51 HP bilan va unga ham agressiya qilishmoqda. Fake reality donkni o'qish kerak, yo'q. Donkni o'qishiga ham yo'l qo'yib berishmaydi. Elek double kill amalga oshirmoqda. 7-6 hisob. Push qilib ustiga yugurish bordi-ya.
They seem that they have an idea at the start of the round what they're doing.
Turnir nomi Xorazm chempionati deydi.
But this one didn't seem there was any problem whatsoever. Nice job from Electronic, the drive by with the Julies there towards T-steps.
Xorazm hokim kubogi.
Pretty clean finish in the
Turnirimiz nomi
got a bit dicey, I suppose, but we have got
HHK.
in the second. Trouble will save $1,000 considering he's the AWPer, but yeah, they've gone in with the Tech 9s.
Yoki the EVC, ya'ni eski shahar Cup.
I don't love force by
Magent.
one plant behind it, so at least give it like some sustenance. I feel like
Eshitdi Electronic Magentni.
on the Tech 9s. Yeah, they're great. Don't get me wrong, but it is bold. Let's see.
Mzinyo bitta kill fake reality razmenda yomon kirib kelishdi. Yana Electronicda shans. Electronic birinchi kill amalga oshirmoqda. Hali bomba bilan o'tib olishganicha yo'q va Electronic double kill Senzu Trouble'ni yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, low qilib ketdi Ownerda Electronic. Bombani o'rnatishga harakat qilib ko'radi. O'rnatildi bomba. Famos qo'lda. Ikkita headshot bilan u yashab qolish ehtimoli bor, lekin Majlis o'ldirdi uni.
I think Magic will see it off the end.
Yaxshi o'tkazishdi bu raundda deb aytsak ham bo'ladi bemalol.
They might actually just go back to back in the force.
Yana bir force'ga force ko'rsak kerak.
Money now to actually work with it.
I think if you're a team like BasementBOYS, you've got to take some risks.
Yep,
and,
I agree.
Yeah, you've shown you can keep your head above water. You can go toe to toe with the likes of BCG, but yeah, you're gonna have to take some risks here financially. I would like to see the force buy.
Turnir nomagala EVC.
7 force buy conversions already this game. Like, you kind of may as well. It sort of feels like the story of this matchup. And yeah, we're going to get exactly that. Galil's across the board, but actually some decent utility behind it as well.
Absolutely. 8-6. Very important round once again. It's been a great way to kick off the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier. We've had a lot of high octane Counter-Strike rounds here. Some heartbreak, some blunders. That's what it's all about here.
Men sizga link beraman, o'sha link bilan kirib ko'rishingiz mumkin.
Running in tandem live right now. As we get ready, the force spy.
Mana.
From the BasementBOYS, Galil's across the board and some decent util. It's quite potent. BCG, some solid banana control. Spamming through the smokes, no significant damage presented just yet.
Right idea by Senzu, just a little bit over that left-hand side, so he's missing out on owner.
Tashlab qo'ydim linkda keznikini ichidan kirib ko'rishingiz bo'ladi.
On the edge of ramp, and that will open things up.
Fake reality.
The spam wars do not go well for BasementBOYS, who are trying to give themselves a bit of an opener to work with. However, they have taken some mid-controls. The smoke down towards long.
S1mple.
Into the big man.
Simple.
This is a very often a one and done angle. To get more than one from that spot, if they were to push long, is difficult, but they're not. They're going to double back, and towards B is where they head, as slowly Magen's getting some control there.
So, trying to sell the idea this could still be an A finish. I don't think they're biting.
Agar bomba qo'ya olmasa, bu raundda BasementBOYS King round baribir full ekoda o'ynashadi. Qo'ysa ham, qo'ymasa ham, menimcha.
Not ideal.
Yo'q, qo'ysa lekin lose bonusi yuqori bo'ladi, uch tutqizganlik sababli. Shuning uchun force ham qilib yuborishlari mumkin ekan. Magic hech qanaqa shans qoldirmayapti bu yerda. Senzuning o'zida quadro, ace. Birinchi ace Senzuda.
Go massive here on the first map of the best of 3.
Yeah, lovely work, and now it will reset things. Have to take a step back in terms of the finances, and with that being said, a bit of a chance now for B's game to really pull away. It's not exactly been the easiest of maps, but they can still...
In this sort of tournament, though, Naya, like, as long as you just get the win here, that's what really matters. I don't think they're doing a massive amount of prep for the BasementBOYS. I think that...
16 round boshlandi.
Yeah, they just want to play who's in front of them, and they would say in the interviews, we're just here to play our own game.
And focus on themselves. Yeah, which is something they still need to do, as we've seen so far in this
definitely, game. Like, I guess it's a unique setup, let's say that. So I guess, like, just getting used to the environment. It's not like a booth where
fake reality.
You really focus on yourself.
Was simple.
Parts here, understandably not looking as
full echo, yani deagle'larda takoy half buy desak ham bo'ladi buni. Bronya ham bor ekan bir ikkiliklarda. Owner o'zicha ishlayman bo'lgan.
Bit of bite to it. Got the upgraded pistol, some Kevlar as well.
Trouble AWP ga pul yig'adi.
Imagine a world where BCG give up too much space here. By passive setup, utility in hand. Nice defensive position from S1mple as well. On towards that library. Deeper angle than you might expect. Just want to get a nice opening kill. Stay alive here. Doesn't need to re-peek. Good CS being presented here by S1mple. Looking for that double. Nice damage output, but that should be enough to win the round already.
Yeah, should be fine. Only down in towards short as well, just in case they were tempted to test anything. But looks like they won't. I feel like it's going to be a dive up long into the not-so-caring arms of Magic. He wants to fight, and S1mple's here as well for support. Electronic, one of his own. The spam of the smoke is good, and Magic is getting aggro, because why wouldn't you? Freebies for him as he gets 2 simple ones, and well, just like that, another round for BC game. And Henry, I've been having a little look at some of the other results that have been going on simultaneously. We said we keep everyone updated. There's been a few maps already locked in place.
Let's go.
Big versus Zeta Forward, 13-1, map 1. Fluxo, 13-1 against Dusty, map 1.
13-0 is kicking around.
Dendele, 13-0. 10-0, 10-8, sorry, Saw at the moment. Hotu, 13-1 as well. Infinite, 13-1 for them. 13-2 for Heroic. 13-2 for 9.
Okay, so everyone getting slapped around.
13-3 for Astral. 12-1 currently Gen 1. So a lot of people are getting slapped.
17 round bizda hisob 10-6. Hozircha hujumda birorta round qo'lga kirita olmadimi shunda BasementBOYS.
Saw versus EAC, which feels like competitive, and every other game super one-sided.
Best of 3s.
Fake reality.
Anything can happen. AK-47's out now for the boys in the basement. 10 to 6.
Ko'rdi elektronik ko'rishdimi yoki yo'q buni bilmaymiz lekin. Va Krivda Mzinyoni minus qilib bermoqda, menimcha ko'rishgan u.
5 and 4, first advantage BasementBOYS have had in some time. As I mentioned, that Molotov
va ko'rishmabdi, lekin qiyinchilik bilan bo'lsa-da Trouble yo'q qila oldi uni. Ikkita lobby igrogi bor. S1mple. Voy, Magenta ajoyib headshot S1mple-ga bo'ldi. Save qilishadi endi Magic hamda Senzular. U nu 7 comeback qila olishar ekanmi BasementBOYS?
They thought they molotoved him, it didn't reach. You get a player with his back turned to you and you spray does 60 damage.
Yeah.
Bruh. That's unfortunate. That was a tough one.
He's not been light. He's not been bad, don't get me wrong. No one's really been bad, which is a good sign to BC game. No one's gone missing, which I think is a real positive for them. But we expect more out of somebody of his caliber.
Senzu.
In that scenario, sure.
Like, Magic.
You couldn't have asked for a better position.
13 kill.
Overlooked. Back's turned to you. 100 HP and it's somehow.
Bu o'yini bilan bilmadim-da BC game'ni. Hamma komandalar yugurib yutmaydi, ha. 13-2, 13-5 xo'p maksimum.
Injected into the squad with 5 players surviving. So the game's back on.
Yeah, they were pulling away BC game, right? They were getting to a worrying spot where, you know, if you feel like you win that, you kind of, the map just locks itself into place. It's been flawless up until that point. And now, you're able to sort of rein yourself back in.
Absolutely.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Trouble. Obviously, I highlighted him kind of coming in towards this. Him and Owner are generally the main names.
18 round boshlandi.
And they're going toe to toe. And the one thing I was worried
Full buy qilishga pul bor va S1mple AWP'da.
Because they are playing essentially who is their hero, right? Against S1mple. I wouldn't even be surprised if a lot of these players kind of started wanting to compete by watching someone like S1mple, right?
Phase brat. Ancha muncha komandalar yutib qo'yadi. Hozir bundan oldingi Blastdagi turnirda o'ynaydigan bo'lsa Phase bunaqa kuchsizlik ko'rib
which happens very, very often for a lot of these tier 2, tier 3 teams. But anything but, they're taking a lot of the fight to BC game and they're trying to match them toe to toe.
Important rounds here. See whether BCG can hold the wolf from the door. Looking to close this one out. Pick Nuke up next. Mirage if required.
Senzu.
In this opening round here at Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifier. Banana control granted. Through they go to smoke. Senzu's there.
Hatto. Boshladi o'yin. Ruin qilish boshlandi. Asab qiladi bu komanda odam.
Once again, we have one player remaining on the bomb site. It's going to be Magisk, in-game leader.
Turdibek BC game Vitality'ga qarshi yaxshi. Vitality'ga qarshi 10 ta roundni 9 round olsa bo'ldi bitta mapda. Hamma komandalar yutish kerak edi yugurib.
Very true, actually, yeah.
He was like iconic in the pit position.
And I guess part of it is probably, you know, now taking over the reins of this team, sort of giving people their preferred spots, and he just takes whatever's left over, in a sense. They're moving forward, and Majesty's role here was trying to slow them down to buy time for rotations, but I actually think they're just cancelling. Look, no one's even rotated over for a second, so site's taken, and that's another round for BasementBOYS. So
Trouble, bombani o'rnatib bo'ldi, yana save'ga qarab yo'l olishadi. Uni 8 endi pul BasementBOYSda ko'payishni boshladi.
Kind of kick it up a notch.
Well. It's the right call to make. A difficult one, sure. But it's almost.
Taka 13-10larga yutadi. BC game qiynalib.
You lost the opening pick. They've got the bomb planted.
Yodagi bolalar kamda 3.5 yalonu. Bu yodagi bolalarni tajribasini yig'sangiz, u yodagi bolalar yoshi bilan bir xil bo'lib qoladi.
Knocking on the door of $5,000, but 10 to 8. BasementBOYS down, but certainly not out. Another clean sweep of round there. 5 players.
3.5 ming qaranglar. O'tgan sezon 3.5 ming o'ynagan ekan.
Ton of money going forward now.
No travel degan 3700 elo bo'lgan. Krivda ham 3700 elo. Magent 3100 elolik yigirib. Fake reality 3779 elo.
Now we've actually got a real stockpile to fall back on, which gives us
treneri 2800 elo. O zamenasi ekan, zamenasi 2800 elo. Treneri вообще-то 3000 elo. 6000 ta o'yin o'ynagan trener. Buncha ko'p o'ynagan.
Pressure on for BCG here.
Taka Magic'lar ham lekin shu 3.5 elolik yigiriblarda.
I'll be letting them have so many clean rounds here, uncontested. Massive grenade.
Bitta ikkita mana Mo'g'ulistonlik yigiriblarimiz.
They won't be dissuaded. Very meta mid-smoke being deployed at the start of the round, largely to flash through. Surprise the CTs on the other side, and they are not falling for this at all. They are falling back. They want nothing to do with the smoke. Very passive setup called. from BCG here.
Simple. Fake reality minus qilib berdi AWP'sida va smoke bilan qoplab qo'yibdi o'zini himoyasi uchun. Lekin elektronik double kill bilan himoya qilib bera oldi uni. Simple'dan yana bir minus. Eng so'nggi irokni ham ko'rdi. Miziniya tomonidan tutib olindi Krivda. 11-8 hisob. Chatda nimaga bunaqa juda negativ bo'lib ketyapsizlar?
Electronic making up for the fumbled spray.
Hamma hazilkashlar yig'ilib olgan tago zo'r pikol qiladi.
That's what you want to see. Those are the kind of rounds that inspire hope BCG fans. Like that's what you think. Okay, this team really should be qualifying for the main event if they can bring
Simple'dagi eng oxirgi marta, ya'ni faceit kalibrovka boshlanmasdan oldin 3770 elo bo'lgan. No, примерно 3800 elo. Va Magen bitta kill Senzu, double kill, yaxshi headshot va eng so'ngida o'zi bomba bilan uchirib yuborganda besh ketgan bo'lardi. Simple esa Krivdan yo'q qilib berdi. Trouble hamda fake realitylar tirik qolishgan. Da, uni uchun 8 bo'lar ekan menimcha.
Well, at least we said the money's going to be good.
Boycha havolar ancha kuchli ekan.
Electronic got like a prime position for a kill there. At least he stays alive, just gets a bit of
har qanaqa ma'noda ham kuchli emas. O'zbekistondagi любой игрокga solishtiradigan bo'lsangiz bo'laman.
They progress in towards A here, their best bets. But low HP on trouble, DWP. 1 minute on the clock, comes down to fake reality here. He's got the bomb in his back. They've got a couple of flashes, one smoke and a Molotov. I'm not even sure what the call would be here. Do you just go for a contact play and Molotov the pit? Try and get a quick kill with the orb.
Simple. AWP'ni tashlab kalash oldi qo'liga.
He's actually picked up an AK as well.
All right.
Kirib ko'rishmoqchimi shunda saytga?
In a way that they're giving us a look in. They're so low in hand of trouble.
Qanchalik to'g'ri ekan bu qarorlari. Elektronik
absolutely fumbled by BC game for this one to fall flat.
U Simple payzasi tekshirilmaydi. Elektronikga chalib qoldi. AWP Simple chiqib easy kill beraverishi mumkin. Ya bombani o'zida uchirib yuborishadi. Voy, elektronikda yana bir double kill.
Making sure he gives them absolutely nothing. As BC game get yet another on the board and are right at that finish line now.
O'zbekistonda nol komanda bor. 30talikka kirish, 64talikka kira olmadi ham hech qaysi komandamiz. Senzu nima uchun manga olsam chiqadi. Sababini bilmaymiz. Muzaffar aka hech qanaqa aniq sababi yo'q, lekin Senzu nimaga chiqarib yuborgan.
Not how you get there, just that you
exactly,
get there.
Especially in this sort of tournament as well. Like, I don't think they're doing a massive amount of prep for the Basement Boys. They're turning up, playing their own game.
That's it.
And getting warmed up to the tournament. And we'll see if Simple and closing down. We said we want to see 20 from
Raskidlar tashlab
him. 16
qo'yildi.
right now. It would take 4 kills in this round to get us at a match of 20, but let's see what can be done.
1 and 20, but at least it's not been an underperformance. That's you know, it's good. It's above average, which is what we want to see. Break on that smoke, trouble on the fight behind.
Trouble.
He did spot 2. He's again needs to be careful not to gift anything over. Ollie on towards Wood. Senzu. He's actually going to respect it. He'll fall back. Got a double stack still towards B1, playing out via CT. Boys going to reconsider as they move
O'zbekistonda hozirgi paytda top 1 Ryujin.
Simple and Electronic who have done such a
Keyin
fantastic job so far.
3-chi o'rinda Botirshot. Kim 3-chi o'rinda berdi bunga?
Once again, smoke down and fake reality. He's going to push this. This is good map control.
Assalomu alaykum. Bu turnir qaysi topga? Hamma top komanda bor ekan. Guruh bosqichi hozir guruh bosqichidan keyin hamma top komandalarni ko'ramiz.
This is rough. Look, they're about to suffocate in towards the site. Simple's got to go huge.
Simple. Ownerni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Kalashda bu yerda map point va mana shu yerda menimcha GG ham bo'lsa kerak. Simple paysasini o'zgartirib olgan va Simple da double kill, Simple triple kill. O'tishini qarang buni. Trouble. Ace flash qilib bera oladimi? Hozircha faqat Simple o'zini rasmiy qilib bera oldi. Magic chiqib headshot berib bo'lmoqda. Uning uchun 8 hisobi bilan yakunlandi bizda. Birinchi map.
Well, he didn't get the quad kill, but a triple with the AK-47 against 19 kills in total in the first map here. Opening round
Shotterbot legenda.
All round up.
Fin haqida fikringiz yaxshi igroq. Like bosmaganlar akalar chiqib ketishdan oldin like'larni bosib ketaylik. 1000 ta qilib qo'yaylik, iltimos. Siz men bosmasam boshqasi bosadi deb o'ylamang. Siz o'zingiz bosib keting. Keling, qiynamaymiz bizlarni ham. Shunday like-ni bosib qo'ying. Stream qilayapmiz masalan mana shu turnirni ham. Uyqulardan voz kechib akalar mazza qilib ko'raylik birgalikda deb. Поддержка qo'yinglar, endi unaqa emasda. Yo'q, hali ko'pchilik kalibrovkadan o'tgani yo'q. Kalibrovkadan o'tsa hamma joy o'zgaradi, lekin menimcha Ryujin o'zgarmasa kerak. Hozir 15 daqiqa adashmasam pauza va o'yin davom etadi keyin sharlovchilar. Gapirib tursin, like'lar bosildimi akalar? Yo'q-da, like bosmabsizlar.
It was the mid-rounding where they seemed to be like deers in the headlights at some point. One player would go down.
Botoshot bilan jostko edi. U ertaga ko'ramiz Botoshotni.
It's an open qualifier. There's got to be those scrappy rounds. You don't really know who you're up against.
Qaramaychi brat, nima qilasiz? Men qarayotgan umuman boshlangandan beri kimdir g'alati ekan desa ham bir tekshirib ham ko'rmadim.
They'll be prepping hard for this matchup, and I don't think BCG would. So you expect the scrappy
Uy tarafdagi brat desangiz, brat, mana uy tarafda turibman ekraningizda.
They got the job done, and everyone looked pretty good, generally speaking. A couple of mistakes from or missed shot of shape, as you said, he made up for it later down the line.
He did exactly.
Bo'ldi, Bahodir aka, bog'lanasiz
o'zi. It kind of highlights again, just remembering how wild it was. There was something ridiculous, like 5-4 spies back to back to back to start things off, and then there was like 7 in total for the first half. A ridiculously and wild, unpredictable way sort of game. But once we hit the halfway point, that's when it started to pick back up. And that's actually really what we got to see. I think BC game flexed their muscles a little bit, show actually just the caliber.
16:05 da boshlanadi menimcha.
At the start, but that CT side I think shows like a little bit more of the best of them.
Really excited for the next
klaviaturani o'chgan. Tekst yozolmayman hozir.
I've seen some good things from them. It's not always the cleanest, right? But again, with this team, for me, everything goes through trouble. He's the one who really, the man who lights up the server. And I will also mention, on the CT side, Owner, keep an eye on him.
Well, those are the two names of Inferno. We noticed it from the CT pistol. Owner, I was like, wow, he's actually playing some very nice, polished CS. Actually, he's like getting his kills, holding on to advantages. Trouble seemed pretty decent on the AWP. So yeah, great to point those names out. Hopefully they continue that sort of form into the second half of Nuke, because sure, you don't get knocked out of the tournament if you lose his best
boys deb qo'yasiz.
Prime position, you then down into elimination territory with one more best of 3, and anything can happen.
16:05 da boshlanadi. 3 ta map ko'ramizmi yo'qmi? Nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
A lot of 13-0s to start things off, which was or 13-1s, 13-0s. It seems like really nothing other crazy. Saw got their win. Bit of a close game against EAC, but Saw core back together and doing well. But that is it for map number 1. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, we've got map number 2 here in this series, and after what we've just seen, you don't want to miss it. Sit tight, we'll see you there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Crunchyroll animeni announce edimi? Chota anime sponsorlik qilyaptimi-da. Atak menga EVC nimasi yoqadi aytdim, baribir arablarni organizatsiyasi bo'lgandan keyin, orqasida arablar turgandan keyin hech qanaqa yomon narsalar yo'q-da reklamada. Halal turnir. Shadow Game Club bo'ldi. Bilmadim aka, aloqaga chiqishmadi.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier for CS2. Plenty of action behind us right now. 16 best of threes, all kind of under action here, but we're focusing on BCG versus the BasementBOYS. Second map coming up of Nuke, and a chance for the BasementBOYS to cause some damage here.
Yeah, I'm kind of excited to see how this pans out. I think we've already seen there's some capabilities in this BasementBOYS side, and there's a little bit about them. Whether it's enough to get them over the line here on Nuke, we're going to have to find out. But some really good Counter-Strike nonetheless. We've been kind of following as well some of the other games that have been going on. A lot of 13-1s, the 13-3s.
and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of one-sided games. As what we would sort of expect, opening game with the seeding being best versus the worst in a way. But still at the same time, I'm waiting for that one upset. I just want to see, I want us to be like, coming into a death segment and be like, oh my God, they've just lost. That's what I'm waiting for. We haven't got it yet.
There was a moment in that first map where it felt like BasementBOYS were going to cause that upset. It was BCG looking quite shaky, a bit ropey, some fumbled rounds, but overall you could see the skill prevail, just outclassing them towards the end of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's where now the hope is that first half was basically a bit of a warm-up into the tournament for BC game, and now we're getting them firing all cylinders. Now we're getting them actually clicking together, listen to the calls, doing the calls.
As well. Like he is showing some incredible form. The 1v3 he posted, and then Simple getting those 4 kills towards the end of Inferno as well. It looks like everyone's kind of locked in. Should be a 2-0. But we're hoping I want to see them tested and wake up a little bit. Like I said, it wasn't a world-class performance by any stretch by BCG, but enough to get the job done. Just want to see them tidy it up a bit. That's
exactly. I think this is kind of the hope for kind of BC game that we sort of said they should be qualifying really.
It's about time, right? And let's just talk about the overall investment in this project, the multiple lineups they've had. This feels the strongest iteration by far. But yes, they should be qualifying. One of those 4 teams, of course, go to the playoffs, but they should be one of the top 4 teams making it through to the main event.
And again, it's not even just about qualifying. Realistically, for them, we actually want them to do it cleanly as well. We want this side to be able to go through into the main event with okay, we've actually got a bit of something about us that seems actually clicking. We're trying to go back to back in last drops to Big Arse to try and get it again as they did at the least. Nevertheless, we want to see them actually be able to properly contest in towards tier 1. That is always the hope of this project, is getting Simple, Electronic,
qualify for a major in general.
Exactly.
That's what we're looking for. BRS points available. Esports World Cup, massive deal on the Counter-Strike calendar right now. Would love to see them have a chance to enter the tournament and show us what they're really doing.
Yeah, exactly that. This feels like the perfect kind of breeding ground for them to gain that confidence as a team, right? Because it's obviously a higher level than what they were playing last week at their previous LAN. This is a bit more of the test of actually, where did this team actually stack up? Where's the ceiling? Where's the floor of this team as well? And actually, what level of consistency can we get out? And if anything, I always like to kind of make this sort of argument that having a bit of a warm-up into the main tournament for whatever teams make it through this qualifier, I think that's a really nice thing to have on because you've already got like the first day jitters out of the way, the roster's worn off. You actually might go in towards that main event a little bit hot.
Premier bilmadim like o'ynamasa kerak
You saw the Crunchyroll ads at halftime. Are you an anime fan at all?
I am, but not in terms of like, I don't watch loads. I've watched a lot of the big ones.
Anime ko'radigan, men anime uncha ko'rmayman-da. Crunchyroll
Love Attack on Titan. I say like my favorite.
sponsor ekan bular. Yo, shuni gaplashib turibdi hozir ikkitasi.
Yeah, I started playing volleyball.
Saralash qancha vaqt bo'ladi asosiy etap qancha? Saralash bugun va yakshanba kunigacha bo'ladi saralash. Asosiy etap chorshanba kundan boshlanadi.
Like MVL, which is like the pro league in England.
Okay, you any good?
I used to be. I was a libero, so which is like a defense. I was a setter to start because the main guy in the anime is a setter, or like one of the main guys.
Bilmadim, bu ikkalasini chagaga uchmaydi bugun.
Is volleyball 5-on-5? How many players?
6-on-6. But then you have a libero is like the 7th, and they kind of can come on and off the court at certain times. It's not like a sub; they just come on.
Dude, I didn't know.
To'xtamay gapirar ekan
There you go.
Bizda boshlandi. Boshlanish kerak hozir plan bo'yicha. Men komandalar kiritdim, yo'qmi serverga ko'rib o'ray. O'sha mana. Komandalar kirib bo'lgan, allaqachon New kartasi bizda ikkinchi map. Rahmat o'ziga. Rahmat birga o'zim.
The purist to throw out like a death note out there. I think that would probably get a shout in some ways. I'll always say the best Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. That's the best in my opinion.
Well, there it is. That's the anime section covered. We have brought you some gold there, and hopefully we'll have BCG ready to go on the server as well. Second map will be Nuke, looking for a clean 2-0 here. There were some moments of tilt, some awkward rounds from BCG, but they got the job done in emphatic style towards the end. S1mple with an AK-47 closing things out. 19 kills to his name in that first map. We're looking for 20 though, S1mple. 19 is good, but we want to see 20 at least going into the second map here. BasementBOYS will see where they can step up. We talked about Owner and Trouble looking quite promising on the first map, but it's going to take a lot here to get them over the line. It's their pick, and they'll be starting on the T side. We've got a P250 for Trouble.
Ikkinchi map to'g'ri. Rahmat ikkinchi round yana chalib turdi. Ikkinchi map va bizda birinchi round boshlandi. P250 Trouble'da Niko taktikada o'ynab ko'rmoqchi menimcha. Bu yerda BC Game himoyada o'ynaydi, hujumda esa BasementBOYS S1mple ko'rdi va S1mple Niko bo'lasanmi, Trouble bo'lasanmi farqi yo'q unga. Chiroyli headshot secretga qarab o'tkazib yubormoqda iroqlarini smoke orasida hozircha birikdagina damage'lar berildi xolos. Elektronik yetib keldi bu yerda. Qani endi elektronikdan highlight ko'ramizmi? Hozircha yo'q. Pozitsiya berib yubordi. Majlis kelsa Queen tomonidan tub olingan bu yerda. Owner yana bir kill amalga oshirib bermoqda. Aggratatsiya qilib yuborishdi. Senzu Haven'da bomba esa Aga o'rnatiladi. Senzu jamoadoshlarini kutib sekinlik bilan retega kirishadi va Senzu ajoyib headshot. Senzuni pik qilib ko'rishmoqchi hozircha. S1mple orqadan o'ynaydi. Fake Reality'dan ham razmen va Senzu ham qayt berib yubordi bu yerda. Mizinyo Magent yo'q qilgan eng so'nggi Fake Reality 1-1 clutch. Senzu 5 HP. 24 HP esa Fake Reality'da. Defuse kit yo'q. Defuse kit yo'q. Vaqtga o'ynaydi Fake Reality. Senzu headshot va round yutib bermoqda BC Game'ga. Triple kill.
It's going to be stolen away by 5 points of HP and a Senzu 3K.
Wow.
Anonim turnirda yomon reklamalar faqat o'ng tomonda nefar bratdan o'ng tomondagi sizmas tatu. Bo'ldi anonim. Ancha rahmat. Tushundim. O'ng tomondagi bratni ham kam ko'ramiz. O'zbekistondagi top 3 qiz streamer. Qarang, birinchi o'rinda baribir top 1 da abuser. Keyin Botir shot. Uchinchi o'rinda Brilgix bilan Botir shot shu 2 bilan 3 gada. Shunaqa. Mana shu top 3.
Yeah, probably a lot of onus really here on those two Mac 10s to give them a lot of space. Try and get a Fake Reality. Try and use that space and then manipulate it.
Bolt tashlab berildi va agressivlikda kirib kelmoqda. Senzu hech narsa qila olmaydi menimcha, lekin Magic bor bu yerda. Magic yaxshi o'ynab berdi. Double kill, Magic triple qilishga Magent qo'yib bermadi, lekin elektronik kelib. Razmin biroqda smoke teshagida ham bolt tashladi elektronik. S1mple esa Trouble ni yo'q qila oldi. 2-0.
But the force by unsuccessful and BC Game now got a little bit of room to breathe.
Havachi и yana Laska bor. Mana top 5. Havachi ham bor. Havachi.
Well underway on that previous map, but this is comfy now. Looked a bit promising there for the Basement Boys when they got out of the hut, but maybe saving the day with the double
Karimov
should be the
bor
full
yana.
eco
Men
here.
o'zim ko'radigan
All the
streamerlar
doors,
bor.
they're gonna
Karimov
made the
bor
door,
yana.
smoke main, and just try and make their way through. That's all I can really see coming up here. There's grenade, and towards ramp we go.
Yeah, was it going to be just another
Krivda.
hit off the back of, you know, the smoke
Zinho.
towards main, but
So I guess they could drop a deeper smoke towards the ramp and try and find some space there, but options extremely limited here without even a flashbang. You're hoping for a CT to get over aggressive here, take him down, but it's again.
Va bu yerda pistoletlarda harakatlanishadi bu raundda.
Towards the ramp we do go indeed. Mzinho at the back.
Siz top barani. Rahmat aka. Endi men KS stream sharhlovchiman-da. Aka KS o'ynasam non qolmadi hech kimga.
Nothing to do, nothing to say about this one. 3-0 all day long. Yeah. Maybe even a tactical timeout.
Uchun nol. BCG'dan yaxshi start. Mana ikkita karta ko'ramiz ha. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar?
We like to call them the existence timeouts. They're more obviously like the start of a round where you don't buy in towards anything, but they might even just be using this minute.
O'yin bo'yicha emas, просто stream bo'yicha aytdim-da. Stream. O'yin bo'yicha aytmadik. Stream auditoriyani ushlab turish bor. Senzudan Magentga headshot.
Senzu with his second, I mean, a very simple and flawless start on the board.
Well, there we have it. In a prime position here.
Use skill'ni o'zing jasur любой knopkaga qo'yib olasan. Qanaqa qo'yishni shu ChatGPTga aytib ham to'liq tushuntirib yuboradi sirasi. Use skill'ni любой bitta knopkaga qo'ysa bo'ladi, konsolga yozib. Bugun BC Game yana bitta o'ynaydi mana bu o'yin tugagandan keyin. Sirazu o'ynaydimi bilmadim-ku. Bugun ikkita o'yini bor edi. Ikkinchi o'yinda ham ko'ramizmi? Krivdadan double kill va Magic o'tolmayapti-yu, lekin Senzu Magentni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Fake reality'ni ajoyib headshot S1mple. Magic hamda Senzu Turkishga qarshi raund davom ettirishlariga to'g'ri keladi. Rampgan B'ga o'tib ketib bo'lishdi allaqachon. B'ga emas, Heaven'ga qarab tortilishayotgan ekan. Full buy'da BasementBOYS birinchi raundni qo'lga kiritishga yaqin va qo'lga kiritib bo'ldi ham menimcha deyarli. Endi Senzu nerealni highlight ko'rsatib bera olsa o'zi. Magic bilan birga.
There should be a simple one at that. And I wonder as well, really, if yes, the round itself is a bit of a write-off, but can you make it expensive?
Bomba
uğratıldı. Buy back in for BasementBOYS. They don't have good residual cash. If you stuck around for a bit of a proactive exit, when you know you've got a reinvestment in towards the next round, I wouldn't mind them actually being just a little bit of a front foot on this and trying to not give it a go, but make life a little bit difficult long term. But they're not opting really for that. What are you? Pretty deep save being had here. Bit of a freebie. Nice round. The aggression matched. First on the board for BasementBOYS. Now, normally I say on a map like Nuke, for me, 5 rounds T-side, I'm actually very happy with. I think 4's your workable amount.
That's your baseline.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Workable. 5, you're actually happy if you can get that. And already 1 on the board. First gun round so successfully. Only the 1 casualty.
Thing is,
no complaints.
Difficult to find that sort of round again. CT's almost feeding you at the start there. Nice idea, like I said. If they get the opening kill, steal that one away, it's a very different round, but well read. The double kill towards trophy room. CT aggression, shut down, punished. But plenty of money, as you mentioned. A couple of flawless rounds there. Cash absolutely fine. Can even justify the simple AWP with util as well. Still lots of cash left over. Here we go.
HLTV'da da chiqadi, stream qo'shib qo'yganmiz. Krivda Mzinho va Mzinho yomon damage berdi. Krivdaga headshot va ortga qaytib olmoqda. Bu yerda S1mple bor. AWP uning qo'lida. Rampni egallab bo'lishgan va S1mpleni retake qilib ko'rishmoqchimi shunda? Qiyin. Ortga qaytishni tanlashdi. Lobbydan A'ga harakat qilib ko'rishadi endi. Bir daqiqa atrofida vaqt. Elektronikning pozitsiyasi ham agar chiqadigan bo'lsa, kimdir ko'radi yoki o'zi o'lishiga to'g'ri keladi. Owner yomon pozitsiya egallab oldi va fake reality. Ikkita lobby guruhlar mana bu molto anchagina damage'lar berishi ham mumkin. Bu yerda S1mple hamda Magic'dan navbatdagi killlar ko'rdik. Voy S1mple yomon damage berib yubordi. Mzinho Krivdani o'ldirib bermoqda. S1mple keldi orqadan va Magent hamda Ownerdan headshotlar. 2-2 vaziyat. Senzuni o'qishyapti u. Senzu. Timinglardan Magent ustidan g'alaba qozondi. Owner haqida informatsiya bor va Senzu yetib keldi orqadan. Ikkita tomondan siqib qo'yishgan Ownerni. Zinyo. Senzu ortga qaytib oldi va Owner B'ga yuguryapti. Bu juda to'g'ri qaror. B'ga kirib bemalol bombani o'rnatishi mumkin va endi retake'ni tomosha qilamiz. Ikkita Mongolga qarshi davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Hozircha Mizinyoni o'ldira olmayapti. Orqasidan Senzu ham yetib keldi. Pozitsiya almashtirib olmoqda. Senzu hamda Mizinyoga qarshi Owner. Senzu ventda va Mizinyo biladi. Owner haqida informatsiya bor va Mizinyoning yolg'izi hal qilib qo'ydi bu masalani. 4-1 bo'ladi hisob.
Alongside Senzu, he's played plenty of games with. It'll be another round for BC Game. Great response.
Absolutely. That was a 4-on-2. The fact that BasementBOYS even bring it down to a winnable situation was admirable, but ultimately BCG up to 4-1 now. Looking comfy out there, looking for that 2-0 in the opening round here at eSports World Cup, last chance qualifier, Counter-Strike 2. An ambitious land, Neo.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything like it? Look behind you.
It is actually crazy.
16 best of threes, running simultaneously. I never thought I'd see the day.
Yeah, what a setup we've got here. It really is quite impressive. I'm sure most of you at home as well have seen pictures on sort of social media of what it's like. It's a really, really cool environment. These local lands that have kind of died out in a way. We're revitalizing them here at EWC, which is it's awesome to get. And the fact that we're out here in person with them, it is really cool.
And in terms of the logistics of organizing this level of a tournament, especially like normally most tournaments have to be 2 games running at once, or 16. So the fact we pulled this off and we were slightly delayed, sure.
No,
I don't know if
she
either
yetib oldi
the prep
o'zining
there,
o'zini
the
farqi
plan and prep for this.
ketdi. 6-round bizda.
The team sort of leading that. Credit to them. This is no easy task.
This is not just a
Krivda.
CS tournament. Bear in mind we have like 20 other titles.
Bomba o'rnatilganligi uchun bay qilib chiqishdi bu raundda. AWP ham borligini ko'rib turibmiz, lekin Trouble hali tuxumni yormagan. Senzu esa 7 kdda. Mizinyo bilan birgalikda chiroyli performans ko'rsatishda davom etishadi. Krivda.
Worth saying as well, if you're in Paris or somewhere around this area, it's actually worth coming down. The Expo Center as well is pretty cool. We had a little wander around while we had our little tech delay, and there's a lot going on.
There's a lot to do.
Whoa.
Simple's got a lot to say.
Chiroyli kill darhol retake qilishdi-da. Magent ham kill topmoqda, bu yerda Magisni yo'q qilmoqda. Mizinyo esa fake reality-ni rasmiy qilib bera oldi. AWP Trouble birinchi killni amalga oshirish unga nasib qiladimi yoki yo'q? Hozircha elektronik hamda Senzudan killlar yolg'iz o'zi tirik qolganini ko'rib turibmiz. 3 kishiga qarshi raund davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Shuning uchun tinchgina save'ga qarab yo'l olmoqda Trouble.
You're right. Trouble really yet to do anything as well. 0-4. Hasn't got on the board yet.
Faqat YouTube o'ziniki bor.
A tough run of things for him. Obviously, T-side AWPing is generally pretty brutal on Nuke as well. You're given very, very little opportunities, but he's not capitalizing on them either. One thing as well, while we were buying a bit of time,
10 sekund.
I'd actually love. I'm going to check.
5-1 KS qonuni kuchida.
Head-to-head stats because I have a feeling Fake Reality is beating S1mple in the head-to-head. I feel like he kills them every time someone's dying. It's Fake Reality. He did it a couple of times on Inferno, some really nice shots. He's done it so far here as well. But grand scheme of things, who cares? BC Game are pulling away.
I was about to say, tactical timeout seems like a necessity at this point. They have called one. I think it's the first one we've had of the series.
Second, BC Game and one.
Oh, you're right. That's fantastic. You're right. But yeah, definitely a good time to call it up. As you're 5-1 down, it's your map pick. You are getting
AWP Dragonlar Souvenir
water. As
versiyasi.
Expected outcome of the game. I feel like Inferno, difficult to take much away from that in terms of information because, like we said, it's the first game of the tournament. They looked a bit scrappy, but now looking comfortable in the setup. Stretching their legs out there. S1mple with the opening kill. Arguably didn't have to go for the repeat, but it's still a lovely shot from Fake Reality. Mzinyo, strong as ever towards our ramp room. Electronic finding his form towards outside.
Mehraddan Don ko'rdingizmi, Faceitda kecha top 100 tarixda ham yo'q edi, bugun juda katta farq bilan. Topda endi kalibrovkadan o'tib olgan 4000 plus eloda bitta igrokda, yolg'iz igrok bo'lib turibdi. 4000 plus elo bilan kalibrovkadan o'tgan igrok. Don robot-ku, robot просто, biling.
One win is the other team in this group.
Odam emas.
They're on track now for a pretty comfortable 2-0.
Zinyo birinchi kill hech qanaqa flashsiz chiqib kelyapti bunga. Rampda juda ishonchli o'ynab beryapti lekin Zinyo. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. 9-kill uni.
So this, I would maybe argue, is actually the slightly more beatable game of the two.
Let's have
Fake
a look.
Reality.
The ramp room is theirs once again, but not without casualties. Grivda goes down. And Mzinyo takes that advantage. burrows himself away into that lower bomb site.
Elektronik orqadan o'ynab ownerni yo'q qilib bermoqda va B ga qarab kirib kelishdagi planlari borligi bilindi. Zinyo esa Magentni yo'q qilib oldi. Trouble hamda Fake Reality'lar tirik qolishdi. Mana bu bir BC game hamda BasementBOYS'ni darajasini ko'rsatib qo'yayotgan o'yin. Trouble Zinyoni o'ldirib berdi. Razmenlar bu yerda Fake Reality esa Elektronikni tutib oldi. 2 ga 5 raund lekin berib yuborishda haqiqatan ham darajasini ko'rsatib qo'ygan bo'ladi.
They just need to punch those numbers in, and with that smoke, they can tempt fate with it. A tap, but not a stick. Second time of asking, the numbers get put in place. We've actually got a 2 versus 3 on the post plants.
Magisk. Bomba o'rnatilgan. 3 kishi bo'lib retake qilish harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Trouble miss shot. Mana bu bo'ldi. Bu round yutqizildi degani Trouble'ning misi. Ko'p pozitsiyani berib yuborishdi. Senzo Fake Reality'ni minus qilib berdi va S1mple Trouble yo'q qilinganini tomosha qildik. 6-1 ko'rinishga yetib kelmoqda hisob. 6 yutqizgan. Qaranglar aka, gap. Oldingi o'yin mayli nechadir foizga ta'sir qilishi mumkin, lekin siz yutqizadigan bo'lsangiz ham, sizni o'zingizda performansingiz yaxshi bo'lsa, ya'ni statistikaga zo'r bo'lsa, Faceitda elo normalni beradi kalibrovkada. Donka haqiqatan ham 10 ta o'yinda 4 tagina yutgan, lekin hammasida zo'r o'ynab bergan. Reytingi baland bo'lgan, KD'si baland bo'lgan, AVG baland. Hamma statistikasi baland bo'lgani uchun baland elo bilan chiqdi.
Unbelievably unlikely that it's not going to be a lead at the half.
8-chi raund boshlandi.
Okay. We'll take that.
Qanday qilib?
Bit of a gift.
Yaxshi headshot Fake Reality'dan.
Opening advantage, the first one they've had in some
Trouble ham bitta minus amalga oshirib aytgancha tuxumni yoribdi. Voy S1mple, xato S1mpledan miss shot, owner esa bu missni kechirmadi. 5-ga 3 vaziyat. Owner Senzo tomonidan pik qilinishi mumkin. Owner ham qo'shdimi deymanda, bu yerda triple kill undan hisob esa 6-2 ko'rinishiga yetib keldi.
To BC game overextending, like gifting them the kills early doors. The best work we've seen is when they invite in the pressure, they soak it up, and they kind of throw it back in their face. So it's actually maybe one of those things, and especially now with a second time by BasementBOYS, something that Taz very talk about, being like, let's just slow it down. They're actually
Primerna bir maksimum 50-100 o'rtacha elo 8-9 level bo'ladigan bo'lsa, shu 50-100 elo razniya o'ynashi mumkin avvalgi eloga nisbatan. Vertigo o'ynab ko'rganlar bormi oramizda? Lekin men hali o'ynashni tavsiya qilmayman sizlarga. Chunki Vertigoni tanlayotgan odamlar bir komandada 2 tasi biladi kartani, 10 ta игрокdan, 8 tasi prosta plus W yugurib yuradi. Yangiroq gap toping. Building videos, yangiroq gap o'rgata olasizmi?
Good lord, some cracking shots here. Just spray down towards CT spawn. They got a double. And we do have, as mentioned, a nice strong buy here.
9-chi raund boshlandi.
Mechanically so sharp. I want to see a bit more of that. S1mple. Holding above the box. No jump heat just yet.
Elektronik ajoyib tarzda push qilib kelgan hamda ownerda minus qilib bera oldi. Bu yerda Senzo esa smoke orasida Krivanni tutib olgan bo'lsa, Magic'dan double kill. Shu bahonada u ham KD'ga chiqdi. Trouble'ning yolg'iz o'zi 5 kishiga qarshi.
Here at a 1 versus 5. No chance in hell.
Safe.
Another round to go the way of BC game.
7-chi round BC game.
Starting to live up to maybe what we expected out of BC game. Little close for comfort at times on Inferno. That puggy map did bite them in the arse a couple of moments, but here they are just rolling with this.
So comfortable. 5-on-1
Zinyo.
situation. 3 AKs in the CT ranks right now.
I will easy to bo'ladimi Zinyo Trouble'ni. 11-ga 4 kda.
Sends the BasementBOYS.
Mazza qilib o'ynaydi-da Senzo bilan Zinyo.
Major set on the rafters. Didn't really have to work too hard for those kills whatsoever. Opening frag comes in, funnels him in towards up. easy pickings here. As I mentioned, Electronic's been well positioned.
Yes.
Hasn't shown the greatest mechanics necessary today, but in terms of his understanding of the situations, he's always seems to be well positioned and ready to shoot players in the back.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
10-chi round boshlandi.
And that's what you really need from him as well,
Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz akalar.
Around him who are hitting their shots. Senzu, Mazinho both look really, really clean. Simple's had a couple of moments here and there with the orb. All you want from Electronic is just cause problems. Be a bit of a ruckus because everyone else is...
Building videos birinchi killni qildi, nolda yurgandi. Shuning uchun aytdim.
Simple will connect onto his own.
Boshqa top bering shuni o'rniga.
Well, the absolute
Iloji
best
bo'lsa.
setup you can have on the CT side,
Foydalanamiz
4
bemalol.
AK-47s and the AWP. 7-2 up. You're in cruise control right now.
Bu yerda full blind holatda qolishmoqda. Raskidlar Senzuqligiga fake reality javob qaytardi. Simple esa razmenda, lekin Simple'ni ham trouble. Keyingi raundga jo'natmoqda. Mizinho tushib keldi bu yerda. Mizinho sal shoshib qoldi-da. Elektronik 2-1 clutch kurdi. Bo'ldi. Mainlarga igrog olib tashlaydi endi uni. Voy, smoke ichida kirib kelgan ownerdan headshot. 7-3 hisob.
Just purposely gets lost in that smoke there and uses that ruse of it to find a way in behind. It was a really difficult clutch for Electronic. He had to confirm that first kill right hand side of sight immediately to have any sort of chance, but in the end, not to be. So, one round back, it's still not enough here. And this is the kind of issue that we're getting at BasementBOYS. It's these flash in the pan moments. We need some consistency. We need a bit of a back-to-back
11-chi round
to make us
boshlandi.
believe. But if they do get a back-to-back here,
4ta round farqi bilan hozircha BC game oldinda va yana bitta round mo oladigan bo'lsa 8-4 bu yaxshi hisoblanadi himoya uchun. Shu BC game o'tib olish kerak edi keyingi etapga. Simple bitta kill amalga oshiryapti, lekin sezgan bo'lsa Simple'ning pozitsiyasini ko'rdim, уже сразу razmin berib olishyapti unga.
that's the perfect way to play, and that's all he needs to do. You take your numbers
Yetti
advantage.
B'ga rotatsiya amalga oshirishadi. B'da himoyada hozircha yana Electronic'da o'zi o'ynadi bu yerda va Simple unga ham ergashgan.
Exactly what we're seeing. They've read this.
Simple single doordan o'ynashi mumkin, lekin smoke tashlab qo'yildi uning pozitsiyasiga va Electronic tomonga esa multiple o'qtirib berildi. Electronic pick qildi-yu, Magenta razmen bor. Simple Volbang bilan ot ko'rmoqchimi? Aynan mana shu highlight kimni esda?
Doesn't need to go too early. That bomb still needs to get
Owner timingda tutib oladi.
He's the insurance policy on that top side and he'll get one.
Na, Mizinho yo'q qilib berilgandan so'ng bu yerda Senzu ownerni o'zini razmen qilishga o'ynayapti. Yo, informatsiya berib qo'ydi o'zi haqida.
Great recovery.
Are they giving this a go?
Don't think so. I think
Surely not. Okay, good. Yeah, they need to just
Safe.
Owner. He's making life
Open kill o'xshamayapti. Voy, owner yaxshi lurking qilyaptimi? Nisha kill ownerdan triple bu.
Save unsuccessful.
Save qilish ham o'xshamadi. Pul yo'q keyingi raundda, menimcha endi pul bor-u, AWP olishmaydi.
Becomes very feasible very quickly. Their 7-5 is on.
This game just turned on its head in a couple of rounds here. Owner from way downtown once again with that AK-47 spray. Spectacular output. Keeping them in this series. They will save one weapon, but they were hoping to get out with 3. Now the money really is a problem here. There's another 5-on-4. As you said, Electronic. Core napping down towards window, nades in hand. A little bit messy. Anything but for Owner though. Beautiful work.
12-chi round boshlandi. Faqat Owner o'ynayaptimi deyman. 9 ta kill bilan yuribdi. Fake reality bilan Owner. Hozircha killlar olmoqda. Famous, Simple da Deagle. Va bizada Donat. Mehriddin yoqtirgan kartasi qanaqa o'zingiz o'ynagan sharhlagan. O'yinni aytayman. O'zim o'ynagani Dust. Sharhlagani
in the early portion. The smoke for the cross.
Любой карта.
Need to commit to just yet.
Любой карта sharhlash yo'q.
The question really for BasementBOYS is where are BC?
Infernodan tashqari.
Contact outside. They've always been fighting and vying.
Inferno yo'qmaydi o'zingni sharhlash.
First one they have.
Tarrespik. Face camera simple uchun qo'ygan ekan. Oldingilar ham keyingilar ham yaxshi ko'rolmasga. Yo, elektronik tomonda turibdi-ku, turdibek Simple'ga fokus to'g'rilab qo'yishyapti. O'zi qaranglar, 16 ta komanda, общий 16 ta o'yin o'zi 32 ta komandaniga. Faqat BC Game'ni olib beryapti. Boshqa hech qaysi komandaning turnirida hamma o'zi kirib, Faceitdan ko'rib turibdi-da. Sharhlab. Magic. Va bu yerda Creep Creevda double kill amalga oshirib, A'ni ochib berdi. Multi miss. O'zini yo'liga tashlamoqda. 7-5. Jota. Yomon chiqib keldi. Trouble-dan noskop. Agar elektronik mana bu killni qilganda balki hammasi o'zgarib ketgan bo'lishi mumkin aynan mana shu joyda. Chunki Simple ham Zinyo ham tadan minus top bera olishi oldi. 19 HP menimcha fake reality easy tutib bo'lsa kerak. Trouble-dan ham kill bor va fake reality Zinyoni o'ldirib berdi. 7-5 hisobi. Uzoqlashmaymiz. Srazu ana bo'ladi hozir o'yin. Boshlanib ketadi bu yerda. Kutilmaydi. Pauza yo'q. O'z dastlariga mana shu olasizmi? Ya, brat, qo'ying. Tinchgina yashab yuraveraylik. Yuz qo'yaman hozir sizni.
Yep.
Easy.
A couple of rounds fall apart. Owner starts stepping up. Trouble finding some form. He was 0-5 as well.
It was, yeah.
And yeah, all of a sudden, this is not a great half from BCT. The context of this matchup, they're the absolute favorites here. Already a map to the good.
Yeah.
With that huge lead, you'll be disappointed. It ended up 7-5 for sure.
Lose this
13-chi round. Pistolda hujumga baho beramiz va Simple endi P200likda o'ynab ko'radi.
Somehow heading to a mirage. Which I think especially after how it ended in map number 1 of Inferno, we would never have expected.
Bular kam owner bor uni qarshi. Voy, fake reality bitta kill. Creevda bu yerda elektronik yo'l qilib rasman bermoqda. Magic o'ldirganiga va B'ga agressiv qilib ko'rishadi. Creevda hamda Trouble allaqachon tushib olib, side-ni egallab olishdi deb aytsak ham bo'ladi. Juda qiyin kirib kelish. Yomon headshotlar. Simple'ni clashda qoldirib ketishdi. Creevdadan head. 7-6.
Dominantly, that's a statement. BasementBOYS are alive and kicking. BC game. I actually would not hate either now or your next round. Timeout. Tazi's to get on the mic.
Winners nasib bo'lsa.
Yeah,
didn't even get a look yet.
Yeah.
Julie's arranged through the smoke, and as you mentioned, it's a beautiful setup down towards lower.
Tushunarli.
Denying the plant, and there will be a full.
Shunaqa katta ehtimollik bilan bu kartani BasementBOYS oladi.
Outside smokes deployed, 2 of those, make it 3.
O'sha pistoletganda ham oldi. Hozir Force ham berib qo'ysa GG bu yoq. Magic chap tomon tekshir.
Working on his lonesome towards outside. So
Yomon Chris'ga o'xshab o'ynarkan mana shu owner. Creevdadan double kill va 100 ta ham hozir sal qolganda Simple tutib olishi mumkin edi. Zo'r flash otib berishdi Creevda uchun. Magic.
and Zinyo. 5 versus 3, surely absolutely no chance in hell.
Owner Simple'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Bo'ldi bu yo'q egaga. Prosta fast roundlarni ko'rib borsa kerak, katta ehtimollik bilan. Comeback qilmaydi BC game.
That's a massive round. Sure, it might have looked at his pistols there. That's a force spy still. You got a full eco coming up next. You tie things up.
Owner esa Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi. 7-7.
Yeah.
Breaks the economy. Without that bomb pile, they can't even tempt
Futbolkasini qaranglar, BasementBOYS.
So you know this next round's going to be an eco.
Bu yerda brand ismini qo'yib olgan o'zining komandasiga.
This is where it gets really dicey. And then on top of that, I put so much weight on that first gun round out of the BC game because you're still technically playing.
3-chi karta Mirage, Mirage deb BC game menimcha yugurib yutsa kerak.
Rapidly slipping away, and we'll bring it back. Henry
6-1,
7-2, and we're now 7-all, which should be 7-8 in favor of BasementBOYS in a moment.
Guaranteed this round. You've got nothing to work with. A few upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, no grenades.
Va bu yerda Owner push qilib berdi, Magic kelsa razmenda.
The pressure starting to mount here.
Whoa, Magic'dan yaxshi headshot Trouble'ga.
Yeah, hang on.
4-3 vaziyat, qanaqadir shans ko'rdek ko'rinyapti mancha bularning ko'zida. Uning uchun Simple yoki Magic yana bittadan kill top bersa agar bo'lgani. Sharlovchi intrigan saqlash kerak emas. Men intrigan saqlaganim bilan ham o'yin o'zi bunaqa bo'lsa nima kerak? Ma o'yini ketishiga qarab taxminim aytdim. Sizlar fikrlarni aytsanglar bo'ladi mana shunaqa qilib. Aka, hali unaqa bo'lmasligi mumkin. Chat bilan gaplashib sharhlayman chunki informatsiya bor Magent haqida. 3 ga 3 vaziyat va lobbidan sekinlik bilan hozir rampga qarab tortishyapti. Ikkita igrok lekin ramp. Tinchgina lobbida davom ettirgan yaxshi. Simple pickmi? Kirib kelishi o'xshamadi. 40 soniya atrofida vaqt va tushib ketishdi Bga va Senzu bu yerda magent o'ldirib berdi. Ortga qaytsak, yo, Bga yurishda davom etadi. Simple. Tegmayapti boshiga. Krivda yetib keldi. Simple'ni ham o'ldirib yuborishgan. Senzu Krivdan o't tashlamoqda. 28 HP va fake reality'ga qarshi. Senzu chiqib ketdi. Deagle qo'lida. Diffuse kiti bor lekin fake reality'da. Yoki fake yoki reality bo'ladi bu diffuse. Yechvordi. Vaqtdan keyin, ya'ni diffuse'dan keyin Senzuni ham o'ldirish. Bu qurol tushib qolishiga sabab bo'ldi mana. Prime Vitality yoki Prime Navi. Prime Vitality'niki ko'proq par turnir YouTube berdi.
And it technically actually doesn't make this a bonus buy anymore, right? That's what it should have been. It should have been a clean and comfortable round there. You have a bonus buy, you have even more money stockpiled on, and then
Prime Vitality juda ko'p turnir YouTube bordi.
4 versus 4 by now, really.
Yeah, the fact they still got the round on the board, that's all that really matters. Sure, you would have liked it to be cleaner, but you don't get too punished for it. The money
16-raundimizda va fullbayga qarshi fullbay 5 ta kalashda hujumga o'tishga harakat qilib ko'radi BC Game a'zolari. Magic Azamat sanga o'xshaydiganlar uchun EVC deb yozsang chiqadi. Kirib bemalol o'shanning streamini ko'rishing mumkin.
It's so unfortunate, by the way, that he actually spots nothing.
Uzr san qiynab qo'yganim uchun.
That come through and nothing gets found.
I don't think they've got any intel here at all. The 4 players are down.
If anything, it's misinformation. He's going to be saying, I spotted nothing 3 separate times. There was no contact.
Owner hamda fake reality lobbyni push qilishmoqda. Va Bga kirib kelishdi allaqachon. Bu yerda rampdagi ikkita igrok, ya'ni Trouble hamda Magent manacha Bga tortilishadi katta ehtimollik bilan. Eshik ochib bemalol raskidlar qilgan holatda bombani o'ratishlari mumkin.
Now starting to make the way down. The bomb's not planted yet. Rifto can find a decent position, get an opening kill here, which could happen.
Mizinho Krivdan yo'q qilib berdi va Molotov Trouble hali beri yaqin kela olmaydi bu yerlarga. Yuchuq holatda ham Mizinho tutib olmoqda. Simple. Smoke yo'qmi? Ye, Trouble nima qildi? Jinni ekan bu. 4 HP.
Somehow actually got that perfectly worked
Suicide
out
qilmoqchi bo'ldi
in his
menimcha.
head that actually I will survive this push, but I didn't love watching it. But yeah, you're right. Who just have to save this? They make a misread and a wrong call.
Electronic.
And it allows BC to get back in.
I would
Save?
considered throwing if you went for this round.
Yeah, 100%.
Considering the finances.
Save ketchyapti.
Made a misread.
Gap
and,
yo'q.
yeah, that's fine. Keep the players alive.
BC Game'dan burilish.
I believe they have BCG.
Hisobni 8-8 ko'rinishiga olib kelishmoqda.
Towards outside, down towards secret, pretty much undetected. Sure, you'd be aware of the prospect of it, but you just don't have the information to really make a solid call. You need to rotate players down towards lower.
Magic. Hali ham check qilib turgan ekan, Magic. Sal qolganda ownerda o'zi yaxshigina killlarni qilib ketishi mumkin-da.
Feels like the kind of
Azamat nima deydi? Eshitdi-ya, bir taxmin qilmasdan o'yinni ko'r deydi-da.
Puts too much pressure on that round there.
Exactly.
And if anything, it bubbles over and it causes them to make a really maybe unnecessary gamble decision about this.
Mana bu Trouble juda shoshib qo'ydi, menimcha.
And it kills them in a way. So
Attack save qilishgan sababi, masalan, hozir pulni qaraylik, Krivdadan boshqa hammada o'rtacha pul bor. Keyingi raunddan bemalol pay qilishlari mumkin. Agar yutqizib qo'yadigan bo'lganda ham. Yani yutqizib qo'yishsa mana bu raundda yaxshigina xayyashga bu yerda half HP qilib qo'ymoqda. Elektronik ham 70 bilan tirik qolgan. Lobbyga qaytib olishdi. BC Game a'zolari A ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi katta ehtimollik bilan. Hozircha ularda vaqt yetarlicha bor. Shoshmasdan o'yin ko'rsatishlari ham mumkin.
Lesson learned and really well so.
But yeah, still quite promising for BCG here. No one going down just yet.
Simple.
So we'll be finishing towards the upper bomb site. Fake reality. Off angle. In the open. Looking to find any stragglers sneaking out squeaky.
I was about to say, top side pop is really good. They don't have a roof player.
Tekshiradi menimcha bu pozitsiyani Magic. Yo, Mizinho raskidlar tayyorlab turibdi A ga. Mizinhoning Molotov va ikkita flash bor. Yetadi. Ketdi birinchi molik.
The isolated duels, the lack of trading, the poor spacing. If they can make up for it here, this is
Ikkita flash kerak hozir bu yoqqa. Yana molik. Voy, flashlar qani? Nimagadir kech tashladim deymanda ras ketdi.
Their own molly has forced them into an unfortunate fight, and in the flames there, Electronic may get one.
9-8.
Second time we've seen
Zinyo raskit qilgandan ko'ra tinchgina Magic ga topshirgani yaxshiroq menimcha. Agar qilgan bo'lsangiz kelish kerak yoki qaysi ismdan qilgandingiz? Menimcha siz o'zingiz kelganini ko'rmagan bo'lsangiz kerak, lekin hammasi o'qildi.
Yeah, that's the second time now, because look back towards Inferno, we touched on it, that balcony molly that completely killed them in that round and lost them that round. Second time we've seen a T-side molly from BC.
Time out olindi. Hali like bosmagan bo'lsangiz, like'larni bosib qo'ysangiz bo'ladi.
Kind of fundamentally a pretty good call. The A side hit was better because there are only two players there.
They had just given themselves an open hut. I think they win that round. They couldn't do anything with it. Stifling. You locked yourself out of the bomb side there. That's a frustrating one. You're right. The fact we've seen that now, back to back, to molly yourself out of the round.
O'zini chiqadigan yo'liga ozgina chiqib qolganda, lekin undan ham chiqib ketsa bo'lardi. Flashga o'yin olmadi. Zohid aka, tinchimsiz, charchaysizmi?
They're having to run out through their own flames. You don't need to be a genius to analyze that round. That's just huge mistake, and it's going to cost them.
Magicga berishsa, o'sha Astralis taktikada o'zi chiroyli raskit qilib beradi. Raskitlar tashlab berildi va agi o'ynab ko'rishadimi? Hozircha Senzu uyg'onmasa bo'lmaydi. Qotib qolgan Senzu hamda Mizinyo hujumda.
Opportunity, that gift.
Easy dep deb yozildi. Yo, lekin kemadagi unaqa deb yozganingiz.
They have a chance now. You find a back-to-back round, they're going to break their economy. And at that point, the finish line's within reaching distance.
Oh, it absolutely is. Back towards outside, same smokes being deployed. The bomb there as well. Mzinio maybe trying to make their way across towards Secret.
Trouble. Razvey lekin hali hech kim o'tgani yo'q bu paytda.
No one can make their way down. Good information so far for Trouble. Another grenade. They let them all at that AC unit. That's pretty cool.
And all for naught as well.
Yeah. But he's at least making the call that no one made it.
Boshida Magic kalash tashlab ketdi. Shunda ortga qaytib olib keldim. O'yin boshlanganda pistolet bilan ham otib ko'rsatib bo'lsa komandasidagi yurib.
They haven't really got any space on the map whatsoever.
Trouble Magicni yo'q qilib bermoqda va bu yerda S1mple esa razmenda, Krivda Mzinyoni yo'q qilib tashladi. Elektronikdan fake realityga headshot 3-3 vaziyatda qolib ketgan 30 soniya atrofida vaqt bor BC game hisobida. Bitta saydni tanlab oldinga tortilishi kerak. S1mple kirishni boshladi. AWPni tashlab Kalash uning qo'lida va bitta o'q tegsa o'zi o'ladi bu yerda turgan igrok. Hech qaysi tegmadi. 3 o'qda va head bilan o'ldirishni tanlagan ekanda. Magan u haqida informatsiya bor. 10 soniya vaqt qoladi hozir S1mple o'tib olaman deganicha. Prosta o'tib ketdi bo'ldi. Vay, Senzu timinglari. Senzu timinglarda va bo'ldi. S1mple clashda GG. Umuman bir-birini tushunmayapti, ha, ular. Titan Hollow bo'lish kerak eng qimmat. By power.
Yeah. BCG, I hate to say it, but they are floundering here in the second
half. Aka shuni ChatGPT ga yozib ko'rsangiz, aniq informatsiya beradi sho'jaxonaga. Aldamaydi.
Nice job from S1mple, but yeah, you can say with 15 seconds this makes everything so chaotic. With the comms, you know, flanks are coming in, there's pressure from range.
Really Storm Shadow, Flashbang now. Katta rahmat Storm Shadow dan uchun.
Somewhat of an eco, a partial buy at least. I suppose you've got the AKs and then the S1mple and Senzu, your star players.
S1mple hamda Senzuda kalashlar bor va Senzu bu yerda twist taktikada o'ynab ko'rmoqchi bo'ldi. No owner yaxshigina damage'lar bermoqda. Mizinyo 9 HP bilan tirik qolgan fake reality esa Senzuni yo'q qilib bergan va bu yerda owner yomon otib tashladi. Hammani otib tashladi. S1mple 7 HP qilib qo'ygan uni. 11-8. Easy. Puli yo'q. 12-8. Titan Hollow bilan by power. Endi aniq narxlarini internetdan ko'rib olsangiz bo'ladi hozirgi bozorda qanaqa narx turishini. Lekin siz KS2 serveriga kirib, mana shu nakleykalarni qo'yib, bemalol любой avtomatda foydalanib o'ynasangiz bo'ladi. Mutlaqo tekinga. Server ichidagi kartalarda. Minimum ping bilan. 2, 3, 4 ping bilan.
locking itself into place. Nothing even felt really like it was a competition.
Well, we were begging for an upset.
Bayqilishdi bu yerda.
But we chose this one
4 ta kalash va bitta galil bor.
Definitely have the star power on paper, but they're not by no means a perfect team.
Yes.
I don't think
Simple. Mana Aga haqiqiy raskidlar boshlandi. Magic kirib kelmoqda. Magic hozircha hech kimni ko'rgani yo'q. Ameyna yomon kirib keldi. Va Magic bu yerda double kill amalga oshirib berdi. Hozircha yo'qotchi yo'q demoqchiydimi? Trouble elektronikda olib ketgan. Mana shunaqa kirib kelsa bo'lardi. Va Senzu va yugurib chiqqanini qarang buni. Bu Magic va Mzinioning raundi bo'ldi bu. Triple kill Magic'da.
Nothing is found. There was a little moment.
Sekin star playerga o'tkazib o'tishga kerak, uni.
And they can stay alive for 2 or 3 seconds just to draw attention away. Maybe something could happen there, but thankfully not to be. And it's a very simple call. Majors just does what every good IGL should do. Goes first in towards the fight, gets sent out. It's basically a bit of a human flashbang.
21-round boshlandi.
And then is able to kind of set himself up in a post bomb. That's what we want to see.
Okay.
2 rounds. 2 rounds away, but 2 rounds ahead is where BasementBOYS are at the moment.
Trouble.
Keeping their head above water. BCG felt like they're locked in 2-0 in the first half, but things started to collapse. The room shrinking around them. Towards ramp we go. Pop flash being set up by Mzinio. They're to try and go for the smoke and
full comeback berib o'tishsa. Uni uchun yoki overtime ko'ramizmi? Yo'q, hozirda Grida shoshmaylar deb aytayapti. Men point olib chiqaman komandani dedi. Solo Grida rampda Kyosuke deb o'ynab berdi o'zi ham. 19 ga 13 kataga o'tgandan keyin o'yin ochilib ketdi Gridani. Magic 5 ga 1 clash. Bu clashda ola olmaydi. Birinchi kill. Krivda ace mi bu deganimizda? Ace qilib ketmoqda Krivda.
From him, the first 4 in towards ramp are beautiful, but as you said, they definitely shouldn't have happened. He should have been traded after the first, maybe the second, because it's an angle that's not being used yet by BasementBOYS.
This is the same issue we saw in Inferno as well. Like you can see it clearly now in the replay. Literally one by one, zero pressure. There's that one flashbang the whole round.
Haqiqatan mazza qilyapti. Ana karta bor bilsanglar, aim trainingmi degan karta bor. Donk trenovka qiladi. Botlar chiqib keladi, 4 ta 5 ta bot. 3 xil rejimda qo'ysanglar bo'ladi. Mana shunaqa chiqib keldi ular. Senzu qaysi uradi yonib ketdi. Krivda yana keldi. Ramda Magic tutib ol buni. Magic'dan headshot. Trouble'ni ham kutib olish mumkin Magic. Magic'da double kill. Owner hamda fake reality sekin save qilishga qarab bo'lsa. Aim rush, what? Aim rush degan karta. Rahmat eslatganingiz uchun. Xuddi o'sha kartani o'ynaganda chiqib ketdi. Magic. Yeah, jinni igrok. Quadro.
To his name for the new man in charge of BC Game, but he now
Boboy
needs
jahli
to
chiqdi.
call 2 rounds back to back, and that's just to take us to overtime.
Easy. BC Game igroklar hali yaxshi bir-biriga ko'nmaganmi deyman. Bir komanda bilan tushsa ancha qiyin. Easy, Nacho rahmat. Shunaqa bo'lishi ham mumkin. Endi men turnirdan turnirga baribir bir-biriga moslashadi komanda. Game klub emas, katta stadionning o'rtasida to'ldirib tashlashgan kompyuter bilan. 23-round. Yeah, hazırlaşmayla bunaqa.
It was a scouting mission, I suppose. Yeah, I'm going to try and get down towards lower, but they haven't jumped on the opportunity, so might just have to reset the round and accept the fact they've given up an AK-47 here. A chance to close things out on the partial
Boboy
buy.
Simple'dan yoshi. Ko'rinishi bu edi. Men Magic bilan shunga rasm bor esingizda.
We'll see what we can find.
Gaplashgandim o'tirib nima gap? Akam deb. Majordan chiqib ketgan payt edi, lekin gapirgisi kelmagandi uncha. Hozir Magent orqadan o'ynaydi. 5-7 da headshotlar beradi. Ungacha o'sha owner bitta kill va bu yerda Krivda. Lekin Magent o'xshamayapti. Magent hali shu yerda. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Mana travel muammolar chiqarishni boshladi. Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi va Magent hozir Heaven'dan timinglarni ushlab o'ynaydi. Yana bechora Senzu va Simple check qilmayapti. Voy, ikkita low. Va Simple sal shoshib qoldi. GG 13-10. ForceBuy bilan olib ketdi BasementBOYS ikkinchi mapni. Biza 3 ta map ko'ramiz. 3-map rovna 1 soat vaqtimiz ketdi-da. Rovna 1 soat. 1 soat oldin birinchi map tugagandi. 3-chi map 17-yu. 17-yu. Примерно 07 da boshlanadi. 17-yu 07 da.
And you hate to sort of like, you know, beat him out while he's down.
Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. O'zi takoy kirdi, yaxshi start olishidan jota BasementBOYS nastroy. Nima yig'ilyapti bizga?
Really couldn't get going. S1mple was actually pretty underwhelming
Kim
as
xafa
well,
qildi?
where it felt like after the especially the
Yutqizib
end
qo'ysa
of
lekin.
we're getting a bit out of S1mple here. We were pushing for 20, and now, you know, for him, he's fighting off 10. Like, it's kind of like where we're at. So it's not the showing you wanted out of the BC game. The stars don't shine, and then on top of that, the calls felt a little bit average. We spoke about the same issues: the one by one, the spacing, the trading, basics.
It felt like GG when that fumbled molly came through. It felt like
Yana
I can
S1mple
imagine the
olmadi.
comms
Yo,
was
endi
wretched.
5-7 da qo'ydi.
And I
Deagle
felt
emas.
like the game was just over at that stage.
Yeah.
Still
Shtomoni
another
ham
map to
bor.
go. We're talking like the series is over. We have got Mirage. That's a frag.
Mirage kartasi bizada.
BCG should be making light work of that third map. Still, though, impressive from the BasementBOYS to get a map here and build confidence going into the tournament. Maybe they can close things out. Who knows?
Mirage ko'ramiz 15 daqiqadan keyin. Like bosmaganlar like qilamiz, bosib qo'yamiz.
We've just seen them absolutely out-frag them.
Yeah, that's true. Owner especially.
Bu jahon chempionati klublar o'rtasidagi. Men esa hozir qaytaman. Telegram kanalga obuna bo'lmaganlar bo'lsa o'ramiz. Telegram kanalga o'tib qo'ying. O'yin boshlandi degan xabar o'sha Telegram kanalimizda tashlanadi.
This PC game sound, as much as there's loads of talent here, there's loads of tilt here as well.
Absolutely.
And does that tilt now seep over in towards Mirage? And can they get themselves out of this funk in the headspace? We are really looking towards Taz and Magist. In this 10-15 minute break in between maps, they have got to do God's work to get these guys back, ready, calm, and rested for map number 3.
Totally agree. And you've got like Senzu in some sensational form. You've got S1mple looking pretty good in that first map as well.
was great.
Should be like that second map should have been there. You're up 7-2, and this is the moment here that things started to fall apart. The wheels started to come off. They got that 7-5 scoreline, and then all of a sudden they switch up to the T side, and it just felt again this flat. Some basics just really falling awry for them. And sure, a couple of rounds stolen away, but overall, yeah, I think they are going to be a bit gutted going into Mirage. But I still think they'll close things out in a pretty convincing fashion on the third map.
Okay, yeah, that's a bold call. For now, I'm not sold on
no, it's fair enough.
BC game at the moment.
I can't even say it's a factor in it. I just think what I know about the map of Mirage and the players we have in the server
It's true.
should be going in their favor. But if Crypta and Owner can keep up this level of performance, like it gets an ace. This was one of the ugliest rounds of the map, unfortunately. Like one flash and then there's no pressure applied one by one. No one wanting to commit to the fight. And they just actually had some good moments, I suppose.
Yeah, it is really, though, two very contrasting playstyles at the moment, because we've got this incredibly individualistically based Counter-Strike by BC Game, which obviously if the stars don't shine, it then falls apart rapidly. Flip side, BasementBOYS, it's about the team, the dynamic, the sort of synergy and cohesion between the players. You don't need stars to shine because everybody's having their moments. Obviously they get it as well with like the Crypta ace, but it is this vastly different sort of idea around this, and Mirage has the potential to fall apart again. Same thing. It's a Pugger's paradise.
You have kind of convinced me.
If the Puggers aren't online, I'm worried.
Yeah, you kind of convinced me. I was kind of thinking, like, I was thinking back to map 1, I suppose, that BCG. But now we've seen Nuke and the same problems keep happening. It feels like Mirage could have a whole different sort of errors coming up for us on that third map.
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. For now, we're going to throw us on to a break. When we are back, it is map number 3 of Mirage. See who wins in this first game of Group 6. You don't want to miss it. See you there.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
Welcome back. We're heading in towards map number 3 here in our opening game at the EWC LCQ. I mean, what a way to start off this tournament for us as well. A map number 3, a Mirage coming up next.
There is a pungent smell in the air right now, and that smell is the smell of upset.
Yes.
The first upset in the first game could potentially happen right here, right now. This would be a remarkable, historic result if the Basement Boys take down BCG in the opening round of the qualifier.
Exactly that. And actually, I want to kind of touch on a few of the other games that have been going on. Most of them, as expected, 2-0s for most of the favourites. And a lot of them, even 13-0s in some cases. But there's a few that are a little bit more spicy. Saw is currently in overtime, double overtime, may I say, in fact, which is a pretty...
Va bizda Decider map boshlandi. Himoyada o'ynayapti. BC game ozgina cho'chitadi mana shu himoyadagi starti.
But we're live. It is map number 3. It's
Elektronik midda va underga qarab tortilishmoqda bu yerda 3 kishi bo'lib. Ikkita under, bitta B apartamentda qoldi. Magen elek Elektronik Qayashga va bu yerda Elektronik yaxshigina damage'lar berib oldi. Hozircha Elektronik bitta kill, Razmen Senzu esa ownerga head berib yubormoqda. 4-3 vaziyat. B'da B'ni tark etishgan. Va shortda Senzu ulgurdi Magentni ham otishga. Senzuda double kill bor, triple ni amalga oshirishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Trouble, low. O'qlar yetmayapti, Senzuga yordam kerak. Magic bu ishni epladi. Krivda yolg'iz o'zi tirik qolganida va S1mple dan head qabul qilib oldi. 1-0 BC game g'alaba bilan boshlayapti.
That's the way to start. The idea was nice there for BasementBOYS, just not the execution.
Well, there we have it. Trying to make the way in towards A. Awkward duels. BCG maintaining the man advantage throughout, and then in towards B, and Senzu arrives, denies the plant. It's a very
Senzu shortdan yordam berib yuborgan ekan.
From the favorites, as May just close things out. Simple those Julies as well.
Ikkinchi round boshlandi.
See if there is going to be a buy. Nothing really to speak of. One flashbang, just trying to get the bomb down here with the Palace pop. 4 players there. Flashbang on owner.
Trouble.
The very top end here. You're just looking for a bomb.
Owner. Arasiklar tashlab bermoqda bu yerda esa Muzinho. Va Muzinho birinchi killni amalga oshirib berdi. Va bu yerda Muzinho triple kill. Muzinhodan quadro ko'rishimiz mumkin. Elektronik kelib eng so'nggi yiroqni olib ketdi baxtga qarshi. Hisob hozircha 2-0. Yutqizgan o'yin. Yo'q, yutqizganda yana bitta shans bo'lishi kerak. No, baribir yutish kerak bu yerda o'yinda. Guruh bosqichi chunki. Single elimination emas bu o'yin.
All you can really ask.
Yutqizgan pastki setga tushadi-da.
Interesting. They take a full eco and then they're doing like a Furia style buy here.
Yeah.
Partial on the T side. You normally see CT teams operating this sort of setup.
Yeah.
But
Van Win komandasiga qarshi o'ynar ekan agar BC game bu o'yinni yutadigan bo'lsa.
And then have a really strong buy going forward. Hopefully get the bomb down here.
Van Winda lekin sastav bu komandaga qaraganda ancha kuchli. B ga agressiya bu yerda. Bitta kalash, ikkita uchta mahkam. Magic bitta mezda amalga oshirib berdi, Elektronik ham o'ldirib ketdi. Trouble Razmenda. Tak Trouble low. Yana bir qayashga tushib berganida, yo'q, uchirib yubordi shundoq ham Trouble'ni Muzinhoning qayashgasi. 4 ga 2 retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Van Winning sastavini shu raunddan keyin aytib o'taman. Sizlar taniydigan ko'p iqrorlar bor u komandada. Va o'qi tugab qoldi ownerni, spreyni shu safar kontrol qila olmadi. Kalash tushmaslik kerak mana shuni qo'liga. Muzinho esa S1mple killga Razmen berdi, ya'ni o'lib qolganiga. 3-0 ko'rinishga yetib keladi hisob. Qaranglar, Axel degan iqror bor birinchi o'rinda. Fame bor. Bu Axel ham ancha mashhur iqrorlardan biri. Fame bor, Virtus Pro'da o'ynagan. Art Frost, Nafni ham normalniy iqror. I Belchonik bor. Belchonik Van Winda. BC game bilan deyarli bir xil komanda menimcha. BC game juda ko'p yutish kerak. Hali guruh bosqichini o'zidan yutish uchun ikkita o'yin yutish kerak. Yokida pastki setga tushadigan bo'lsa, 3 ta o'yin yutish kerak-da. 2-1 yoki 2-0 bilan o'tib oladi. Bu degani ikkita o'yin yutsa bo'ldi degani. Ikkita o'yin yutsa guruh bosqichini o'tib olar ekan. Undan keyin o'zi single elimination playoff, saralashni playoffi. Ikkita zo'r xayashga va fake reality 21 HP bilan qoldi.
21 points of HP for him before he's even seen anybody. It's not exactly the round start that he would have liked.
Magic. Option ishda o'yin yutish kerakligini hozir aytib o'taman bu raund davom etganicha. Single eliminationda
of that previous map were going to creep in. They haven't. And that's really all that we can kind of care about at the moment. None of these issues and the worries.
5 ta o'yin yutish kerak. 5 ta best of 3 yutish kerak BC
They
game.
did do their best work on the CT side. It was their T side that
Shundagina keyingi bosqichga yo'l oladi. Krivda B'ga zo'r kirib kelishlari mumkin. Senzu low HP qoldi-yu, lekin kill amalga oshirib bera oldi. Trouble uni razmen qilmoqda. Magic'ning pozitsiyasi yaxshi va Magic bitimiz owner bizini o'ldirgan fake reality Magic'ni yo'q qildi. Yana owner, yana lurker. Voy, simple sumkasiga o'tdi o'zi ham 21 HP fake realityda. Tek9. Va bu Tek9 da headshot ko'rsatmoqda bizga. Fake reality simple hamda elektronik duosiga qarshi retake qilishga bermaslik harakatni amalga oshirib ko'radi. Bu yerda fake realityna one tap o'xshamayapti, uni quvlashni boshlashi va elektronik tomonidan yo'q qilindi. Va uligiga ham o'tib ketdi bu orada simple. Defuse kitni qo'lga olgan holatda 4-raundni rasmiylashtirib qo'yadi. BC game hisobiga 4-0. Yana new kartasidagidek yaxshi start bilan boshlayapti Katada. 8 ta round yutishlari kerak edi. Semirib ketibdi Magic kancha.
You are right.
Juda semirib
I'm interested to see kind of how things change, and I think you're right in saying that. We really should be seeing a tactical timeout come through. Just take a breather. You've got bits of information. They're very set on this B site initially as being the weak point at the moment.
Keyingi o'yini yakshanba kuni bo'ladi agar bugun yutsa. O'zi mana bu o'yindan keyin 100% bugun o'ynaydi. Bugun 2 ta o'yin bor. Owner elektronikni yo'q qilib berdi. Elektronik shunchaki informatsiyaga o'ynadi-yu, lekin infosi ham menimcha endi ish bermasa kerak, chunki darhol rotatsiya amalga oshirishyapti.
Great opening kill, gives you so many options when you get it so early on into the round as well. CT's operating with almost zero information. They know you've got a kill towards middle, but the map has gone quiet.
Hech bo'lmasa EVC best of 1 qilish kerak edi guruh bosqichdagi o'yinlarini.
Stay together and utilize their man advantage. They've got the utility required here.
Charchaydi igroqlar. O'zi kuniga 2 ta best of 3 yana ketma-ketiga bu ko'p degani. Yakshanba kuni 3 ta best of 3 kutyapti.
Maybe he's going for a straight of contact play instead of the execution. Flashbang delivered.
Simple.
And potentially we're just going in with one smoke. In we go.
You can see how they have to increment to take so much space. They have to flash it
simple dan miss. Va bu yerda Mzinho birinchi kill amalga oshirib beryapti. Stayer pozitsiyasida Mzinho double kill qilishga esa Krivda qutqarib qoldi sherigini. Simple. O, Senzudan ham yaxshigina damage'lar berildi. Ikkita low igroqlar bor. Bomba o'rnatilyapti. Bombadan portlab ketadi, hali o'rnatilgancha yo'q. Simple esa Flashbang orqali Trouble'ni keyingi raundga jo'natmoqda. Krivda yolg'iz o'zi 3-1 klashda. Krivda ko'rmadi hozircha Simple, endi sakrasa ko'riladi. Bo'ldi. Krivda haqida informatsiya bor va Krivda Senzuni yo'q qilib berdi. Simpledan miss. Simpledan keyingisida Tek9 da headshot. AWP bo'lmasa Tek9 bor deydi. Keyingi o'yinni ham ko'ramiz, ha. Like'larni bosib qo'ysak, hali bosmagan bo'lsanglar, nasib bo'lsa 2000 ta like chiqarib qo'yaylik hozirgi o'yinni o'zida.
And they continue.
Ko'ramiz nasib
The
bo'lsa.
win streak here on the third and final map of this series. So
Yutadi
5-0
BC
now.
game yutsin.
There's owner to open things up. Nice kill through the smoke. But I feel like the original idea, Neo, was the one that you had that man advantage.
Yeah.
You were setting up for the execution and you opted for
6-chi round boshlandi.
I think that's the reason they lost the round, but I feel like it's the execution is that was the call to make.
Yeah.
And we'll see whether they can actually find a round here as they enter round number 6 with a partial.
It may not be the
Magic
reason,
va B'da ehtiyot bo'lishlari kerak. B'ga rasmiy tayyorlashmoqda ular. Bu qayashga faqatgina Krivdaga damage bera oldi xolos. Magic Bo'ldi, Magic qaytadi, yashab qolishga harakat qilib ko'radi. Yana bir xayashga Krivda 14 HP bilan qolgan. Senzuni o'ldirib berdi. Senzudan triple kill va spray orqali bu yerda Magic Trouble'ni yo'q qilmoqda. Magic'dan ham double 6-0 bizda hisob.
They're fighting up through short in the early round. Senzu's playing super aggressive. He's taking a lot of contact, and Magic is just being a rock. That's all you want from your leader. This is really, really nice. This B side in particular is absolutely Fort Knox.
Agar BC game yutadigan bo'lsa, 1 win bilan o'ynaydi keyingi o'yinda. 1 win komandasiga qarshi. Yutqizib qo'yadigan bo'lsa esa, hozir aytaman kim bilan o'ynashini. Kim edi komanda? Citron degan komandaga qarshi o'ynaydi.
As we mentioned, that was a partial by
Joshia, Zeusa, Satan. Ismlari bir g'alati. Citron 3-o'rinda. Вообще-то ular komanda emasdi. Nimaga bizanikilar bormadi, hayronman. EVC O'zbekistondan birorta komanda bormaganiga. Borsa bo'lardi 64 ta. Yana past общий bir 100 gacha bo'lgan reytingdagi komandalar chaqirilganda yoki pul xarajat ketadimi?
There we go. It all works.
Fransiyaga borishni o'zi ham bo'lmaydi. Viza bizada problema-ku aytgancha.
So,
Vizani o'zi
the most
muammo-ku.
contained and traditional round we've seen, I would say, so far.
Yeah, very
Actually running
slow.
the defaults and
Saudiyada bo'lganda borardim mana O'zbekistondan komandalar. Men o'zim ertaga boraman turnirda o'sha depoga borgan paytim so'rayman. Botir bilsa Botirdan
S1mple
bo'lsa
off the leash. She's playing a pretty traditional CT side right now.
deponi
And this B bomb side has been
o'zini
the big issue.
organizatsiyasidagi
Flashbang in towards the
boshliqlaridan
B
so'rab ko'raman.
apartments.
Menimcha katta ehtimollik bilan shu vizani problemasida, chunki bunaqa turnirda
A
pul
bomb side is
sarflanib
the
boriladi.
correct call here.
Yomon o'ynadi, fake reality, ajoyib double kill va senzur razmenda, lekin Magic esa headshot bilan Creed'dan yo'q qilib berdi. Bu yerda Simple Magnet yo'q qilib bermoqda.
Snatches away the man advantage.
Gap yo'q. 5 ga 3 vaziyatda qolishiga qaramasdan hozir round yutib ketishga yaqin turishibdi ular. 25 soniya atrofida vaqt qoladi va Simple ownerni yo'q qilib berdi, lekin Trouble razmenda, Trouble shoshmasdan o'ynash kerak Trouble'ga qarshi. Hali bomba o'rnatilganicha yo'q Trouble'dan midshot, u haqida informatsiya bor. Endi Trouble qiyin holatda. Vaqt tugadi. Ha yo'q. Vaqt bor. Nimaga? Voy Trouble!
What is that shot? 1 versus 3 and
3ga 1 clash yutib ketyapti.
They gift the frags over.
Jinnimi bu operator?
To finally get their first and an immediate timeout.
Timeout olishi bu rounddan
Make
keyin.
them seep in the
Round davom etyapti, tabii Mizinion ko'rsatib qo'yadi.
Way too well for BCG. They needed one of those rounds. The wake-up call has finally arrived.
It was going too good. Something had to go wrong.
Exactly.
Esports World Cup full
And
qoplab
now
beradi
it's
rasxodlarni,
back to the
PUBG
swamp.
yo'qlar viza olib
The
ketishdi.
tilt is setting in. You realize that that's a
Esports
very
World Cup full
significant
qoplab
round.
beradigan
You
bo'lsa,
haven't by any means closed this series out yet.
no
You were up
KS bo'yicha
6-1
bilmadim
in the
rasxodlarni
second
qoplaydimi
round.
yo'qmi.
That
Qarang,
only
PUBGda
overtime.
sразу уже
So
aniq
the fact you've let
bo'lganda.
them in, with that sort of round, that's going to be demoralizing again. It's a word we keep
Bu
throwing
yoqda
around in
saralashku
this
hali.
series.
You're right
That's
though,
another
yeah.
round that's going to be just difficult to recover from.
Operator
one of those rounds
Yo,
as
rejissyor
well,
ishi
I
boshqa
feel
ekan.
Still keeps us slightly on edge with the sort of general more like zoomed out conversation around BC game. Like this is not
Dagi
the
knopkalarni
type of
bosib turadigan
mistakes
odam
you
boshqa.
see as commonly as we
O'tgan
do
safar
in BC
Kyoshiga
game
shunaqa
of the
deganimda,
top end teams.
rejissyor
It's a
ishi
sick
emas bu
sequence
deb
from Trouble,
aytdim.
but there's 10 seconds on the clock and he hasn't even got to think about the bomb. He's just got multiple targets in front of him.
Yeah.
Missed window smoke. I didn't catch it. Maybe he blocked it. I
No, I think you're right.
We are going to see initial damage exchanged. Trouble and fake reality actually going down to a dangerous level of HP. Means the M4s now have that one tap potential.
Magic.
Okay. It was quiet after the initial
Senzu.
sort of
6-1.
back and forth of the util. Double and back. We got a
Balkim
Double on the
qanday
play.
kvalifikatsiyadan o'tkazib ertaga so'rayman men o'zim informatsiya beraman aniq
playing
qilib.
up close. Often cleared, but you need 2 people for this. One's going to hold top con for that swing. Simple ways, it's barrels.
O Simple kill qildi, Trouble darhol razmen topib berdi. Bu minusga. Ladderdan yo'l olgan Senzu to'g'ri qaror qildi menimcha, chunki Trouble uni kutib olishi mumkin edi agar shortga o'ynaganida. Voy, Senzu ownerni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Mana endi Trouble ham yo'q qilib kutib olishi mumkin edi. Hayashga. Hop. Nima qilib tashlashyapti bizga ham. Tayminglarni ajoyib tarzda ushlab olishdi. Sal qolganda tayminglarni yutqizib ham qo'yishlari mumkin edi. Creed'da esa shortdagi turgan Magic'ni orqadan otishga ulgurgan ekan. 2ga 1 vaziyat, bomba esa top midda tushib qolgan. Senzu AWP'da mana bu hayashkadan so'ng 10 HP qolyapti. Salgina oldinroq yurganda Creed'da portlab ham ketishi mumkin edi. Da, faqat 2 ta igrok transfer bo'lgan. Qaysi komandada edi o'sha 2 ta igrogimiz? Top Game'dami? Komandasini sonmaydi PUBG'lar. Chunki bu yerda O'zbekistonning o'zining komandasi emas. Ya'ni terma jamoa bormayapti. Klublarning o'rtasidagi jahon chempionatida. Senzuda easy kill. Jinni ekan Senzu. Nosko urmoqchi bo'ldi. Bitta o'q yetadi bo'lmasa. Safe.
Knife out as well as the most funny part.
Simple qilib qo'yganini qarang.
Stand still, please, for the love of God. Oh my God, that is. There has been a bit of a comedy of errors throughout this series, and that was very nearly one of them. But it's back to the best
Bu
of
igroklarimizni
That's
ismi
already
komanda
happened.
nomimi.
Around on the board for BasementBOYS, but it's a flash in the pan. We were worth mentioning though in Nuke 6-1, then 7-2, and look how badly that ended for BC
Zinyo,
game. So
Moltus tashlab berilmoqda
I feel like you
Simple.
overcome this one here.
Bu
You
yerda
get up
Hayeshka
towards
va
eight to
agressiya
make
A'ga
things
hozircha
rotate a
yaxshi
little
kirib
bit.
kelishni
So much
uddalashdi-yu,
damage.
lekin
And it
elektronik
might
bo'lib
just
berdi.
be
Oy,
a
reaksiyasini
knock
qaranglar
through.
buni.
Select Electronic with
Bitta
critique.
spreyda ya.
Crisp aim that is not
Umumiy raundda quadro kill amalga oshirishga muvaffaq bo'ldi. Eko Cobra Electronic.
That's what we want to see.
The Molotov there was the significant detail. It wasn't a CT side incendiary, that was a T side Molotov.
Yes.
All four
Go
players
at
running through it, taking about 60 damage.
O'zbekiston organizatsiyasimi go at?
Definitely was a moment of concern for BCG, but Electronic certainly his best sequence of the series so far.
For sure. Finally, I'm glad we've
Ha,
been able to
komanda
get a
Go
moment
at degan
after,
komandada Force 77,
especially Nuke
Geeky'da Bad
particularly
Boy bor
really
ekan.
couldn't get anything
Zo'r.
going.
Kachsipa past. Kachsipa bilan o'zida past aka.
I mean, like, actually, you know what? Just
Gapman
let him
demas.
have it. I'll give it the caveat in there.
Let him have
Good
it.
spray.
Let him
Yeah,
have it.
let him have that one.
Eco or not, we'll give it all the same. He's 10-4 as well, so
Yeah.
he's leading the way alongside Senzu, who's been
Simple shortdagi birinchi kill, Senzu smoke orasida ownerni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Simple bu apartamentda tekkizdi lekin Magic'ni rasmiy qilib bera oldi. Mana endi o'tib ko'r qani Simple'dan. Yo'q, Simple, iltimos, Simple. Tutib berdi Krivdani. Maza qiladi odam, Simple bo'lsa. Oy, Trouble orqadan muammo chiqarmoqda. Pachka bilan darhol yetib kelishdi A'ga. KTga kirmoqda Trouble. Magic'ga head bersa G'ga. Yo'q, Magic. Zinyo qolgan ekan, Zinyo. Trouble'ni yo'q qilib bermoqda, bomba esa A'ga o'rnatildi.
Okay, he's coming back. Weirdly looked tempted like he was looking towards B there. He might have been going for that short wrap, but I don't think it's worthwhile.
Ikki guruh ham KTdan tortildi. Bu yerda Razmenga o'ynashsa kerak. Ketma-ket chiqish manimcha so'ya ko'rinib turibdi. Bo'ldi. Ketma-ket chiqishdi. GG. Simple triple kill va birga bir qolgan clashda ishonchli o'ynab berdi. 12 ga 3 kadi. Umumiy, ya'ni 4 hisoblanadi KDsi. 9-1 hisob.
Absolutely. That's all that really matters now in this opening
Mana
game
bu
with the LCQ
BC Game'ni ishonch bilan o'ynagan kartasi, Mirage.
Doesn't matter if it wasn't the most
Bunaqa
beautiful
ishonchli hech
performance
qaysi
of all
kartida
time.
ko'rmagandik hozircha.
We expect a lot from the players of
Nuke'da
their caliber.
startni hisobga olmasak 7
Huge roster
raundgacha.
moves they made this season.
Yeah.
You would expect them to be putting the BasementBOYS to bed pretty comfortably, but like you said, yeah, as long as they just get the job done and the win in the bag, I guess.
Like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, time outdan foydalanib like'larni sonini oshirib qo'yamiz. Mayli 1,5 mingta like qilaylik hech bo'lmasa, endi ikkinchi mapgacha hali bosmaganlar bor ekan oramizda ko'pchilik.
Second time out taken for BasementBOYS, and the worrying thing really is the first time out did nothing to change the feeling of this game. It has been a massacre. It's been a one-sided slaughter, and
Vitishga nomzod ko'p, juda ko'p komanda nomzod.
surely from a spot like this, unlosable. You know, we like the
Vitality ham o'zining sostavi bilan kelgan adashmasam BBCga. JL boshqa turnirlarda almashadi. Bitta turnirda Apex bilan almashadi. Apexni xotini tug'ar ekan o'sha paytda. Undan keyingi turnirda almashmasa Mezi bilan almashadi. Mezini xotini tug'ar ekan. Ya'ni bilmadim, ikkalasi ham turnirdan kelib xursandchiligidan bayram qilgan bu yerga. Bu yerda Magic yaxshigina damage ham bera oldi. Hali Simple bor, Simple smoke orasidan Magent yo'q qilib bermoqda. Shortdagi Senzu ozgina omadsiz o'ynab berdi Simple. O'zi ham otishini ko'ra titrataveradi. 2-2 vaziyat Trouble rasmiy qilib berdi bu killga.
I mean, unfortunately for him, he's basically stuck in no man's land.
Tagoy Apex champion bo'lib kelganda, it's Apex baby.
Make his way back towards Mirage without taking a risk, and Trouble gifted yet another. It's all on Electronic. We already saw
Electronic 2-1 clashda mancha shortni pick qiladi hozir AWP o'zi oladi.
Round all the same. I mean, he did once fourth owner. He's got the right idea.
Ownerning o'zi tutib oldi. Eski
Owner
12 soat
trouble.
Strimlarni
That
Skandar aka. Men sog'ingan yo'q unaqa Strimlarni.
Once again, work together in tandem.
Blasportoda Mezini, PGLda Buxarestda Apex. Da, rahmat informatsiya uchun.
For BasementBOYS to make anything out of this. They get up towards a second. You need a 9-3 minimum, and then a pistol, then the force by conversion, then the first couple of gun rounds.
Da, o'zim stream qilganman.
There's ever a map where you can come back from a huge deficit. What map would that be?
That's it, exactly that.
So,
and we've already seen
you
them
never
do one
give up,
comeback.
Neo. You keep fighting.
Yeah, it's a life lesson right there.
Yeah.
It's a life lesson. Never give up.
Electronic
They do need the third.
midda agressiya Electronicdan lekin bitta kill amalga oshirildi-yu, Owner tomonidan trade qilindi bu kill. Simple. 60 HP. Moltusdan damage qabul qilib olmoqda. B'ga qarab rotatsiya amalga oshirishadi. B'da himoyada esa Magic bor bizda.
Back towards B.
Magent.
4-4.
Majis agar shortga qarab ketadigan bo'lsa, pishdi o'yin. Qiyin. Juda qiyin holat. S1mple yetib keldi, tayminglar bu yerda muhim. Molotov qani S1mple AWP'ni qo'liga oladi bu yerda. S1mple yaxshi pozitsiya egallab olgan. Yana smoke. Oyoqdan o'ta olmayapti, lekin Majis shortda turgani birinchi killdi. Topishga foyda bera oldi. Yordam ham yetib keldi. Senzu. Magent yo'q qilib bermoqda. Sayt haqida informatsiya bor. Misshotlar ketma-ketligi bu yerda. Voy, ownerdan double kill. Shoshdi S1mple. Bo'g'irsoq Mizinyo 2 ga 1 clashda. Trouble! 3-raundni olib berdi eng so'ngida. Nice try. Shot hozir O'zbekiston Facebookda nomer. Yo'q, O'zbekiston KZ2da nomer deyman hozir. Region turibdi. Botir top 3da turibdi adashmasam. Hozir ko'rib kelgandim-da shuni. Yana bir qarashga. Shotirbot. Da, 3-o'rinda ekan Shotirbot. Botir shot. Moj bular endi ochgandir ana uni. Umumiy reytingda 190-o'rinda turibdi.
There is definitely a chance in MR12. The BasementBOYS can pull this one off. It'd be a historic comeback. Not quite the level of big over in Cologne, but still huge tournament here for BCG. Really do need to.
Raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda va yana B ga kirishga harakatmi bu yerda? B ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. BC Game a'zolari hozircha yaxshi damage'lar unaqa ko'p emas va Senzu sakrab kelib double kill. Magic va S1mpledan ajoyib flashlar sayt to'liq egallanib bo'lingan. 5 ga 3 retake qilishga harakat qilib ko'radi BasementBOYS.
Senzu in this B side best of friends right now. My God. He's really got made that his own. Absolutely nothing you can do here.
Shortda owner yetkildi.
This never should be lost. 5 versus 3. They're so deeply ingrained in towards the site and the flank.
S1mple Trouble'ni o'ldira olmayapti. Trouble'dan headshot unga. Va Trouble Mizinyoni ham minus qilib berdi-yu, Senzudan triple kill. Senzu ownerda ham o'ldirib beradimi o'zi? Magic tomonidan tutib olindi va Senzudan quadro pistoletga solo hal qilindi. 10-3 hisobida BC Game oldinda.
And so close to that finish line.
That's what they needed. Begs the question now.
This is yo'q.
Do we see the force by in the second?
Hozircha sizlar taniydigan odamlardan reytingda 4-o'rinda Onways. Underhida o'zbek iroqlar. Havachi 6-o'rinda turibdi 3000 yevro bilan. Shoma undan keyin top 7 talik mana shu. No, hali kutib turinglar, ochiladi. Hamma bir, yana 2-3 kundan keyin o'sha ana bo'ladi. Bu narsa ko'p rol o'ynamaydi, face it top 1 turish. Manimcha. Salom. Magic double kill. Magtenda Magic triple kill. Magic kitchen check qil. Magic orqangdan o'tishadi va Magic sa quadro. Magtenda yugurib o'tib tashladi. Force buy qilishmaganda chunki full echo, fake reality orqadan o'ynamoqda.
And that is another back-to-back really nice B hit as well. They've really
Elektronikdan headshot xuddi ishlatishni bilasizmi? Bilaman, xuddi ishlatish oson. Siz ham uni yo'lini qilsangiz bo'ladi. Oddiy ChatGPTga yozib ishlatib olsangiz bo'ladi. MyHood degan programmani ishlating. Tekini ham bor, pulligi ham bor. Pulligi ham unaqa qimmat emas. U 12,013 yevro yoki dollar edi. So'mda 170 ming so'mlar atrofida u. 160-170 ming so'm atrofida. Olasiz, maza qilib xuddi ishlatasiz. Bitta turnir uchun 170 ming menimcha. 1 oylik beradi sizga u podpiskani. O'zingiz logotiplaringizni qo'yishingiz mumkin. Serverdan kiradigan bo'lsangiz sun'iy intellekt o'rnatib qo'yishingiz mumkin. O'zi avtomatik igroklarga o'tkazib turadi.
And let's be frank, first purchase and maybe only purchase.
True, yes.
If this falls flat, that's it. That's wraps. So all the pressure here in round number 15. This is for survival in this map, in this series, for BasementBOYS.
Here we go then.
Texnik pauza.
I guess we have
Kapitan Magic mana o'rtada o'tirib olgan Magic.
I can't tell their movement.
Australia sobiq igrok. Falcos sobiq igrok.
It's on BasementBOYS because I can see Taz is speaking to a referee.
Magic.
The beauty of actually being here with them, we can actually see what's going on. Got BasementBOYS who are so the opposite.
Major qarang aka, har yilda, masalan, oxirida, tipa har 6 oylikning oxirida bo'ladi. iyun-dekabr mana shunaqa. Santarespi Hunter pro igroklik tark etsa ham donat topib tashlamayman. Easy. BC Game igroklari hali yaxshi bir reyting o'ynaydi degan joyda qiynalib o'tdi. Bir komanda bilan ancha qiynaldi. Easy. Donat uchun katta rahmat. Ikkinchi marta shu gapni yozingizmi, bro? Ha, yo boshqa gap ekan bundan oldingisi. Da. Tier 1 bilan qiynaladi ancha. Bar turnirdan turnirga, o'yindan o'yinga kuchayib boradi-da.
The fact that this is our first significant issue is impressive.
Yeah, you are right. But you know, this is a perfect time to take a look at some of the other results as well.
Vitality
That
Spirit
overtime extravaganza against EAC.
Spirit hali kutamiz aka Spirit o'yinini. HLTV ga kirsangiz hamma informatsiyani olishingiz mumkin. Men ham bilmayman qachon.
Against ABT, but that is map 3. So it's kind of crazy that they've even gone to map 3. And Iberian Soul are in map 3 as well against 6666.
6666.
Avayli Botir. O'zim.
Nice. Okay, we're back.
We are back.
Bear in mind, we said the helmet issue is actually got worse, and now only got 2 helmets.
Ah. Okay.
They redistributed the funds around. So yeah, these Mac 10s and Galils.
Qaranglar, bitta gap aytib o'taman, eshitinglar. Hamma top komanda bor. 12-avgustdan boshlab o'ynaydi u komanda. Hamma komanda bor. Eminda qaysidir komandani ismini bilaman, sizlar taniyman degan hamma komanda bor. Top komandalar.
Well, let's see.
Senzu.
U-tour towards mid, but no actual kind of commitment through there, and
just to be execution, and it's going to be at least scripted with the helmet here ready and waiting. But he's the only player there. And if he goes down with nothing, which could happen here, then a lot of trouble.
And this is it, right? This is 3 back-to-back V hits. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The first 2 have been so clean. Why not go for it again? And
Krivda.
He's in a lot of trouble here. They're diving forward now.
Flash, Raskidlar va bu yerda Krivda bitta minus sakrab kelganini qarang Muzinioni. Mayana Maktenda. Muzinio bombani o'rnatish bilan ovora B da egallab olishgan 4-4 vaziyat va match pointga yo'l olishga yaqin BC Game jamoasi. Defense kit yo'q, save menimcha. 4-4. Ya, u qotib ketishini qarang.
This is raps. You have no idea where they are. And you're sort of not only have no idea where you are. You have
I think they probably just realized, oh,
Senzuni pozitsiyasi juda zo'rda. Smoke tashlandi bu pozitsiyaga ham. Sayda kirib kelishdi. Lekin S1mple razmenda, bu yerda S1mple. Jinni bu S1mpledan triple kill. Elektronik esa ownerda yo'q qilib berdi. Pul boru juda kam. 3400, 3100 va bizada match point.
Into mines once again, like you'd call, you're falling back, then you're running back in with no kits. You've already wasted another 5 seconds there. And now you've got that is GG, unfortunately. You've lost every
Nimaga top komandalar keyin kelish sabab 64 ta komanda 4 tagina slot uchun kurashyapti hozir.
Yes, sure, trying to run it back from 12 to 3 is a huge ask.
I guess, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to change.
Yeah.
O'sha 64 ta komanda o'tadi. 4 ta slot uchun o'yin davom etadi keyin. Chunki bular hammasi oddiy komandalar, bar chaqirishmas kerak edi o'zi. Ko'ngil bo'shlik qilishganda bolalar. B ga kirishga harakat, lekin bu safar ancha qiynalishadi. Lekin mana bu qayashga hozir zo'r o'ynab berdi Senzu, lekin scoutda trouble hech narsa qila olmayapti. Senzudan triple kill. Owner va fake reality trick qolishdi. Molotov owner haqida info, S1mpledan headshot, eng so'nggi igrok Senzudan quadro kill easy. Mana shunaqa yugurib o'ynamaydimi BC Game ha boshidan. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Qachon o'ynar ekan endi ha?
That we've been waiting for in this series. It wasn't the cleanest of infernos. It was a very ugly nuke as well, but Mirage a lot more like it. Unfortunately for BasementBOYS,
hozir men qarab kelay qani.
The individuals couldn't shine, and it really felt like they ran out of steam.
BC Game yutdi. 17:50 degan. Atak bilmadim. Может 17:50 da boshlanadi. No streamni men o'chirish niyatim yo'q. One Win komandasiga qarshi o'ynaydi. Bugun yana o'yin bor. Ungacha Telegram kanaliga o'tib olishinglar mumkin. Telegram kanalida o'yin boshlandi degan xabar ham tashlanadi.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. And I think now as well we got to look towards
Yani Danat kelib qoldi. Turdibek, Turan ham o'ynaydimi? Shahar chempionship nasib bo'lsa Turanni abyuzer bilan gaplashganmi? Yo'q, hali qanaqa protsessdaligini chiqarsa komandasini qatnashishadi degan umiddamiz mana shunaqa komandalarda. Soat 20:00. Yo'q, 20:00 demang. Qayerdan oldingiz bu vaqtni? 20:00 gacha cho'zilmaydi, brat. Maksimum 16:00 da boshlanishi, 18:00 da boshlanishi mumkin. Santarrespi. Mehriddin zo'r o'yin bo'ldi, maza qildim. Rahmat Mehriddin sizga ham donatlar uchun. Donatlar uchun, ha, donk prosta yerda. Donk monster, unga gap bo'lishi mumkin emas tomonda. Depo kelma, depo yo'q. Da, savollar bo'lsa hozir yozishinglar mumkin. O'shalarni qachon o'ynashini tagiga kanalni tashlab qo'ying. Bo'ldi, qachon o'ynashni ham aytib qo'yaman. Hozir Anna bu bo'lsin. Bu yerda ham vaqt o'zgarib turishi bor-da. Game o'zida. Stream o'zida. No, stream turadi mana shunaqa bu. Xo'sh, EVC'ni setkasini ko'rib keldim. 1750 da turibdi. Almashish ham mumkin. Citron degan. Citron bilan o'ynamaydi. Yutgan komanda bo'lgani uchun one win bilan o'ynaydi. Citron bilan yutqizsa o'ynardi. Shiro Donkda ko'proq oylik maosh olar. Yo, unisidan xabarim yo'q lekin. Donkka unaqa pul ham menimcha hozircha qiziq emas. Ja, Shiro uni ko'p oylik olsa injiqlik qiladigan Iroq deb hisoblamayman uni. Shiro mendan ko'p pul olar ekan deb kirmaydi-da. Hozircha o'yinning vaqti o'zgarmadi. 17:50 turibdi. Mo'jda 15 minutlik pauzadan keyin o'yin davom etar, ya'ni stream. Hatto yana Telegram kanaliga tashlab qo'yamiz. Sorik Arkretga qachon o'tdi? Sorik Arkretga o'tibdimi? Qayerdan oldingiz bu informatsiyani? Unaqa gap eshitganman, men sizdan eshitganman. Sorik Arkretga o'tdi degan transfer gapini. Santarrespeak. Mehriddin, rahmat. Charchamaysizlar Mehriddin. Rahmat sizga. Keyingi o'yin bizda hozircha yana 17:50 turibdi. Balki rostdan ham bitta aylanib kelgandan keyin boshlanar. Yana Telegram kanalda yoki streamni o'zida notebookinglar bo'lsa turib tursin mana shunaqa bu. Hech kim o'chirmaydi streamni. Qiz ikki o'zida kirib ham o'ynab tursanglar bo'ladi. Menimcha zerikmasligi kerak.
You get to play against essentially your hero, the greatest player of all time, and you get to play him on a LAN environment for a tournament of this stakes, and you took a map off him. I mean, like, you know, it's kind of one of those like jokey things where we get like pre-season friendlies in football. And, you know, I scored a goal against Bayern Munich. We did lose 26-1, but I scored a goal. You know what I mean? Yeah, you take, you know, it's a poster on the wall of you celebrating. You take that.
I think we all won there. BCG, they got their win. It was an exciting game for us to spectate. They got a map off them. Everyone's happy. I think we got the result. No upset, but still an entertaining game.
I don't think so far there's been any upsets in the round one. We've been upset of like.
Qayerdan olasizsiz bu informatsiyani? Men HLTVga ham kirib kelaman mana siz uchun.
There's a couple of group of deaths which I think are really going to be.
Tajma Arkret o'zini kanaldan topolmadim. Sen shaka bor. Arkretda sastav chunki normalda takida go Sorik o'tadigan bo'lsa. Sorik yo'q sastavda. Sorik o'tsa bular Osiyoning komandasi bo'lib, Osiyoda o'ynaversa ham bo'ladi. Osiyodan chiqib ketadi. Arkret yuz.
And I guess we don't know for sure what game we're covering just yet. I saw some chatter going.
Yes, we don't know 100%, but
we have got a rolling schedule.
Yeah, initially we were thinking 9 when they finished their game against Heroic.
Bizda ham o'tkaziladi. Mana bunaqa katta turnirlar. Chunki xohlaymizmi yo'qmi? BKlar kirib kelishni boshladi. Uje litsenziya ham olgan BKlar bor. BKlar bor. Shuning uchun menimcha 1 yillarni ichida Anna bo'ladi deb 2028 keladimi deb kutyapman. 2027 yoki 2028 ovoz kelmaydi. Faqat sizda yo'q ovoz. Ovozni yo'q. Sansirlamasdan gapiring. O'z bor. O'sha uchun ruxsat olingandan keyin, как mana bunaqa UFCda, o'zimizda MMA oktagon ligalarda bo'lganida logotipi turadi, tam turnirlar kirib keladi. Bari eng asosiy sponsorlari turnirlarni mana shunaqa kompaniyalarda xohlaymizmi yo'qmi? Proyekt jamoalar ham ko'payadi keyin. Navay akalar, bo'lmasa o'yin vaqti hozircha o'sha turibdi. 17:50 turibdi. Mana shuni yozib ketaman, maylimi? 17:55 yozib ketay. Hech bo'lmasa 5 minut adashsak hech narsa qilmaydi. Zo'r bo'ladi. Ikkita o'yin ko'rgan bo'lamiz, ha, bugun ham. So'rik turibdi-yu, arklik sostav zborni. U boshqa sostav, arkred emas-ku bu, Itachi. Siz so'rang undan ko'ra qanaqa sostav o'zi udi. Mana 16 minutdan keyin boshlanadi debdi. Bu degani 55. Shunaqa ekan menimcha. Siz so'rang undan ko'ra. Bu O'zbekistonning anonsi, zborni sostav, как zbornisi ham emas, zborni qilib yig'ib O'zbekistonning nomidan qatnashadigan ENC degan Esports Nations Cupda qatnashadigan sostavimiz. So'rik 6-ig'roq. Xo'sh, ketdik bo'lmasa HLTVda. HLTVga translyatsiyani chiqarish umuman muammoli joyi yo'q.
Play is in our
Mana
DNA.
reklamadan keyin уже kirsa o'yinga bir 5 minutda
Whenever we let it
to'lash
out,
olishga ketadigan bo'lsa, men bir qarayman.
It becomes our superpower.
Walking on the streets.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
Yo'q,
Qiddiya City.
hali
powered
endi
by
nafini
Play.
kiribdi. No, BC game to'liq kirib olgan 1V komandasi endi kiradi. HLTVga просто stream qilayotganimiz, matchni page'ga kiradigan bo'lsangiz, match sahifasiga kirsangiz, o'yin sahifasiga o'shada turganda mana shu narsa. Xo'sh.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the
Whoa,
Esports
boshqa
World Cup
sharhlovchilar.
Last Chance qualifiers. We've got an incredible setup over here with 64 teams all doing battle for the main event.
64, 64 ta komanda bor ekan bu yerda, 32 ta ham
How
emas.
are you?
Yeah, people would know me more as Yumi than as Michael, but then they're like, but who? How do I say that without sounding strange? I'm clearly addressing you. Yeah, it's been great so far. I mean, to see the amount of setups we have, I know that the Neo and
64
Henry
ta komanda 5 tadan odam hisoblaganimizda ham 320 ta.
A lot of groups to get through and a lot of games to play as well, all happening simultaneously. So we've had a couple of fast ones. We have some teams that are already one map through into the winners match within their group, whereas we're just about to jump into our own winners match because there was a big hold up with that BasementBOYS BC game. When we watched BCG, we were kind of surprised to see that they were just not as clean as most people would hope.
Yeah, I mean, in a game like BasementBOYS, we know they have that experience. We know they've played a lot of tournaments like this. But BC game are coming off their own victory in
trenerini bittadan hisoblasalar plus 64, 384 ta odam. Kamida bir 500 mingga yaqin odamlar mana shu yerda ishlab yurganmi deyman-da bir. 1000 juda ko'p raqami, lekin kamida bir 600-700 ta odam bor zdaniyani o'zida.
Maybe teams that are local to Paris is coming to play and trying to play against the best in the world just for a bit of fun in a way. But also some games which are going to be a lot closer once we get to those winners matches.
I think what's cool is because we have this LAN that's essentially like a much more scaled up version of a lot of what these other smaller tournaments you see around the circuit, is that by having as many registry slots as this, we actually have a lot of contenders. Typically in those smaller LANs, it's like 1 or 2 teams we actually feasibly believe will make it to the next stage or win the tournament in that respect. But there's about 8 or 10 that I would say within this selection that definitely need this moving into the start of the season, because it gives you a great chance to slingshot your VRS and as well get yourself VRS registered for some of the teams that have had to rebuild again.
Yeah, I think Soar's a great example of that, right? I mean, Soar are a team that have just completely rebuilt their roster and have gone into this tournament looking to find their first selection of points. But we'll get on to more of that in a little bit. Of course, this is our Group 6 we just saw. We just saw BC Game get over BasementBOYS ever so slightly, 2-1. Thankfully, third map for them was a little bit more of a walkover. And I'll tell you what, that winners match against 1win, that is going to be fascinating. That's a new 1win lineup. The TDK roster that was signed with the boys we know, Axel and Nafani, with some of the newer players joining up as well. Some players on loan. It's exciting.
It's Nafani's second redemption arc. He failed before, but this time it'll be different. And then focusing here on Group 7, this is where we will be focusing our attention. Heroic and 9 winning their respective games, but a few struggles for 9 in that opening round. The fact that we were essentially waiting to get this
Heroic bilan 9 o'yinni qo'yib beradimi hozir.
Playing out their game. I think we've
BC game'ni ko'rmaymizmi?
I saw Iberian Soul as well, lost a map, and I think we're trailing on the third map last I looked, and it was like 11-7.
Yeah,
those are the types of games where, yeah, they're playing against teams that are competent, they're capable of striking up, but we are not expecting those upsets to actually happen. That 9 didn't let us down for this bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a pretty fun matchup as well for many separate reasons. We've got a Vita coming already.
Boshqa o'yinni berishdi.
Inferno being banned out by 9. That's always been their permaban. Heroic also.
Boshqa o'yinni berishdi bizga.
Optic and 100.
Umuman boshqa narsa bu yerda. Zaldashda BC game o'yini qo'yib berishmas ekan. No, men ungacha o'zim bir nastroyka qilib chiqaydi bu yoqda. Hozir topib kelaman. Ha, bu umuman boshqa o'yinga kelaman. Ozgina vaqt beringlar menga. Hozir o'yinni ichiga kirib oldim. Bo'ldi. Ozgina vaqt bersanglar bo'ldi. To'g'rilayman hammasini. O'zim hud qo'yib, o'zim kirishimga to'g'ri kelar ekan. Ketdik, bu kerak emas bizga. Bu mana shu yerda turaversin. No. Bitta ish qilamiz endi. MyHood degan programma kerak bo'ladi bizga. Free trial ishlataveraylik. Indamaylar, iltimos. Trial period what you must. Sotib olishimga to'g'ri kelar ekan yana. Hud bilan ko'rish uchun 160 ming. Ko'ramizmi? Simple o'yin nima deysizlar? Atak mana qilib ko'rsak ham bo'ladi, lekin hudsiz bitta ish qilamiz hozir. Disconnect. To'g'irlagancha bir-bir bo'lib turgan hisob. If you already you will recover by registering. HLTVda stream qilayotganlardanmi? Ulardan ingliz tilida kim qilyapti? O'z rasmiy translyatsiya qilmayapti-da. Hech kim, hamma menga o'xshab web kamerasini qo'shib olgan, bizga xalaqit beradi-da ular. Flom qilayotgan ekan. Bo'ldi, hozir birdan o'yinning ichiga kiraman, o'sha o'yinni o'zidan ko'ramiz. Hech qanaqa hudsiz, prosta o'yinni o'zidan. Kirdim o'yinga. Juda ko'p vaqt ketib qoladi bo'lmasa. Cash kartasi o'ynayapti ular. Nimaga pirpirayapti? Through you, no. To'g'rilanmayapti-ku bu. Through you degan narsasi yo'qmayapti. Yo, orqada qolib ketmaymiz, bir xil bo'ladi, hech qanaqa bo'lmaydi. Qotib qolish bo'lmaydi.
Sektorda raving o'tkazib olaman. 4 ga 3 ko'ramizmi? Qanaqa anavni ko'ramiz? O'yinda. Hammasi boshqa joyga qarab turibdi-da. OBS'im qani endi? Ha, mana topdim. Kreslo sotaylik. Akmal aka nimaga tinch charchamayapsizmi? Sotamiz kresloni. True view'ni yoqish kerak ekanda. ChatGPTdan so'rab turaman ungacha. Kazikka o'yinni Facebookda ko'rganda yo'qsa bo'ladi. Color preview. View prediction show data deganlar chiqib ketdi-ku. Hud bilan yaxshi edi aka, menga ham prosta hudga hozir vaqt ketib qolar ekan, to'g'rilayman deganimcha. Ikki bir yutib turibdi komanda. Qarang, o'sha mamnoga vaqt ketib qoladi. Men to'g'ri olaman deganimcha, true view ga qo'yaman deganimcha. Men o'ylaganim streamni o'zida beradi bular deb. 3-1 bo'ldi o'sha hisob. Mayhuddan qaytadan o'tib chiqishim kerak. Hozir emailimga o'taman. Kodi umuman iloji bo'lmayapti, huddi olishdi. True view'ni qanaqa qilib yoqishni o'rgan bo'lsak ham yaxshi bo'lardi. Может, o'ziga 1-2 marta moslashib ketganini ko'rganman-da. Hozir ChatGPT ham to'g'ri javob bermayapti. Bu tomon burchagida ha. Nima bo'layotganini tushunmam bo'lmayapti-ku. Mana bunaqa qilsak-chi, igroqlardan chiqib tursak umuman. Ozgina nima bo'layotganini tushunish uchun. Yuqoridan tomosha qilib turaylik-da. Kala demo predict bar, kala demo predict bar. Demo predict bar. Yo'q, bo'lmadi bu. Kala demo predict 2. Bo'lmadi bu. TV stop, spectate. Stop. Oo, mazza qilib o'yinni ham ko'ra olmaymizmi deyman-da. Predictions. Mana, bo'l, chotga hammasi. Uzr. Yana bo'lmay qoldimi? Belchonni ko'tgan payt ishlayapti lekin. Hamma igroqda ham ishlamayapti-da. Faqat Belchon to'g'ri bo'ldi shunda. Men birinchilardan bo'lib ketar ekan. Color true view. Show start super. Flow'dan ko'ramizmi YouTube'dan? Boshqa streamerdan ko'p gapiradi postda. Ovozini chiqarib ko'ring.
Games where they molly highway and sandbags at the same time and delay take mid.
Bo'ldi o'sha flow'dan ko'ramiz ichkani.
Yeah, boot it up. Tell me, no rush. Just tell me when you're all set. Pause. Just one man
Honestly,
solo
test
B.
the new
He's
HUD.
got a 5.7 though. That is all you need.
Sağın ovozini pas
I lied.
qilib qo'ysa
I
bo'ldi.
lied.
To'g'ri
Save?
bir shot.
Save? There's no rush.
Fame.
You guys can see the new HUD that JT's been working
Ustiga
on.
hayish nima qo'yib olganim bo'ldi. O'zi bular nima qildi? Qanaqa qilib kirdi bu kartaga? Mana bularda ham o'sha problema bo'lgan, qaranglar mana. True view ishlamagan. Ketdi, connect bilan kirdi. True view ishlamayapti.
This? Because it's CS2 playcast, that's why? Nah, is this why? Wait, what is this? Let me try this. I fixed it.
O demo predict 0 qilish kerak ekan. Bo'ldi akalar. Muammo yo'q. Demo predict 0 qilamiz, chotki bo'lib ketadi hammasi. Sabr qilganlar uchun rahmat. 500 ta kishi qarab turibmiz. EVC ko'rmayapti-ku uni aka. EVC umuman heroikda o'yinni ko'ryapti. Mana hozir KL qaysi kodni 0 qildi? True view. Bo'ldi. Chotki. Hammasi zo'r, to'g'rilandi. Senzu. Va Senzu bu yerda orqadan tashlanmoqda. Nafrina ham killlar bor. Fame esa ortga qaytib olishga majbur bo'ladi. Excel. 4 uch vaziyat. Mzinyo, Belchonik. Faqat Simple ko'rib yuramizmi ki? Simple. Kezdan chiqib ketib qolar ekan endi. Nimaga chiqib ketib qoladi? Turnir sizlarga 5 ketmadim-da, mazza qilib ko'rib o'tirgandigi. Stream o'chirib linkini tashlab qo'yamanmi deyman-da, hozir yana bir marta o'xshamasa. Oltiyu bir yutib ketdi 4 ko'cham. YouTube'da ko'rsatchi. YouTube o'zi bo'lmayapti-ku, qo'moy. YouTube'da bormi yoki birorta EVC ni o'zida? Beryapti EVC'da. Qani gruppamizga linkini tashlang qani EVC ni o'zida bo'layotgan bo'lsa. Belchonik, Nafini, Majlisni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Elektronik, hech qanaqa dueli yo'q. Va Simple boshligida Senzu berdi. Nafini yuz qilib berdi Muzinyodan. Belchonikka headshot, Simple. Smoke ichida Fame. EVC. Hozir kirayman aka, yana 2 marta kirib ko'rdim-da. Heroik o'yin turibdi. Qani brat, qani mana EBC'ning kanaliga kirib o'tiribman-ku, nimani aytyapsiz? Kirib ko'ring, yana muncha degan gapni aytasiz. Nima kerak unaqa? fake informatsiya berib. Heroic bilan Nines Ancient o'ynayapti-ku. Art Frozen Mzinioni razmiya qilib ketdi. Senzuni yolg'iz o'zi tirik qolgan. 2 ga 1 clashda. Ikkita translyatsiya. Aka, ikkinchi translyatsiyada kirib qarang qanaqa o'yin bo'layotganiga. Iltimos. Senzu eshitdi birinchi igrokni. Fame. Senzu zo'r paysida turib olgan Senzu. Fame pik qiladi birinchi bo'lib. Yo'q, endi biladi Fame'ni. Bu Senzu 2 ga 1 olib chiqadimi? Yo'q, Fame chans qoldirmayapti Senzuga. No, nice try. AWP save qilinadi. Bomba ham defuse qilishga yetarlicha vaqt bor. U sizlar aytayotgan YouTube kanalidan ko'rsak, bizga ban beradi. Qanday Evelon streamini ko'raman hozir. $602 hisob. Zinio raskidlar tayyorlamoqda va A'dagi agressiyani kutib olishga tayyor. Elektronik. Даже Evelon ham xuddi mana shunaqa ko'ryapti-da, juda bir yolg'onchi odam bo'lib ketyapti, lekin akalar unaqa kerak emas. Zinio, elektronik. Aziz. S1mple AWP da mana Dragon Lore AWP'si, pichog'in nomigacha bor edi. Любой оружиясini Doppler. Butterfly Doppler. Xitoyliklarning ham tagi turibdi qanaqadir. S1mple check qilib kirishni boshladi. Elektronik bor va bu yerda elektronik artrofni qildirgan S1mple tomosha qilib turib Maus smoklar tashishdan o'ra Axel va Senzo esa killlar amalga oshira olishdi. Belchonik, Fame, Nafin save'ga yaqin va Belchonik bu yerda duelda. O'yinda o'z baland bo'lsa, aytinglar, salgina pastroq qilaman. Normalni bo'lsa, normalni desanglar ham bo'ladi. Hujumda qanaqa qilib o'zini baribir piki ekanda, haqiqatan ham keshga tayyorgarlik ko'rgan. BCga ham tayyorgarligi bor edi kechda. Yettinchi raundni qo'lga kiritadi. Bo'lmasa KTga qulay kesh kartasi. Bilmayman yutadimi yo'qmi, qaysi kamidan aytayotganingizni. Norim bo'lsa zo'r. Ozgina pasaytiram. 702 hisob. Chatiga yozaymi bularni? Nima gap? Bormaydi daski. O'ynaylar. S1mple bot. Bot soundga. Fame raskidlar tashlab berilmoqda bu yerda. Midda Senzu. 7-raqamda Senzu. O'zi asonda o'ynayapti, S1mple da olamiz qo'liga. S1mple wallbang qilib ko'rsatmoqchi bizga. Otib qo'yganda, lekin 5 ga yetardim. Senzu. Raskidlar tashlab berildi. A ga qarab tortilmoqda bu yerda Senzu, Mzinio allaqachon shuni eshikni ochib kirib ketishga tayyor. Majis ham orqadan yetib keldi. Bo'ldi, ketdi. A ga kirish ko'ramiz hozir. Senzuni tomosha qilamiz yoki Mzinioni. Qaysi bir birinchi harakatlansa o'shan. S1mple ko'rar ekanmiz.
Vay, Artros tutib oldi Simpleni. Senzu kirib kelishni boshladi saytga. Muzino haqida ularda informatsiya bor. Senzu esa yugurib kill izlayapti va topada ham menimcha bu yerda Senzuni ham guruh qo'yishdi. Boostdan tushirib yuborishadi. Muzino bitta minus bor. Senzu low. Olovdan salgina qochib olish kerak edi. Majis ham yonib ketadi. Qayashkalar ketma-ketlik ikkita ig'roq low ularda. Senzu AWP'da raundni davom ettirishga majbur Belchonik. Magic'ga headshot. Muzino yana bir molik. Lekin bu mol tushmayapti. Senzu o'ynab berish kerak AWP'da. Va Muzino double kill amalga oshirib berdi. Elektronik hamda Senzu tirik qolgan. Elik qayerda? Informatsiya berib yuribdi o'zi haqida. Bombani yechyapti Senzu. Yechib bordi. Nice try Muzino. Hozircha simple low tap. Mana tabdagi statistikasi mamnun bo'lsanglar, KD'larni ham ko'rsatsa bo'ladi. 3 ga 7 yuribdi. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. Flashbangda Senzu damage yetkazib beradi va Simple'ga AWP'ni drop qilib bergan. Simple qarshisida hozircha hech kim yo'q. Nafini 34 HP. Hali o'yin endi boshlangan. Magic. Elektronik kirgizib yuborishmoqchi. Mob tashlab berilgan. Elektronik olg'a yurishda davom etadi. Magic'da yana bir rasket. Elektronik shunchaki tekshirdi. Hozircha hech kimni ko'rmadi. Flashdan so'ng B'da solo ig'roq bor. U ham Axel. Ertaga O'zbekistondagi jamoalar, o'zimizda Strimlarlar bor, Xavachi Botir Shotland komandasi o'ynaydigan turnir Fragda YouTube kanalida bo'ladi. Men если что link tashlayman. Turnir haqida. Molik kalla qo'ymoqchiman, bu Axel jinni bo'lgan. Elektronik Magic deb keldi. Simple. Va bu yerda killlar almashib olishdi. Artfrost ham yaxshi o'ynayapti lekin Avikda. Simple kutib olish kerak menimcha. O, Fame kelgan ekan. Simple Fame'ni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Artfrost hali bomba o'rnatilgancha yo'q. Nafni Bo'g'irsoq bilan birgalikda Simple tirik qolgan. Bo'g'irsoq bombani qo'yadi, Simple esa uni himoya qiladi, ulgurmayapti. Nafni yot tashladi. Muzino 2 ga 1 klashdi. AWP Artfrost ham bor hali. Molf tashlanmoqda. O'tolmadi. Birinchi shans qo'ldan boy berilgan. Muzinoning pritseli mana shunaqa. Va Artfrost uni tutib oldi. Muncha pastga kirib ketdimi? Yettiyu 4 hisob. Ketma-ket shunda ikkita raund olishdi. Va bizda 12-raund boshlanmoqda. Tur soat o'tib ketsin-da, mana Temurbek 80 marta javob bersa. 12-raund. Yana nigohlar Artfrostda. Fame ham shu yerda ekan, A ga qarab tortilib kelishmoqda. O Nafni ham bor. Kronik raskidlar, Fame, Artfrost. O ulgurishmayaptimi? Artfrost Magic'ni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Muzino esa razmen qilmoqda, u killdi va Artfrostdan double kill. Simple uni trade qilib kill qilgan tomosha qilib turibmiz. Elektronik Nafri bomba o'rnatilmoqda. Orqadan Senzu kelyapti. Orqadan kelyapti. Birinchi kill Senzudan. Nafri'ni minus qilib berdi. Beljonkda ham ko'rdi. Senzuni ko'zi mana shunaqa o'ynayapti. Shuning uchun pritsel yaxshi ekan, lekin Axel esa razmenda bomba hali o'rnatilgani yo'q. 9 HP Axelda. Simple tomonidan tutib olindi eng so'ngida. Kimni profili qiziqsalarga aytinglar, kirib ko'rib chiqamiz. Конечно, Simple dedi. Major winner.
Finalist. Major Champion PGL Stockholm 2021. Mana bu Simple'ni profili ekan. Duruzga tashlab qo'ying. M Azbayar. Simple Duruzga ham qabul qil. Mujik bu. Gap qabul qilib olsa, ha? Senzu. Nafani emas, nafani deng. Xo'p. Nafani. Simple kill qilib. Simple kill qilyapti bu yerda. Axel kirib keldi va Zinyo ham minus top bera oldi. Fame Zinyoni yo'q qilgan. Fame'dan Simple'ga headshot. Axel bizga yaxshi kameramen vazifasini o'tab berdi. Axel chiroyli o'ynamoqda. Bu yerda elektronik qilgan killga ham Axel javob qaytardi. Senzuning o'zi 2 ga 1 clashda orqadan yetib keldi. Uni esa kutishmayapti. Axel dot. Senzu. Ay, Fame'dan head. 8-5 hisob. Yana kimgadir bir kibri yo'q insonlar kim bu yerda? Senzuga tashlab ko'raylik. Alexander. Simple nomini qo'yib olganmi Senzu? Mizinyo. Unda Belchonov sana unaqa ko'tarib ketmading-ku. Fame. Oladi, Lomi. Biruzdan qabul qilar. Va force buy qilishgan. Hujumni esa A ga tortishmoqda. Nafani. Belchonok. Biruzdan поддержка qilsa. Qabul qilsa skin da bor. Skin rozgirish. Belchonok Parivision dedi. Kalash uning qo'lida. Stack bo'lib B'da turishgan va B'ga kirib kelishmoqchi eng qizig'i. Senzuda yaxshigina shans bor. Yana Deagle'da ekanda bo'lar. Yaxshi, tushunarli. Hammasi ketma-ket killlar. Simple'ning o'zi Deagle'da Art Frost'dan hit. Muzikani qaranglar. Hammasi bir-birini sinab qo'yib. Qolib ketdik Art Frostda. Bizda top yuguradigan yaroqlar kerak. Mana bu yerda masalan Zinyo. Bu yerda elektronik. Zinyo. Bu round juda ham muhim. Himoyada o'ynayotgan jamoa uchun elektronik ehtiyot bo'lib olish kerak. Elektronik Nafani. Elektronik birinchi kill amalga oshirib berdi, lekin bu yerda Belchonok razmenda, bular esa Senzu, yaxshi movement Senzudan. 73% jon. Siz Senzuning o'rnida bo'lganingizda nima qilardingiz shu joyda? Senzu agressiyasini davom ettiryapti va Senzu Art Frostni ham yo'qotib qo'ydi. Nafani eng so'nggi e'tirozimiz. Kim otib tashlaydi uni? Senzuniki bu kill ham. Triple kill. Umumiy raundda.
Hisob 9-6. Senzu. Tinchgina Senzuning o'zini ko'rib tursak ham bo'lar ekan-a, ko'proq kill qilib beryapti. Mzinyo bilan birga. S1mple nima qilyapti ekan bratishka? Vo, mana endi S1mple pozitsiyasi qiziqroq. Mzinyo va hamda S1mple bo'ladi bor kameralarimiz. Eshikni ochib kirib kelishadi hozir belchon. Tupa eshikni ochib kirib keladi. Hech qanaqa raskitsiz. S1mple kirdi. S1mple double kill Mzinyo belchonga yo'q qilib bera oldi. Mana bu S1mple pritseli esingizda ko'rib olishinglar mumkin. O'zi haqiqiy mana shunda o'ynaydi va Art Frost unga yaqin. Nima qilib yuribdi S1mple? Momentini ko'rdinglarmi buni? Va Magic'ga Mzinyoni portlatib o'ryapti. S1mple qanaqa moment qilganini ko'rdinglarmi? Kesh kartasi endi o'zini uyidagi gap. Men lekin 5 ketdim yugurib o'tganiga, bunaqa chiqib kelganiga. Davlatjon, agar 2 million tikkan bo'lsa, o'sha komandangizga o'zingiz stream qilavering buni bemalol. Mendan ham ko'ra sizga muhimroq ekan. 2 millionni menga bersangiz, men stream qilaman, lekin gap yo'q. Magic belchonlikni yo'q qildi bu vaziyatda. B ga kirib kelishyapti, lekin 2 bilan 3 qiziqroq hozir bizda. Magic. Senzu, Fame'ga headshot. S1mple'ning oldida faqatgina Lurker bor. Nafani. Magic Arforce'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Nafani hamda akseleratorga qolishdi xolos. Nafani S1mple eshitdi Nafanining ovozini. Lekin Mzinyo tutib olmoqda uni. Eng so'nggi igrok esa Axel. Davlat 24 soatdan keyin yozasiz birdan. Nima bo'ldi, nima qo'ydi, natija bilan o'zingiz kelasiz. Senzudan Axelga headshot. YouTube'da bermayapti. Shuning uchun biz qizni ichiga kirib ko'rib o'tiribmiz. Bizga ham YouTube'da menga o'sha qulay edi. Men bu yerda ham kartaga qarab, ham mamna qilib raqamlarni bosib o'ynaganimdan ko'ra, ketdik undan ko'ra aylantirib kelaman sizlarning kesh kartasida. Hujumga o'tadi bular. Himoyada esa 5 pahlavon. BC Game jamoasi a'zolari kamera bilan birgalikda S1mple orqasidan yetib keldik. Va bu yerda fight ko'rishga yaqinmiz. Push qilishyapti. Push. Mzinyo Axelni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Senzu, S1mple. Va elektronik Nafanini yo'q qilib bergan bo'lsa, 5 ga o'sha vaziyatda qolib ketishdi. GG birinchi karta easy. Easy game foydasiga hal bo'ladi. Voy. Magic va S1mple navbatdagi killer, eng so'nggi igrok esa Fame. Yana o'zinikini portlatdi. Yana Mzinyoni portlatdi Magic birdan. Fame. S1mple tomonidan tutib olindi. 12-6. Low tabdan ko'tarildimi S1mple? Sekin ko'tarildi. Magic trofeylarini ko'rib chiqamiz. Fursatdan foydalanib, juda ko'p trofeysi bo'lish kerak buni. 2023-yil Blast buni ana bilan yutgan. 2023 Parijda Vitality bilan. Rio Silver, Parij 2023 Gold coin'i bor ekan, normal. 2019 chempionlik Berlin Diamond coinlari. 2019 yana chempion Katowicedagi chempionlik, 2018 Londondagi chempionligi. Insofsiz, Gruziyani tashlayman senga ham, qabul qil. Mujik bu.
Nimaga face it deb yozib chiqyapti? Chunki face it ichidan ko'ryapmiz-ku, shuning uchun. Radial qaraydi. Time out ekan. Bu degan like-larni bosib qo'yish ayni paytda. Ikkinchi kartasiga hali yana alohida registratsiya qilib kirishimiz kerak ekan. Registratsiya emas, kartani connectiga. Yana radiodagi qo'shiq noma bo'lgan. Shazam qilsangiz top bo'lsangiz kerak, yana bilmadim. Va bizada map point. Chota bu o'yin, basic game bu o'yini ana bolalarga qarshi. BasementBOYSga qarshi. Osonroq tuyulyaptimi? Sezdinglarmi shuni? Da, LAN turnir hamma 64 ta komanda bitta joyga yig'ilgan. 0 pingda o'ynayapti. Chota kechda easy yutib qo'ygandi. Buni YouTube'dan ko'rdim. Abbosma, siz ruscha sharhini ko'rgansiz. Uni reklamalari bor, undan ko'rib bo'lmaydi. Ularning o'zi katta organizatsiya bo'lib olishgan. O, Santara Speak. Aza brat, uch quduqdan salom, streamga omad, ijodiy yapyapmiz, lekin baribir Simple Prime. Aza brat, donat uchun katta rahmat. Quduqdanchimi? Simple Prime'ni zo'r edi. Mana elektronik ham ikkita kill уже qilib bo'libdi. Biza donat o'zimiz yaxshi. Yuguryapti bolalar, yugurganda ham yuguryapti, Axel ham yuguryapti. Simple bor, lekin Fame elektronik yo'q qilib berdi va Simple'dan Axelga headshot eng so'nggi yiroq bizada Fame tirik qoladi. Fame qani? Bitta kill bor, Mizinyoni yo'q qilgan, u haqida informatsiya bor. Birga uch vaziyat juda qiyin holat. Qani kimniki bu kill? Senzudan qaytdi. Yo'q, Fame Senzuni yo'q qilib bera oldi. Olib chiqsa bo'ladi. Ace Clutch Fame'dan. 10 soniya vaqt. Simple noskop ur iltimos. Sakrab tushib noskop urib ber. Ketdi-da. Magic skill oldi. 13-6 bilan tugayapti o'yin. Mana statistika Mizinyo eng ko'p qurolda kill qilibdi, ya'ni 5 ta qurolda. Senzu 76% headshot Senzuda. 17 ta killdan deyarli bir 13 tasini headshot bilan o'ldirgan. Simple the Firestar 68% yoqib o'ldirgani uchun olibdi buni. Entry Fragger Electronic entry 5 ta entry qilibdi. Magic esa The Flash. Mana bu gap yo'q. 17 marotaba flash qilibdi. Magic mana nimaga foyda beryapti u kapitan. Na, shunaqa gaplar. Davay, kompyuter oldida o'tirganlar bormi desam, yana 15 minutdan keyin o'yin davom etadi. KZ2da cache music. O'zi KZ2ni o'zini cache turadigan muzikasi ekan. Face Itni Steamga ola olmayapman. Brat, YouTubedan yoki ChatGPTdan qidirsangiz juda oson anav qilasiz, topasiz. 15 minut bor hali o'yinni boshlanganicha, ungacha biz YouTubeda boshqa o'yinlarni qo'yib berib turamiz menimcha. Eng yaxshi va to'g'ri yo'li mana shu. Dam olayapmiz ozgina. Yaxshi dam, yurakka ham dam. Lekin ikkita mapda tugasa xursand bo'laman komandadan.
I think he's very, very good, don't get me wrong, but he's also
streaky.
Incredibly streaky. That's the word I was going to use. He's very streaky. When he's on, I think he could have been picked up by a lot better when he moved over from, I think would have been the Venom team that obviously was called Kalesi for a while, I think, as well. He played that Thunder Pick World Championship last year with Venom. Had a pretty cool underdog run to qualify for that event. But again, this is one of the bigger events of the careers of Flay and Bailani as an example. But this time, Kragan, he's been there, done that before in a couple of big tournaments, notably some majors. And guess what? Another 2 kills. He's now level with Flay's KD. And he's got his team of 4v3.
Yeah, really strong move there from Kragan. Actually just breaks down what essentially looked like a dry run from Heroic, just to have the Molotov in that cubby. There was a smoke that was put down and dissipated immediately, but with all the flashes, they don't recognize that there's that gap, and Kragan's just playing on the edge of that smoke, and it goes uncleared. Good shooting as well. Good timing here for Krizen, already holding the line, and so that's an equalizer. I mean, I'm surprised that Bailani rather doesn't try and track down that trade.
Yeah, I think that setup is meant to be Stomac move forward and then Bailani move forward with him, but Stomac got caught a little bit earlier than he was expecting. Sure. Bailani couldn't swing with him together. on A main, and that forces him away to play a bit safer instead and play what he feels is a more likely position to get a kill. So, 3v3, Martinez is going to walk the bomb back to A with Crizzen, and once again, they still have that Brolin lurk. He's not going to get much luck for now unless he bypasses the angle Flayer's holding, and he's a bit further deeper into cave rather than in Jag. So it's going to be the walkout A, and Brolin will join up with them from Donut. There's a rotation from 9 coming over to B, though. That is Riles, and that will leave Bailani alone for the moment. Mollying toward CT. Might want to try and play around that smoke, but he can't really afford to go down here. So he needs to wait for his teammates to come in. That is a very spammable smoke, and Brolin eventually finds that kill on Flay. Waited all that time for Flay to push forward, and that makes a huge difference. Heroic are starting to, again, you mentioned how they're just looking good in these rounds, but not getting the finishes. This is a finish that could come through, but there are defuse kits available on both Riles and Bailani. 2v2. They're both situated around that A main position. And with Martinez trained on Temple, there's not really any way in. It's not like there's any smokes left for 9 either. They're trying to jiggle out Martinez, but he's too experienced to bite on that one, and they just can't go for it. They're going to shift away, and Heroica within 1 again.
Yeah, I mean, just the tempo they were coming back on this retake with, they were really uncertain whether there was going to be someone still lingering inside of Donut that was going to go for a secondary swing. You know, there was an incendiary down from Riles. He could have cleared it out independently, but was kind of hoping maybe that his Bailani got involved, but neither really wanted to move, understanding that they could have been walking right into that AWP. A lot of respect being given over to Heroic in that after plant. A timeout called here for 9. They can see that maybe the light at the end of the tunnel that was shown to them earlier might actually be a gated fence. Heroic might be the ones that hold the keys. I wouldn't be surprised, though. I mean, we've seen some aggression from 9, but it's always been very tempered. They're just throwing util from spawn. They go with an early plan. They throw a quick flash, but they don't stick around. They don't use that forward position for anything as of yet. I mean, it's dangerous to do so. A lot of T sides will throw in extra execs, but we saw just that one round where Kragan had that smoke in at Cubby. He did a lot just by throwing a minor disruption into the game plan of Heroic. Sometimes that's all you need.
Indeed. And right now for 9, this is the round that matters, because they've only got rolls with residual cash at the moment. It's a good pick forward from Bailani, and that all sets up Flay, and it's working a lot better. Here's the Flay from before. Oh, he's getting burnt out, but eventually he'll survive. 5v2 off the rip, and it looks like 9 will reach 12 first. Bomb dropped on the ramp as well.
I like my Flay like I like my bacon. Streaky and sizzling in this round. I don't think there's much here for Crizzen or Martinez. And it was just a minor disruption. Bailani dry peeking just before the hit's ready there for Heroic. They get completely stunted. And that's out of the timeout. They wanted to take some forward pressure over to lane. And they just have nowhere to go. Heroic gets stopped before they even get going. That's a 12th round for 9 and a chance to close out their map pick.
And it's those sort of moves from Bailani. Don't get me wrong, he's not having the best game in the world here. It's just, but he's been consistent throughout. I mean, it's a much lower level, sure, but it was one of the main maps he used to carry on teams like Copenhagen Wolves historically and other Polish rosters he's been on. He's always been a good ancient player from memory in all the games I've covered of him in online Counter-Strike. So he knows the timings, he knows when to disrupt, he knows what to do for a team. And overall, the team has stepped up for 9 in various different scenarios the entire map. For Flay, it's kind of been the whole map. So Matt got that clutch earlier on, don't forget. Raz had a number of decent multi-kills. Kragan's been consistent. And it has to be said, Martinez and Brolin both going 8 and 16, bit quiet.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the AWPer head-to-head to have Martinez get so mogged.
Use the word. Millennial word. Bailani, oh, here we go. Thankfully, he listened to me.
He just
heard
loves
me call his name. He loves pleasing me and making me look very smart.
Well, that's a choice of words.
It is a choice of words, and I knew it as soon as I said it. Brolin will get one more onto Riles, and that will make them pretty comfortable still, because that means more information, and that's the gap angle being used from Stomac in Donut, just to see if there's a player crossing. Kragan now on the angle. He knows what's going on as well, but he'll be blocked off, and that will allow Heroic through the CT spawn. Chrisen's very aware of that possibility of one spam kill through that smoke, maybe changing the round. Might not be aware of there being 2 players a little bit closer to it, though. 2 donut as well for 9, and that's a molly, which unfortunately for Chrisen is not really very well timed, and now Brawler needs to make a play. He's got Flay back turned, not entirely hidden from Donut, but he's not really being covered by Stomach either. That's awkward for these 2 Donut players, but when Flay can do things like this, then maybe it won't matter. He'll be held as well while Brawler as he tries to force the issue. Stomach will get his, and Flay ends the game 24-13. Now that is the Flay and the 9 I wanted to see.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, impressive moves by Flay throughout the entire game. That T side, he was kind of the main shining light. He was the only one that seemed to be finding kills. Sure, quite a few of them were on the exit, but we saw just how snappy he was, how quick he was reacting. He was the real only threat. But on that CT side, you sort of mentioned the fact that yes, Flay is the only guy, but with everybody else kind of recovering and finding these times to be important, whether that's Ral's inside of cave, whether that's Bailani, and some of the he didn't necessarily always go dry. He didn't go dry in the round. I said it before either, but it was just one of those flashes where they just kept doing that early in the round to show that that was a real threat. So it's clear that 9 played with some confidence moving into that CT side, even if I think their T side was still a little stop-start, a little too much hesitation. They got their way into this game by shutting down a lot of the early plans from Heroic, and each time they did it, you could see one player get completely thrown off guard, and they could reset or rebuild from there. So yeah, I mean, impressive turnaround from 9, all things considered, because I was expecting them to fly a little under the radar on this first map.
Yeah, I mean, I think winning that as well is a bit of an alarm bell for Heroic, right? Because if you look at the games they've played previously, you know, it was kind of said in jest, but that is literally the map 9 played earlier against this much, much lower ranked Portuguese team who are only here because it's an open registration tournament. 9 lost it, and now they play Heroic and 9 win it. Sometimes people say online Counter-Strike can be a bit unpredictable, but it can happen on LAN too.
Yeah, well, when you're given an idea of who you're going to play against, but you have no certainties, everyone comes in a little bit rough, a little bit shaky, especially when it comes to player tendencies, because I mean, you have some players that are changing roles, you have stand in situations as well for even this matchup, right? So when we look at it through that lens, you can look at some of the data and the demos that exist out there, but who's to say that the demos that exist are actually what the end result when they have the stand-in is supposed to look like, whether they're still figuring out how to properly integrate Martinez and get him activated in some of these rounds, or whether Brolin can actually hold those anchor spots like he's supposed to, because he wasn't actually that important on that CT side, whereas on T I felt like there were more timings and shots that didn't always land, but he clearly had a window to win the round.
Yeah, and it's funny as well because the same argument can be made for 9 when it comes to their Ryan situation, right? It's almost the same sort of argument when it comes to you know, they've been trying that for quite a while, and he's barely played any games for them, from what I gather. The 2 LANs that 9 have played, I think one of them was being Stake Pulse most recently, both were with Stomach. And look, he had a very important clutch on the A-bomb side. He was showing that he wasn't nervous, and a 0-6 start in what is an incredible you know, LAN hall behind us. Probably an environment that maybe he's used to playing in teams like Heroic Academy, because Heroic Academy have played some of those smaller local LANs, which obviously Heroic wouldn't have been attending to get these younger players get some experience. But one to this extent, maybe not so. So to recover from the 0-6 is very impressive.
Yeah, not when you're having to play against teams that will likely make it to the next stage. You know, you're playing teams way more out of your league, so to speak. But yeah, able to do some good stuff. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's room for improvement, I think, from both sides. I think Heroic, as much as I think they made some good decisions to play together at times, the calls were also quite quick or just got counteracted. I'd actually think that in that second half they just simply got out-called. The decisions by 9 were disruptive enough and added layers of complexity that forced Heroic to have to adjust in the mid-round, and they just weren't shooting good enough to bail themselves out of some of these bad situations. Even some of the missed kills, like the fact that Susp doesn't get his flank on the pistol round, that seemed like a mechanical failure in the communications. You know, that wasn't on Susp, that was kind of the rest of the team falling a little flat, but that's Brolin missing his chance, or Susp really awkwardly spraying from Red Room to Flay. He got a double kill in the end, but you know, those are the type of shaky moves where you're just thinking, okay, these guys aren't playing necessarily their A game against a team that are their strongest opponent within this group. They know they should beat 9. They know that they sort of have to beat 9, because if they want any chance of making it into the money, or at least making it into the next stage of the tournament, then they need to beat teams harder than this.
Exactly. I mean, I completely agree with you. And in the games I've covered of Heroic recently, while they've been trying to get used to this new lineup, unfortunately for Sus, in these anchor positions, especially a couple of B-bomb sites he plays, I think Cash in particular was one I covered, when Heroic they're trying to play Cash and not picking it, but they're adopting it. He was really rough. Like, I understand some of these are online qualifiers and you usually look better on LAN, but still, you have
O'yin boshlandi-ku. Hali boshlanmadi. Cho'g'li round. Men bir-birini suyapti ular. Jinni bu. Men prosta qiziqishga pichoq ulashyapti menimcha. We want city. Biz katta bo'lib boshlash tanlaymiz. Da hozir swap qilib olishadi. Oxirida barib Magix yutdi. Magix yutib berdilar. Ya'ni yutqizib berdilar to'g'rirog'i. Tushundimman nima uchun bunaqa bo'layotganini, pichoqli raundlar bo'layotganini. Sizlar ham tushunib oldinglarmi? Baribir Faceit-ku bu. Faceitda bilsanglar, har safar pichoqli raund bo'lishi kerak. Bo'ladi har safar. Shuning uchun ekan. Ya'ni pichoqli raundni o'tkazishadi har bitta o'yinda yutqizib beriladi baribir. Kim tanlash huquqiga ega bo'lsa, o'sha komanda yutishi shart. Mapni tanlagan komanda yutqizib beradi. Aha, chatda ham yozishganlar ko'rinar ekan mana good half va bizada hujumda o'ynayapti. BCG ma'zolari hozir B ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. B da himoyada esa Mzinyo, BCG ham himoyada, uzr adashdim. Mzinyo birinchi kill bor va Belchonga razmenda bitta qayashga yetib bordi. Yaxshigina damage'lar tushmoqda, lekin hozircha kill topib olgancha yo'q. Magixdan qochib, Magix double kill. Fame sen zo'r razmen bera oldi. Magix Fame hit killda low bo'lishiga qaramasdan S1mple esa uni minus qila olgan. Eng so'nggi igrok esa Belchonik 2 ga 1 raund davom ettirishga to'g'ri keladi. Agar ortga qaytadigan bo'lsa, uni ortda elektronik o'tkazishga yo'l qo'ymaydi. O'zi ham Broltini pretselni ko'rdi bir-birini ikkita igrok ham. Va B ga qaytyapti. Yana qaytdi orqaga. Nima ahmoq qildi lekin bu yerda Belchonik. Friendly fire yo'q-ku. Bunda friendly fire yoqib qo'yishgan menimcha serverda. O'zlari sazat qilyapti-ku, friendly fire'li qilib qo'yishganda. Chunki tier 1 o'yinlarda bilamizki, friendly fire bo'ladi. A ga chiqib ketyapti shortdan. Bombani o'rnatishga qo'yib bermaslikka maksimum harakat qilishadi. Olib chiqsa-ya Belchonov, nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Qiyinmi deyman-da, lekin ikkita headshot, P200lik. Yo, elektronik. Shans qoldirmayapti 1-0. BC game'ga bo'g'irsoq o'tishi hayolimga kelmagandi. Mana o'ylab ham ko'rmagandim bunaqa transferda tayyor mongollardan. Lekin soqqasini to'lashgan va BC game o'tib olgandan keyin Danatchi rahmat. Senzo bitta kill fame esa rasman qilib berdi bu minusda. Longda Nafani yaqin. Bu yerda esa Magix hamda elektronik middan shortga qo'yib yuborishyapti lekin igroklarni. Famusni ham berish niyatlari yo'q. B ga tortilishdi. B igroklar Magix hamda elektronik. Nafani endi shortda va B ga kirib kelishdi. Elektronik tayminglarni yutqizdi elektronik. Elektronik taymingni yutqizib bo'ldi o'sha. Saytga o'tib olishgan. Nafanini ham tekshirishga ulgurmayapti. Lekin Magix Fame'ni o'ldirib bera oldi. Elektronik qochib ketayotgan Artfrostni tutib oldi. Eng so'nggi iroq esa Nafani Magixdan headshot qabul qilib olmoqda. Ekoni yaxshi o'ynab ketishdi, sababi bomba o'rnatilgan. Legit VH'ni yoqish uchun X edi. Qaysi knopkadir VH'ni o'chirib yoqardi adashmasam bu yerda. Mana X ekan, X. X'ni bitta o'chirsangiz VH o'chadi. Bossangiz yonadi VH. YouTube hech qancha topmayman oyda. Oxirgi 1 oyda masalan streamda общий bir 400 mingmi, 500 ming atrofidagi prosmotorga YouTube menga necha dollar berganini ko'rsaman. 4 dollar pul turibdi mana. 4 dollar. 50 ming so'm. 400 ming prosmotor. Men chunki streamda monetizatsiyani o'chirib qo'yaman. O'chirib ko'raylik bir round. Yo'q, o'chirib ko'rsak bo'lmaydi. Yaxshi flash bilan fit qilishdi, lekin ikkita flash otib berildi yana. Magix bitta minus qaranglar, B ga agressiyani. Juda agressiv. Elektronik. Midda. Yana B ga qaytib kelyapti. Fame. Midda B o'ynashadimi deyman. Elektronik shortga bir agressiya ko'rsatdi. Senzudan headshot. Artforce qiyin ahvolda Mizino tomonidan otib tashlanmoqda. Va bu yerda Axial bitta kill. Razmen bor, lekin bomba qolib ketgan. Mizino AWP'ni oladimi qo'liga? Hozircha olmadi. Pozitsiyalar egallanib bo'lmoqda. Molotov tashlangandan so'ng Mizino pozitsiyasini o'zgartirishga majbur. Fame umuman middan o'ynab ko'rmoqchi Fame. Yaxshi qaror lekin bu. Safe. 3-0. Ikkita kalashli round ko'ramiz. Push qilib kelishdi suitsidda. Muzino. S1mple bilan birga pushlayapti, ko'rmayapti oxirigacha. Va Fame'dan double kill, Axel esa Senzuni yo'q qilib berdi. Bekor push qilishdi-da. 3 ta igroqda ganna tushib qoldi. Elektronik AWP drop qilib beribdi S1mple'ga. Unaqa hayron qoldirmaylar meni. Magixga nimadir tashlab beradi hozir S1mple. AWP'da endi S1mple'ni tomosha qilib turamiz.
Scoutda o'qib bo'lyapti Senzo. Lowerdan agressiya qilib ko'rishadi Simple'ga. Voy, timinglarda qarang, salgina qolganda tutib olish mumkin-da. Salgina zerikdik Simple'dan. Qaytdi chunki u ham longga. Longda hech kim yo'q. Simple noto'g'ri paytda tanlading. Biz boshqa iroqni ko'rishga majburmiz. Magic hamda elektronik tomosha qilamiz bu yoqqa. Raskidlar tashlab berildi shortga. Fani bosishgan va bor ekan. Magic. Shortga kirib kelishga harakat qilishadi. Yana Simple tomosha qilish to'g'ri keladi-yo. Multifeza haydab yubordi ularni ortga. 55 soniya atrofida vaqt. Zinyo qiyin holatda, lekin yaxshigina damage'lar berib ketdi. Simple bor bu yerda, hali Simple. Elektronik, birinchi kill bor elektronikdan. Pashga tushib qoldimi? Yo'q, hali tushganicha yo'q ekan. Simple longni check qildi, hech kim yo'qligini biladi va bu yerda elektronik yana bir kill amalga oshirib berdi. Hali bomba o'rnatilgancha yo'q. Fame double kill. Fame clashda. Apex baby. Bo'ldimi bu yerda Magic'dan headshot. Chotda elektronik yaxshi o'ynayaptimi? Apex baby. Vova, assalomu alaykum. Yaxshimisiz? Hormang, bor bo'ling, o'zingiz charchamayapsizmi aka? Savollaringiz yaxshimi? Danatchi rahmat. Apex baby. Tabda bosib ko'radigan bo'lsak, Simple bitta kill. 18 damage bergan unda ham. 18 damage bilan yuribdi-ya. Devorga urilib ketsa, igrok undan ko'proq damage oladi. Mana boshladi Ekoda, takoy pushla qilib, agressiv o'zini o'yinini. Yusp chiroyli ekan, traitor degan Yusp. Factory Newmi deyman, yaltirab turishini qaranglar. Hoppa, o'tishlaringdan maza qilaman-da. Triple kill. Bo'ldi, gapimizga javob bera oldi. Quadro. Simple'dan quadro, Eco Cobra. Tirs. Tabda 3-chiga chiqib qoldi. 417 deymiz. Endi Magic zo'r o'ynab berdi-da, chunki push qilib, hamma narsa qilib B'da. O'sha payt killarni qilib oldi. Ana, brat, bitta gapirgandik, srazu chiqib qoldi. Time out, like bosmaganlar bo'lsa, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. Art Frost bilan Nafani yaxshi o'yna olmayapti hozircha. 0. Hisob 5-0 da. 5-0dan keyin 5-1 ko'rishga o'rganganmiz. Qani? Mana shu yerdan sekin raundlar olishni boshlaydimi? O'zini piki bo'lgan Dust 2 kartasida 1v jamoasi a'zolari. Biz yana Simple tomosha qilib turamiz, ha? Shortda o'ynab ko'rmoqchi. Momentlarni qaranglar. Masalan, mana AWP oldim deylik qo'lda. Shortga yaqin kelib oldim. Simple stilini ko'ramiz. Birinchi o'rinda hayeshga tashladi. Biladi hozir shortni pik qilsa, lowerdan chiqib ketishi mumkin. Longga qarab ket. Menda kanza turgan bo'lardim, odam ko'rmagancha. Rampni qo'liga olibdi bu. Davay Simple. Slam Blastni ham translyatsiya qilmadimi? Hayronman Slam nimaga translyatsiya qilmayotganiga. Legendarniy sharhlovchi Slam. EVC oyda stream qilmayapti. Nimani aytdingiz? Boyner? Mid 5 longda aksial miziniyoni yo'q qilib berdi. Simple уже bu yerga molt tashlaydi va ozgina nima qiladi. Flash Simple. Oy, Fame yomon hit berdi. Flick o'xshamadi bu safar. Save menimcha. O'tkazib yuborishdi allaqachon.
Axial. Magic'ni ham otib tashlayapti. Feymam baribir yaxshi igrokda. 5-1 qiz qonuni o'z kuchida hali. Belchoni oldin Parivision'da o'ynagan. Vaha bilan o'ynamaylar. Undan ko'ra umuman o'ynamaylar. Nima qilasizlar? Vaha bilan o'ynab kelsa, hamma narsa qiladi. Speak. Qani simple smoke tashlamaylar shuni yo'lini to'sib. Bir highlight ko'ramiz, yanimizda darrov yo'q qilib qo'yishadi. Jasurbek simple'ni kayfiyat chog'mi deyman o'yini. Na o'sha ekoda qilgan killari hozircha, brat. Ja unaqa chog' emas kayfiyati. Volbang bilan qo'q urish kerak edi. Bo'lmaydi-da simple. Simple o'zini komandasidagi igrok otdim, Hayashka bilan aytgancha, Hayashka bilan damage berib qo'ydi. Bga tortilishyapti. Highlight bratimdan. Simple o'lib qolsa agar srazu Magic'ga o'tkazamiz. Magic ham shu yerda turibdi. Qani flash bilan pik qilishadi-da. Voy timingni. Magic double kill juda ishonchli o'ynab berdi. Endi esa Simple pozitsiyaga egallab olgan. Artfrost. Pimple. Mizinyo hamda elektronik trik qolishgan. Magic zo'r o'ynab berayotgan. Belchon o'zini yo'qib yubordi. Va Mizinyo esa nafini minus qilmoqda. Artfrostga qarshi 2 ga 1 clutch. Artfrost agressivitasida elektronik minus qilib berdi. 13% jon bilan trik qolgan Mizinyo. Mind game'imiz boshlandi va bo'ldi. Bu kalashni qo'liga oldi bu degani. Manimcha yutishadi bu round. Tip tushadi hozir. Tushdi. Simple'ning menimcha bu xatosi ham desak bo'ladi. Timinglar ozgina AWP'ni ham save qilib ketishdi. 5-2. Va CS:GO ham o'ynaganman, juda kam o'ynaganman. Ataman, nimaga Simple otganda monitor unaqa boshqacha. O'zi chunki mamnaq qilib o'ynaydi-da. Shuning uchun ham tank deydilar uni. Web kameralar ham qimirlab ketadi-da. Prosta reaksiyasi shunaqa avvaldan. Artfrost qani? Simple'ga havas qilarkan Artfrostdan. Bir hujumga o'tadiganlarni ham monitorini tomosha qilaylik. Mana. Masalan, Nafinidan easy headshot bor Simple'ga. Vo! Chiqmadi. Vo, sezu. Axel Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Bga kirib ketishlari mumkin endi. B igrok minus qilingan. Bda hech kim yo'q. Kirish boshlandi. B egallaniladi hozir. Menimcha save bu round. Agar Artfrost Mizinyoni ham minus qilib beribdi. Zo'r o'ynayapti Artfrost. Oxirgi ikkita round o'zi kill qilishni boshlagan ekan. Simple solo trick qolgan. Suicide Artfrost save qiladi. AWP'ni. Deponi keyingi o'yini ertaga bo'ladi, frag turnirida. Dong 2-2-2. İşte o'tirib maza qilib ko'ruvdingiz, faqat omad ishlash charchamay to'xtab. Bo'ldi, Murod aka, donat uchun rahmat. Siz ishlashdan charchamang, to'xtamang. Siz zerikmaslik uchun stream qilishdan to'xtamaymiz. Rahmat katta donatchi.
Qanaqa muzika? Eng yoqtirmaydigan muzikam. Stream linkini tashlab qo'yaman. Men ham boraman. Stream qilishga, sharhlashga. O'zbekistondagi turnirlarni ham odamlarning orasida kengroq tarqalishiga o'zimizni hissamizni qo'shishga harakat qilamiz. Boost qo'rqinglar boostdan. Endi sizlar qo'rqinglar sendan. Ay. Art Frost. Shortdan yaqin kelishdi. Juda yaqin kelishdi shortdan. Short kirib kelish boshlandi уже. Nimaga bunaqa? Juda uzoqdan olib kelib flick qilib ko'rgisi keladi. Keyin ram full bay qilishadi. Zini orqadan tortilyapti. Magisk. Axel kutdi uni. P250 chiroylisdan statreklari bilan Art Frost tomonidan tutib olindi. Kitobni o'qiganda o'qiyapti-ku. 5-0dan 5-4 gacha yetib kelishdi. Hujumda 4 ta raund. Bitta uchtamayib ko'ramizmi deyman ana. Taktik pauza olindi. Senzo tanladi. Avtoga qo'yib qo'ying. Avtoga qo'yib bo'lmaydi-da. True view disabled turibdi. Uning uchun demo predictni 2 qilish kerak ekan. True view har bittasiga qo'yib chiqish kerak mana. Yo, har bittasiga ham qo'yib bo'lmaydi. Bitta igrokka faqat yo'q. Art Frost yonib qoldi endi. Bir qilsam ham Art Frost yondi. No, лучше 0. Qarang, hammasi bitta tomonga qarab qo'ygan. Senzi o'zi boshqacha tomonga qarab turibdi. Ketishdan ko'raylik. Yaxladim yana Simple Apex baby. Murod aka prosta motiv. Gap yo'q aka, zo'r bo'ldi motiv. Rahmat kattadan atishim Murod aka. 2 marta charchamang ishda endi. Senzu. Majlis. B kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi menimcha. Majlis yaxshi o'ynayapti. Hali ham tabda 1da turibdi. Hujumga o'tayotgan jamoa raskidlar tayyorlashadi. Bu yerda Fame kirib kelmoqchi. Fame. Va Magic Season'dan ko'rmasda bitta kill amalga oshirib bera oldi. Senzo haqida informatsiya yo'q hozircha. Belchonik endi ko'rishi mumkin. Mos tashlandi bu pozitsiyaga va Belchonik hech narsa qilolmayapti. Senzoga qarshi Art Frost uni yoqib yubordi. Elektronik agressiv tarzda o'ynab berganiga Axel javob qaytardi. 2ga 2 clutch bomba Axel tomonidan o'rnatiladi, lekin Nafining orqada ekan. Simple 2ga 1, Simple 1ga 1 clutchda. Simple yoki da Axel. Simple juda agressivda. Mana agressiyasi foyda bera oldi, lekin bitta headshotdan ehtiyot bo'ladi baribir. Va Simple 2ga 1 round yutib bermoqda jamoasiga. AWP'ni save qiladi birinchi o'rinda. Keyin kelib defense bilan o'ynab berdi. Sevga zgarellar. Simple muzikasi ekansiz. Такой плюс вайб музыки. Drop beraymi deb so'rayapti, ha? Bermadi drop. Qizg'onchiq. Hamziniga berdi, endi berdi. Mana atmay qildim Ziniga, utility oldimdan ko'ra. Smoke o'rganinglar mana bu smoke'ni. Do'rni yopib beradi srazu. Fast smoke. Men flash raskidlar long retake uchun. Kerak emas. Hech o'yiningizni ko'rmaganman. G'ulomov mana Simple degan igrok bor-ku. Men bilan bir xil o'ynaydi. Mana hozir o'zim mana qilib turaman kompyuterga yaqinroq kelib olib. Buni Simpledan boshqasiga o'tkazmayman. Bomba hozircha Akselning qo'lida. Raskillar tashlanmoqda. Nafining shortdan yurishda davom etadi. Bu yerda himoyachilarni ham ko'rib olishimiz mumkin. Elektronik pozitsiyasiga agressiya qilib ko'rishmoqchi. Man harakat qilib ko'raman. Akalar shortni ushlashga sizlar bir nima qilinglar. Bu short men qo'limda, xavotir olmanglar. Ularning plani lekin B ga chiqish. B igroklar info yetkazaman sizlarga. Midda lurker amor nafini. Elektronik senga ishonmaydi. B kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishmoqchi. Fame boshchiligida Moltuf yana rasklar tashlandi. Magic'ning pozitsiyasi har doim o'sha pozitsiyada turadi-da. Senzu Fame'ni yo'q qilib bera oldi va midda igrok o'ynab yuborgan. Elektronik sotdi bizda. Yo'q, tutib oldi Nafinini sotmabdi. Eng so'nggi igrok Axel u ham Zino tomonidan tutib olinsa kerak. Elektronik sotdi deb o'ylagandim, lekin Nafinini eng so'ngida tutib oldi baribir. Senzudan headshot. 7-4 hisob. Va bizda 12-raund. Men bolalar yana bundan oldingi raunddagidek o'ynaymiz. Men kimgadir flash kerak bo'lsa, tursin bazada retake ishlatamiz. Long solo o'ynayman, solo. Ha yo'q, bir xil o'ynaymiz shunaqa. Mayli. Longga hozircha hech kim push qilmayapti. Yana B ga yetib kelib olishdi. Art Frost ham AWP da. Tabni bosing. Mana tab. Mana shu raund tugagandan keyin to'liq tabni ko'rishga vaqtimiz bo'ladi. Nafining shortdan yurishlarini davom ettiradi. Yana man S1mple ya'ni. Qani? O'zingni ko'rsat. Yaxshi xayrishkalar. Elektronik va S1mple. Tur qardi. Flashlar bilan chiqib kelishdi. S1mple qiyin holatda, lekin elektronik Belchongni yo'q qilib ber oldi. Elektronik hali ham yashashda davom etadi. Elektronik double kill amalga oshirib bermoqda. Yana flash, Art Frostmi? Yo'q, Fame razmen qilib berdi. S1mple shunchaki suratkash vazifasini o'tab berdi. Long qayta egallanildi Mizino hamda S1mple tomonidan, lekin side'ni allaqachon kirib olishgan. Bu yerda Senzu va Magic ham retake qilishga harakat qilishsa, Fame bombani o'rnatish bilan ovora. Bomba o'rnatiladi va retake ishlari ham boshlangan. Oldinga yurib kelmoqda, smoke'ga yaqin kelib olgan Mizino. Flash, raskillar va Mizino o'ynaydi. Menimcha Mizino shortda ko'rdik. Art Frost va Fame'dan headshotlar. Ikki vaziyatda qolib ketishdi Senzu hamda Magic. S1mple flash ushlab o'lib ketgan Magic'ni ham ko'rdik eng so'ngida. 7-5. 5 ga 3 berib yuborishdi ya raundda. Sheesh, I feel like Elon Musk. Belchonikka drop. Art Frost nimadir oladim qo'liga. Ha, 100 oldi. Longga chiqish ko'ramiz hozir. Elektronik ikkita flash otib beradi. Qani flash qayerga o'tar ekan? Hech qanaqa flashsiz. Midda agressiyadan qaytildi ortga. Chota, push qilishmadi. Yugurib kelishini qaranglar bularni ketidan. Axel chiqib keladi. Axel 1 2. Yo'q, elektronik va S1mple chans qoldirishmayapti. Yana smoke orasida bor hali. O'qidi bu pozitsiyani Senzu. Va Zinyo Art Frostni yo'q qilib bermoqda. Eng so'nggi igrok esa Belchonik. S1mple dan headshot. S1mple rostdan sizdek o'ynadi bu raund. Mana bu raund menda o'ynadi. Men ham 6-7 levelga qarshi shunaqa o'ynayman. 8-5. O, juda chiroyli pichoq. Va chiroyli kalash. Magic tomosha qilamiz, ketdik. Makten'da yugurishini. Nimaga kulasizlar? Hazillashdi deb o'ylayapsizlar. Men prime paytim ko'rmagansizlar-da. Mana tap. Simple hozircha 4-o'rinda. KTdagi igroq ham stack qilib B turib olishgan. KTda nafini bor. Gol. Bemalol kirib bombani o'rnatib yuborishlar va raundni ham yutib ketishlari mumkin. Smok hamma bor budun tashladi. Necha olosizda? 3500 edi. Hali endi kalibrovkadan o'taman. Simple'dan nafiniga headshot. Longga tortilishyapti. Bular esa shortda save qilishmoqchi. Men prosta bayrog'imga O'zbekiston bayrog'ini qo'ymaganman-da. Nickname'im ham Faceitda boshqacha. Longda agressiya bo'layotgan ekan. Eng so'nggi iroq esa Axel bu yerda Magic'ni yo'q qilib berdi. Sal qolganda Senzuni ham olib ketish mumkin o'zi bilan. Prime bo'lgan 2019, 2020, 21 mana shu paytlar Prime'da edim. Keyin K2 chiqardilar-da, tushib ketdim-da. Keyin sharhlovchilikka o'tib ketdim. Donk emas lekin. S1mple. Bu Art Frost Magic'ni tutib oldi. Menga Art Frost'ni o'yini yo'qayapti lekin. Agar Dust'ni hamma wallbangini gapirgan igrogimga ko'rsatmasin deyman, lekin soniyani ichida ko'rsatdi. Hamma wallbanglarini takoy midda double doors o'ynashni o'rganib olibdi. Axel tabni bosing. Akajon mana tab. Nima ko'rmoqchisiz tabda? 10 sekund ushlab turaman tabni. Longdan chiqib kelganlarcha. Ya uni qila olmas ekanman. Nafini. Voy, Mzinyo, ajoyib headshot Mzinyodan. Axel hamda Belchonik hozircha saytda yashash bilan ovora. Mzinyo o'z yurishida davom etadi. Bu yerda Senzu smoklarning orasida Mzinyo yana bir kill amalga oshirdi. Axel 19 HP bilan tirik qolgan. Bu pozitsiyaga esa multi foto berilishi tayin. Voy, Simple'dan headshot, hech qanaqa mo'liksiz. Fame safe. No 5. Easy ikkita o'yin. Men nima qilib yuraman bu raundda? Bitta kill qildim lekin head bilan. Art Forest deb yotaman. Art Frost lekin haqiqiy nickname. Art Frost. Ha, yangilik emas-ku. Ismdan xato o'qishim to'g'ri. Menimcha easy 2-0 ha. Shuning uchun kelinglar like bosmagan bo'lsanglar, mana shu round tugaganicha like'larni bosib qo'yaylik. Nima o'tib olmoqchiman devordan bu tomonga Simple. Nishonlashni boshlashsa bo'lar o'yinda. Da, BasementBOYS ancha kuchliroq o'ynab berdi. Bularga nisbatan, 1v'ga nisbatan. Mana tap. Taka killlar bir xil hammani. Faqat Mzinyo ozgina o'yin chiqmayapti ekan. BC game bularni yutsa keyingi matchi yakshanba kuni bo'lib o'tadi. Yakshanba prям 3 ta match o'ynash kerak. Bitta yutqizsa chiqib ketadi, tamom. Turnir yakunlanadi ular uchun. Agar 3 ta matchni ham yutsa 4 talikka kiradi. Va top komandalarga qarshi ham o'ynaydi. Yakshanba kuni ko'ramiz, balki turnirni ko'rishga ulgurarmiz, balki yo'q. Elektronik nafini yo'q qilib bermoqda. Va bu yerda B ga agressiya ko'rsatdi Belchonik, lekin B dan qochdi orqaga elektronik. Yaxshigina o'ynab berdi. Va Fame bor, hali seyfil qolgan orujasida bitta kill amalga oshirdi, o'zi ham o'lib ketganini ko'rib turibmiz. Axel, Artfrost. Axel haqida informatsiya bor. Artfrostni ham bilishadi. Elektronik hali ham tirik va yana yashashda davom etadi. Belchonikdan unlucky push. Artfrostni ham tutishdi. S1mple tomonidan tutib olindi Artfrost. Eng so'nggi hero esa Axel va bu 11-raund BC Gaming foydasiga. Shu raund tugagandan keyin tabdagi o'rinlar almashadi. Keldi. Anada. Tez kalashda olinglar buni qo'lida. Ikkita tomondan qo'lab kelishdi aksiyada. Mzini ot tashladi. Bu ikkinchi map. Inventaringiz ko'rsating. Inventarda hozir ko'rsata olmayman, o'yin tugagandan keyin ko'rishimiz mumkin ekan. Kick qiling. Kimni kick qilamiz? Bundan oldingisida takoy kick degan funksiyasi ham chiqib turgandi. Men esinglardan. Cancel request chiqqan ekan. Inventarda mana shu o'yin tugasin, keyin ko'rsam. Yana B ga kirishga harakat qilib ko'rishadi bu yerda. Fame bilan Belchonik bor ekan. Fame hamda Belchonikga o'tkazamiz kamerani. Hozircha u yomon turib olishganda. Yomon turib ol. 1. Afsuski unlucky Fame'da. Men ko'proq kill qiladi deb o'ylagandim. Wallbangdan esa o'tib olishdi. 4 ga 3 vaziyat, hech qanaqa lurker yo'q va keyingi raundda pul ham yo'q. Shuning uchun save qilishadi menimcha. No retake qilib ko'rmoqchi. Juda qiyin retake'lardan biri. Nafni retake qilish niyati yo'q uni. Save bu round. Easy lemon squeezy. Whoa, Pimple. Axel tomonidan ot tashlandi u. Unlucky S1mple. BC Gaming jamoasi direktori hayotda e-sports manager o'yini o'ynayotgandek xohlagan o'yinchini olib keldi. Pul borda chunki. Pul bor. Soat 2, 12-avgust. Stream yo'q ekanmi? Boshqa herolarga qo'yamiz va elektronik lurking qiladi. B da, qolganlar esa mid da hamda long dan o'ynashga harakat qilib ko'rishadi. Yo'qsa Mzini yetib olaman deb. Mana shu raund 3 ta kill qilsa yetib oladi ham, lekin Fame qayerda damage qabul qilib oldi? Elektronikdan shapat yebdi. Aga longdan o'ynab ko'rishmoqchi. Artfrost Flash bilan pick qilinglar faqat. Juda chiroyli pick, nice. Smoke va raskillar tashlab beriladi. Lurker ham ergashdi, orqadan yetib keldi. Senzu smoke kim tashlayapti shunday qilib? S1mple. Smoke'ni urgan olsalar bo'ladi mana bu yerda. Shunchaki smoke double door yo'q berdi, lekin bu S1mple nafaqat smoke o'tadi, balki Fame'ni ham minus qilib ortga qaytmoqda. 5 ga 4 vaziyat va B ga tezkorlik bilan rotatsiya amalga oshiradi BC Gaming jamoasi a'zolari. Elektronik salgina ehtiyot bo'lish kerak, chunki uning qarama-qarshisida Axel turibdi, lekin Belchonik tomonidan elektronik yo'q qilib berildi. Lowerga lurker yana bittasi tashlab ketiladi yoki-da Senzoning o'zi qoladi ortga. B ga kirib kelish boshlanmoqda, raskillar tashlab qo'yilgan. Axel endi kech. Endi qaytmaydi. Razvey hech kim ko'rilganicha yo'q, hali bomba o'rnatilmadi va Molotov bombani majlis oxirigacha o'rnatadi va S1mple jondan permanent miss shotlar, ikkita, bitta ham emas, 3 ga 4 vaziyat. Kamchilikda qolishgan. Bu yerda Senzu yetib keldi yordamga. Senzu birinchi sakrab tushgan yo'l bo'lmoqda. Mzini ochib, Mzini nimadir qiladimi? Yo'q. Senzuni tomosha qilamiz. Senzu
2-2 vaziyat. S1mple sotishdi. Artfrost unga yaqin. Axial. Voy S1mple qamdi. S1mple noskopda berib o'rtoq hattoki killdi. GG deb yozib, Nafining ko'z yoshlari bilan o'yindan chiqib ketdi. Electronic, The Carry, eng ko'p ADR elektronikda 87 har bitta raundda. Senzu, The Fire ko'pchilikda yo'q bo'rdi, 97 damage beribdi. Hozir aka. Like bosmaganlar, like'larni bosib qo'yamiz. Donatlarni ham o'qidik barcha. Hamma donat qilganlarga rahmat. Eng ko'p pulni Magic sarflabdi. Bir 5 ta round trik qopti. Chotki o'yin bo'ldi, lekin mazza qildik, o'yinni ichidan baribir buni emotsiyasi ham boshqacha-da. Mana inventarimni ko'rmoqchi bo'lganlar, taka kambag'allarning skinidan Case Hardened Nomad Knife. Masla kesishga bo'ladi. Ikkita Azimov. Bu o'zimniki emas, lekin bor. Inheritance bu umuman sotilmaydigan sovg'a bo'lgan menga sovg'a. Menga skin sovg'a qilishdan umuman qo'rqmasanglar bo'ladi. Skin sovg'a qilsanglar umuman sotmayman ham. Hech qachon. Mana minimal virni ham hali sotmaganman. Sotmayman ham hech qachon. Bu MK Carrigan o'ynaydi bu MKda. Yusuf bor, Deagle bor. Yana nimalarim bor ekan. Mana bu bor qimmat. Bu ham minimal vir M4A4. Shunaqa gaplar akalar. Tasmagan. Yo. Может, rozыгрыш qilib o'ramiz biror payt. Yaxshiroq qilib. Shuning uchun stream tomosha qilgan hammaga rahmat. Nasib bo'lsa ertaga fragni turniri birgalikda u turnirni ham ko'ramiz. Charchamanglar, sog' bo'linglar va salomat bo'linglar. Like'larni bosib chiqib ketishga sizlardan chiqmasin lekin akalar. Hozir men bitta yana turnirga qarab olay qani, nima ahvol ekan endi BC game'da. Dalish qayerga qarab ketadi dalish. Single eliminationdan chiqib oldi BC game lekin. Winners matchda yutdi. Normal. Zo'r hozircha hammasi. Endi yakshanba kuni bo'ladi o'yinlar 2, 7 va 2, 5 va 20:00 larda. Biz menimcha bu payt depoda bo'lamiz, ya'ni depo Maksimkada, streamda. Fragni turnirining final kuni bo'ladi o'sha payt. Charchamanglar akalar, sog' bo'linglar, salomat bo'linglar. Bugungi o'yinlarni EVC'ning o'zini translyatsiyasidan ko'rishingiz mumkin.